1776, a nation is born, and in 1793, America mints its first coin. As much change as our country has undergone, some things persevere. As the Founding Fathers were the original faces of our country,
today they endure as the faces on our coinage.
December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
You have witnessed my solemn oath of service to you.
We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth.
From the Lincoln Cent to the Washington Quarter, we honor those who have made this nation what it is today. From Morgan dollars to silver eagles, learn America's history through our coinage, right here on Collectible Coins.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to another week here of Collectible Coins on America's Value Channel. Tonight's Tuesday, 6 hours loaded, and with the news of last week, November 12th's announcement by the Mint, the last production day of the Lincoln Cent, that market has been in a frenzy. We do have a few of those items with us this evening throughout the show. Got to stay tuned. Some crazy values on the marketplace. But we got 72 items tonight to talk about. So let's just not beat around the bush any longer. Let's get right to it. We call our first item every night the Daily Deal. The last privy of 2025 in our Silver Eagle program is out. Yeah, there's been 5 coins this year. Do you remember them all? Started out with the Eagle privy on the uncirculated, then we went to the Army, then we went to the Laser, then we went to the Navy, and last but not least is, well, the Marine Corps. And that has a story all to its own, but tonight we have them in stock. These are not pre-orders. Let's have a chat. So, of the 250th anniversary program, which is dedicated to the branches of service that were with us back in 1775, the start of our colonial endeavor to become, an independent country. We had the Army, the Navy, and then the Marine Corps. And they launched these coins in succession throughout the year, tied to their actual anniversary dates. So the first one out, going back to June 14th, was the Army. Then we had the Navy coming out, right, on October 13th. And the brand new one is the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is the brand new one, just launched on November 10th. Well, tied to the November 10th issue is a pullback. The U.S. Mint made an announcement that most of the deliveries are going to be extended into some part of early December. Now, our allotment that we were sent by the Mint as being part of the ABBP is the reason why we have coins today after the official launch and the official sellout in a matter of a couple of minutes. So we're walking through this, and we're showing all 3 of them here tonight. So the brand new one is the Marine Corps. That's the very top of the graphic. Then we go back to the Navy, and then we go back to the Army. So if you're joining us for the first time, all 3 of these were limited to 100,000. They sold out instantly. It is the first time a tribute to the armed services was part of our Silver Eagle, the branches of service. Not to take anything away from the V-75 in 2020, but that was for the end of World War II as a thematic. These are specific branch of service, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, which all started back in our colonial era. This year celebrating the 250th anniversary, which is just a prequel to next year's 2026 USA 250 as a country, the celebration and working there. Now, as we've walked through these shots that are on the screen, you're noticing that each of the respective branches of service has a different mint mark tied to the branch of service. So we have the Army, which came out first, right, going back to June, and they have a W mint mark. And then the Navy, which was released in October, has an S mint mark. And the most recent is the red cert of the Marine Corps, and that has the Philadelphia mint mark. Now, unique to this year, a couple of things. First of all, the San Francisco on the Navy, with the Navy Privy, I should say, is the official last San Francisco Proof Silver Eagle. They made an announcement not too long ago saying that, well, with all the stuff coming up in 2026, we're scaling back on our core products and we're going to launch into other stuff 26 and forward. And the formal announcement was the 2025 S, the second Proof Silver Eagle every year, is being discontinued, and the limited edition silver proof set is being discontinued. So this year we have end of an era type stuff. Why I bring that up is because on that Navy with the S mint mark with 100,000, it's the last of its kind and a crazy low mintage. Now the other fun one is the one you just looked at a second ago, which is the Marine Corps. The brand new coin that was just released and just sold out. A Philadelphia or P mint mark on a Silver Eagle. When's the last time you've seen that? Now, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle this year, and Philadelphia did strike P or P proofs, Philadelphia proofs, from 1993 through the year 2000. So we haven't used that P mint mark since the year 2000. 25 years later, it's on the Marine Corps issue, ready to go. Now, as I mentioned, and it's a very important statement, we have them in stock, ready to go. Army, Navy, the two prior releases, we had a few coins left in stock, but the Marine Corps is the brand new one, and that's the emphasis tonight. We have them in stock, which means you order today, our coins are on the way to you. This is not an advanced sale for 30 days from now when the majority of coins will be delivered. Be the first on the block, so to speak, ha ha. Now, a couple of other things just to keep in the back of our mind on this year's program. This special 3-coin suite with 100,000 made each, right? We have some very unique notes. The Privy Mark, and then the Certified 70 Perfect, right? Which we all would love to have if we could find them one and afford them too. There's not one of these that's under $600 in the marketplace today. And because of some of the quality concerns on the Marine Corps, they're over $700 right now. So I'm looking at the next best thing is I want to be in, right? And then if I can. Well, right now the 70s are off the table because of the U.S. Mint pushing coins out in December. But we have a few coins here in stock that we got in as part of our ABBP. We're letting our customers know, we're letting you know that they're in stock, ready to go right now. Our price of $299.95, that's $80 to $90 less than anybody else we've seen with these coins in stock and shipping. I've seen a couple of them give or take our price, but you got to wait 45 days to get the coin, which, by the way, is not a bad thing. Patience is a virtue. I'm just telling you out loud, I struggle with that every day. If I know it's there, I got to have it. I'm not going to wait 30 days, and especially if it's the same price. But that's just me. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So let's wind this down. The brand new release and the last release in the trio is the Marine Corps. You're looking at it right now with that big, beautiful red cert. It was launched on November 10th. It sold out instantly. It was all part of the Baltimore Coin Show. That was the official release at the show, and boom, gone. Right? Lots and lots of fun. All of these, though, disappeared in tandem. The June 14th Army was gone within a matter of hours. The Navy on October 13th, the same way. OGP, original government packaging, is the box, the certificate, the outer box, as released by the U.S. Mint. Each one of them has the respective privy, and as I said earlier, each one of them has the respective mint mark. West Point, San Francisco, the Marine Corps, Philadelphia. All of them sold out. All of them, well, tonight at $299.95 each. So when you take a pause, just give us a phone call. Just don't miss out. And that's why we call this segment The Daily Deal.
Yes, it's true. The United States Mint made a buffalo nickel in the year 2005. Many people know the original series, 1913 to 1938, but they brought back the buffalo on the reverse of the nickel in the year 2005 as part of the Westward Journey series. They made two different designs in 2004 and two different designs in 2005, and this one here is one of the favorites. So you have in this collection a Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, and you get the San Francisco proof as well. Our competition sells the San Francisco proof for over $10 alone. So with us here tonight at AVC, not only will you save, but you'll also get the Philadelphia and Denver as well. Each coin is individually encapsulated, and we're also putting in a special presentation box as well. The top shelf there shows you the obverse designs. You could tell the proof, it's that bottom coin, mirror-like background, and the bottom shelf there are all of the designs, PD&S, of the 2005 Buffalo Nickel. Join us on this one, folks. This one is special.
Who would have guessed that silver at $50 an ounce has been holding now for over a month? And it's holding there, up $1, down $1, but it's holding in that category, which means the bullion coins, the medallions, the bars, silver eagles, maple leafs, etc., are all kind of stabilizing now that we kind of know where it's at. The next step is, like we've discussed many a times, looking at the 90% silver and the trickle-down effect. Before that gets a bit too crazy, we're going to pay a lot of attention this week to the vintage Morgan dollar series. Because you can get a 100-year-old uncirculated silver dollar for less than you can a brand new 2025 Silver Eagle. To me, that's significant. And tonight, for the first time in 6 months, 3-year mint combinations that we haven't been able to touch. Let's have some fun. So the Morgan dollar series started in 1878, right? The big silver dollar, the largest silver dollar in U.S. history, is well back. Brand new design, designed by George T. Morgan. Nickname of the coin is after him. And it lasts for 27 consecutive years. During those 27 original years, we had Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, and Carson City. When they brought the coin back in 1921, Denver joined the group. But for these original 27 years, I'm just telling you outright, there are some real sleepers out there. Because the numbers, even though the mintages are out there, we've known those since day one, whether it's a red book or a blue book, etc. You can kind of get an idea how many were made versus how many, i.e. O's to P's to S's, etc. But chapter 2, with the grading services since the late 1980s, and now 40 years of tracking data, helps explain why you can't find 82s, why you can't find 81s. Now, if you want 81 S's, I can find you those, the San Francisco version, but I can't find 81 P's. And I remember my books I used to carry with me when I went to shows back in the 90s, early 2000s, before the data was available, enough data, just because, hey, what are the coins I just can't find? There's so many of them, so let's keep track. And now we can cheat by having an app on our phone, right? But if you look at these 3 early years, again, 1878's first year of issue. So we're looking at year 4, 5, and 6 on the Philadelphia side. Every one of them, telling you outright, every one of them, an above average mintage figure. That's very misleading, but here they are. 9.1 million, 11.1 million, right? 12.2 million, all right? So they're in the realm of the higher numbers. Now, 1918, we had this thing called the Pittman Act. And the Pittman Act was just melting down 60% of all the vintage Morgans. And the silver, which was part of the deal, right, was going to go to England to help offset some of the issues with the stabilizing of their currency and other scenarios, right? We just had no idea what coins were or were not melted. Well, with NGC and PCGS's help, 40 years of data, we can figure this out. And it explains a lot. Why can't I find this? This is why. So let's just rattle through that if we can. So if you look at the San Francisco, New Orleans, and other Philadelphia mint coins made during the 1880s, it is outright, well, surprising, right? If you look at 1881, the fine San Francisco strike between NGC and PCGS, it's a little over 600,000 coins found. Not a bad number, all right? If you go to the 1883 the New Orleans minted coin, you're going to be looking at about 325,000 coins seen. One of the later 1880s Philadelphias, the 1887, you're looking at about 400,000 coins. So when you look at the bigger number, which is that between NGC and PCGS, they're at 8.4 million coins certified. Those numbers aren't that bad. But then you get to a couple of the years, and it's like, oh, that explains it completely. If you look at NG and PC combined, just as a number, here is what you're going to see. 35,500 on the 81. 55,400 on the 82, right? 65,102 on the 83. So where the others from this time frame were 200, 300, 400, 600,000 coins known, all grades, these are all, well, way under 100,000. So if you go to a show and you can't find an 82, now you know that nobody else can either. That's all that number tells us. Nobody else can either. Now, all the coins you're looking at tonight are on a your choice scenario. We put the lowest price we can out there, and then we let you pick and choose what works for you. The consistency is all of them are uncirculated, gorgeous as you can see on your screen. I mean, the reverse on these early Philadelphias, the coins we have, not natural, even though they are completely natural. When you look at the reverse, the eagle, the breast feathers, the high points, that is it right in the middle. And you can see all the breast feathers. That is way uncharacteristic for a Philly strike. Any of the years, especially the earlier years when they were making many of them. And think about this, if you're striking them that fast, you know the quality will be a little subpar. Well, I'm telling you, looking at these coins, it's the exact opposite. These are some of the most gorgeous early issue Philadelphia Morgans I've ever seen. And your choice tonight at $69.95. So this is an argument against ourselves here. If you want to buy a silver eagle, the brand new silver dollar made in the last 10 years, visit us at avccoins.com and you'll find them. We're at $69.95. We're $20 to $30 under all of our competitors. Or you can join me by getting in a time capsule and going back 140 years to the silver of the realm, the Wild West Morgan dollars, in uncirculated condition, and pay the same price. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Now, my competition, they're all north of $120 to $130 a coin. But that is always how it's been here. They want to go on the air and sell a roll of 20. So they're going to mark it up. That way they can cover their expenses. Our deal is always, we're going to sell everything we got. We want to sell hundreds of coins during this 7, 8, 10-minute segment. And if we do that, we can lower our price to, well, $69.95, significantly under that of everybody else. And everybody wins. We're happy. We have lots of customers. We want you to be happy, and the low prices hopefully helps with that. When you see the coin, the two go together, and it's like, wow, it was meant to be. So join me tonight, everybody, at $69.95 at your choice. Early issue Philly Morgans. You're not going to regret it.
Our first small-size dollar was the Susan B. Anthony. It was only made for a few years, 1979 through 1981, and they ended up replacing it because it looked too much like a quarter. You'll see the quarter on the right side, on the bottom there. It's very close in size and color to the quarter. So it was a short-lived series. They did need to change it because prior to that we had those large dollars, and people didn't want to carry them in their change anymore, so they got rid of the Eisenhower, and it was a great idea. Let's bring out a smaller dollar. But again, they changed it to the new golden dollars that we're used to seeing today, the Sacagawea, the presidential, the innovation. But let's stick to the SBAs here. 3 years, they put them in the proof sets, 1979 through 1981, and you get all 3 proof sets for that low price of $39.95. Our competition wants $29.95 per coin. By the way, they want $70 for all 3 sets. So no matter which way you look at it, you are saving. You'll get all 3 sets and original government packaging for that low price of just $39.95. This one is a great buy, folks. The only small dollars in that copper-clad color are the SBAs.
2025 has been a phenomenal year. Not a good year, a phenomenal year for being a coin collector. We saw the cent and all the craziness there, the Kennedy half dollar, all the craziness there, the pullback on the proof silver eagles, and all that's going on there. But we forgot one basic tenet. This is the 75th anniversary, 2025, of the U.S. Mint issuing proof sets to us as collectors. And there's one small pocket that still stands out as being the wow sets. And tonight, they're finally back in stock. Let's enjoy. So as I referenced again, 75th anniversary, right? That's just wow. And you just don't think of it because for all of our natural lives as collectors, the U.S. Mint has been making a proof set for us. That started in 1950, and we've had evolutions over that time. The original 6 years were in little boxes. Then they went to the poly pack for a decade. San Francisco took over in 68, and that's when we changed to the hard plastic lens, like the one you're seeing on your screen right now. We had black box proof sets. We had purple boxes, we had green boxes, then the state quarter double box, national parks double box, women making history double box, and we're just looking forward to next year, 2025 to 2026 in USA 250. And what are they going to do with the proof set there? All fun topics. But why I always come back to this grouping of 6 is this. They are the only 6 sets in the 75-year history of the U.S. Mint making proof sets for us collectors that has what is called the jumbo dollar in it, right? The Morgan, 38.1. The Peace dollar, 38.1. The Eisenhower dollar, the 38.1. The Eisenhower is the last of the dollars issued at that size level. And it shrunk then to the Susan B. Anthony, Sacagawea, right? Presidential series, innovation series. All of those are the mini dollar now in the golden format to differentiate it between that and the quarters. So it's just a unique scenario. But the Peace dollar ended in 1935, before they started making proof sets for the American public, which means all of the early proof sets, the largest coin was a half dollar, because that was the big coin in the set. The Franklin, the Kennedy, etc. The Walkers on the first few. Eisenhower, when it was introduced in 1971, the U.S. Mint wasn't prepared for it, for packaging. So the 71 and 72 years where the Eisenhower was issued for circulation, it was not issued for collectors in a proof set. So 71 to 78 was the span of the Eisenhower. However, only 6 sets have a San Francisco proof Eisenhower in it. And you're looking at them. So it's simple math. It's not meant to be complicated. We're at $89.95 divided by 6 sets. Yes, that is how crazy this price structure is on this very special grouping of coins. Again, the only in U.S. history. Think of that. All right? Now, if you want to just buy the proof of the, again, these are the clad sets because they only make clad full sets at this time. Silver sets didn't come back until 1992, you might remember. So the sets were clad from 68 to the present, and then they introduced silver in 92. So these earlier ones are clad. So we have the clad Eisenhower. And the P&D, and then there's the rare S clad. That's what these are. Now you're also noticing right now the difference between a 75 set and a 76 set. Even though you look at the front, the coin looks the same. It's a dual date. And that is the 75 Eisenhower had a flat, like crayon look. The 76 Eisenhower, they fixed it for the bicentennial. A more detailed look and feel. So even though the coins look the same, you can tell the difference. Now on the little drummer boy, the quarter, the Kennedy half dollar, Independence Hall, those dual dated were 75 and 76. They are the same. You can't tell the difference. The Ike, you can. Kind of a little sidebar on great conversations. So let's talk about the value. If you break these sets to get the rare S clad, the only 6 known to exist, you're looking at as follows. $30.95, $30.95, $30.95, 78's $25.95. Do the math here. 90 divided by 6. 15? 17? It's not 20. That's 120 bucks. So think about this. They're at 30 or more for just the big Ike. Where are we for the full set in the original packaging where those Ikes came from? The other small little tidbit is if you want to buy the sets, of course they have the sets. It's where the coin came from. They're at $196.80 for the same 6 sets we have for $89.95 tonight. Guys, can you give me a 1-minute clock, please? Lots of people on the phone. And one of the questions I'll answer, I'll try to get to a couple more. Thank you for bringing them to my attention, Hunter. Do we have these available individually on the website? Absolutely. avccoins.com. Visit us. If you need just the 77, or you need just the 73, the first of the San Francisco proof clads, we have them. Tonight, value-wise, this, if you need all 6, you're going to save even with us at $89.95. And we have the best prices in the industry on proof sets, men's sets, silver eagles, etc. We got them all. I think we're back to like 53 or 54 with proof sets, everything in stock. Second question, yes, clad. Silver proof sets did not exist during the 1970s, 1980s. They came back in 1992 for the 25th anniversary of San Francisco. So all these earlier sets are clad, or sandwich coins, you might recall. And they only made one. These are the one. The only proof sets are these 6. The only proof sets with a big dollar in it are these 6. 75 years of history, these are the sets. And the value, wow. Thanks for listening.
We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Sacagawea dollar, first issued in the year 2000. Now from 2000 to 2008, they had the same obverse and reverse design. And in 2009, they kept the obverse and they started changing the designs on the reverse. This one here is the year 2025. It is the high quality, finest strike proof made out of San Francisco. Now, so far about 300,000 proof sets were made. But the population is still so small. There's still around 3,000, just under, even though that Sacagawea dollar is in the clad proof set and also the silver proof set. You would think that the population would be a lot higher, but it isn't. We're at $29.95, everybody. Competition, way north. They're at $99.99 for this same coin in the same grade from the same grading service, NGC, with the same beautiful Sacagawea label. Join us while they last, just $29.95. The finest strike, the proof, the best grade you can get, the 70.
November 12th, 2025. Using the paraphrase of our great president, a date that will live in coin collecting history. Do you know why? Well, let's enjoy these next few minutes. It's all about the why. Here we go. So Wednesday, November 12th, 2025 was the day the U.S. Mint at the Philadelphia Mint struck the last Lincoln cents in U.S. history. The last cent denomination for circulation in U.S. history. The last time. And if you've been watching the market since then, holy craziness, right? P&D rolls are now $50, $60 for a roll pair, is what we're seeing out there in the marketplace. Remember where we used to have those at when we had them available a little bit earlier this year? Yeah, great time. Great time. And now it's the attention to detail inside the series. Where are the pockets? Where are the secrets? Or not really a secret. What is the value, a driven value in today's marketplace? And we look at the fact that the mintages weren't small. All relative. I mean, traditionally they're over 1 billion coins, right? Well, this year they made 645 million Ds and 655 million Ps. So they're at 1.2 billion combined. But think of that number. That's 9 zeros. That's how many were made. How many of you have found one in circulation? Now, I finally have seen a couple over the last few weeks. But those are coins in circulation. When you're making that many coins, the intent isn't to make us happy on the certification side. It's to make coins for circulation and keep the public in the flow of commerce happy. So you look at that, let's just say 650 million coins, P's and D's, give or take a few coins. And then you go to NGC's website. And again, this information has been out there for over 6 months, over half the year. We've known the date is coming. We just didn't know the date was November 12th. To this point, the Philadelphia Mint in 67 or higher condition. So that means 68s and 69s, there are no 70s. All added together, 2,297. Think about that. The Denver isn't much better, but it's a little better. There's 2,693 of them. It's not for the lack of trying. We've had tens of thousands of coins through NGC in the last 6 months. Probably closer to 50 to 60,000 coins. And those are still the numbers. The majority of coins are gem 64s and 65s. 66s are really nice. But even with 66s, you might get up to give or take 10,000 known. Still a tiny number. Understanding one thing, most of us cut our teeth collecting with this beautiful Lincoln cent. Now, for me, it was the Wheatie. For many of you, it might have been as well. Then it moved to the Memorial in 59. The Memorial ended in 2008, right? Then we had that beautiful 2009 crazy year. 4 different designs, one every 13 weeks. And then in 2010, the 3rd chapter of the Lincoln cent. And many of us thought at that point they were going to get rid of it. Because again, it costed 3-4 cents to make, blah, blah, blah. Right? Well, it's 2025. We've started making this coin 16 years ago. And now it's finally over. So tonight it's the end of the era. It's the final chapter on a big, big piece of coin collecting history. The first ever coin struck at the U.S. Mint was in 1793. And it was the large cent. It was the denomination of a cent. Today, we're looking at November 12th as being the last cent ever struck for circulation in this country. That's just a wow moment, and it happened in our lifetime. Now, value. All right, when's the last time the government's issued just 2,297 of anything? I mean, the lowest minted Silver Eagle, the popular Silver Eagle program, this year is the 40th anniversary there. I told you, 2025 is a great year for coin collectors. Is a 30,000 mintage. 30,000 mintage. And today, to get one of the coins, not even a high-grade certified coin, like this is in the Lincoln series, just one of the coins, a couple $1,000s. But you can get the most historic, the end of the era, the chapter-breaking story in 67 or higher. That's the silliness of it all. I mean, in 69, there are only 166 sets available in the world. So the 2297, 67s and 68s, and a couple, very few 69s, which is why it's $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 for a 69 set. Why it's over $500 for a 68 set. My competition? Yeah, you saw these on TV in the last 30 days because everybody pulled back their campaigns because they were concerned with where the market was going to go. Like I referenced, a P and a D roll now is $40, $50, $60 for just the pair. We sold out. When the news hit on the 12th, all the rolls we had left available disappeared. And that was okay. Glad we could be part of the solution of getting affordable coins in people's hands. Well, now we're going to the next level. The best of the best stuff. The last of its kind, 2025. The complete set, the P and the D. And now in 67 condition, of which in the world there's less than 2,300 sets. They're at $299. That was the lowest price. I saw them as high as $399. Look at our price. We're at $149.95 while our supply lasts. Guys, sorry, need a 30-second clock on this one to wind down. The phones are jamming. Do I have them available individually? I don't think so. Obviously, they didn't come back from NGC equal. 1 and 1, 2 and 2. So one of them was more than the other, and that would have been the one we would have had listed. But in the last 3 or 4 days, it's been a crazyville in Lincoln land. Value. In the show tonight, we have 70-odd items, and they're all beautiful collectible coins. Craziness. But this one's a chapter-closing story.
The Civil War, 1861 through 1865. What happened at the time? People were hoarding coins, especially silver and copper. So the United States Treasury began issuing fractional currency, which was basically paper notes worth less than $1. This one here is the 50-cent variety. We have a couple different dates, 1863, 1864, and they're in gorgeous collector circulated quality. No tears, pinholes, etc. Now, keep in mind, it wasn't until 1878, just about 20 years or so after the when the Civil War ended, when they discovered all that silver in the Comstock lode, that they had enough silver to make a silver dollar. And 1878 is when they finally brought out the silver dollar series, which was the Morgan dollar. Prior to that, most paper notes were destroyed. Very, very few are found today. I couldn't find this with a competitor, folks, so I can't give you a competitor price. I can tell you that these are very popular. I know you love them. We've had a lot of fun with these, so while they last, join us at only $79.95.
For the first time in a long time, and again, that's like with elephant memory here, when is the last time you've seen that the uncirculated set, the clad-proof set, and the silver-proof set, the 3 collector sets made every year, sells out almost instantly? Well, 2025 is a new chapter. All of them are gone. And with that, crazy numbers in the marketplace. Clad proof sets at 200, silver proof sets at 450 to 500. It's just a fun time. So if you were early on with these, when we had them available earlier in the year, you're in a phenomenal place. But there's one coin we get asked about almost every day, and that is any of the silver Kennedys, the end of the era, and tell me you have one in 70. Well, tonight, for the next 5 or so minutes, the answer is yes. Here we go. One of the more unique storylines of the year. And we've had a lot of great storylines, right? The first ever Superman, Batman, Wonder Woman, legal tender coins, right? DC combination, all the privy marks on the proof silver eagles, the Unk privy, the Morgan and Peace program again for year 4. It was just a great year to be a collector. But inside of it, the 2025 silver proof set was released at the Tulsa Coin Show, Mid-American Coin Show. It was a beautiful show. Hope many of you got there. And sold out instantly. It opened on August 7th, and it was gone. 114,210 sets. Gone. And with the issues with the mint this year, with the just high number of products being produced, not going back to the drawing board would be my guess. And that's just a guess. But I'm looking at what's still coming out this year, and that we're almost into 26 already, probably a given. But when you look at the silver, I understand why people are asking the question, do you have any at all? And for a coin in a capsule, they're 200 to 250 bucks. Clads are over 200. And the silvers, nobody has them. And the answer is because none of them made 70. If you look at the numbers, right? You have 304,000 clad sets, and there's 4,016 70s. A couple $100 coin, like I said. Not bad. End of an era, the closing of the chapter, the 62nd year of the Kennedy, and no more. But then the silver, 114,000, so about a third of the number of coins made. There are only 668 silvers as of right now, and we're how many months past? August, so September, October, November, yeah. We're 90 plus days past when they were released, and we're still at this low, low number. This is one of the lowest numbers I've seen in a long time. Now my competition, well, they're all over the place, but they're all in that $4.99 to $5.99 range. Have them in stock, ready to go. Only a handful, which is why this is a very short segment. Now all of ours are in this beautiful silver bar label, which was introduced when the pure silver sets came out back in 2019. It's an exclusive label we have with NGC. Kind of just sums up just the silver and wow, right? And if you look in the marketplace, all this label sells for a huge premium. It's just part of what we're doing here. What a gorgeous coin. If you look at the number of coins in 70 holders, silver over the last couple of years, it is, well, remarkable. 2024s, right? The silver 24s are 1,134, right? If you go back to the earlier years, like the 2019, the first pure silver, there is 17,000. So it's not seen to be under 1,000 known in 70 on the silver side, because we all want the silver. But here is part of the reasoning this year for the change. One, as I said earlier, the silver proof set sold out that fast, right? And it's been months and months since they've been available. With the aftermarket over 500 right now for just the set. The big coin in the set is the Kennedy. It's the Kennedy, the 5 quarters, and then the silver dime, right? That's the silver proof set. And then from there you break down how many or how few. And after 90 plus days, which normally it gives us a significant part of the population, we're at 668 coins. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I'm down to my last dozen. If you are visiting us via the web, we've had a number of sellouts already. One of our stills sold out already. So if it's in your shopping cart, push it through, lock it down. We'd love to have you hang around for a while. If we can entice you with something else, call us back. We'll find your order and we'll just add to it. That way there's one process, one flow, simplicity at its best, we hope. But the good news is yes, we finally have them. And yes, what a crazy price. That's known as the AVC way.
As we get ready, folks, for the brand new Silver Eagle coming out in just a few short months, let's go back to some pockets that we have and snatch them up while they're available. This one here is 2024, last year's Silver Eagle, and why I bring it up is we have a handful or so left in the Eagle core, but the population is still under 240,000. Prior year 2023 was almost 380,000. So I thought this one would be perfect to bring back up to add to your collection while we're getting ready for the brand new year. Just $89.95. Our competition sells uncirculated in capsules for over $100. And that's just a regular coin in a capsule, probably a Mint State 60 if you want to put it on the Sheldon scale. How about a perfect 70 for less? Just $89.95 while they last. We have less than a Robux available, so that's why we're putting it up for a quick pop here to give you a chance to grab yours, the most coveted core in the industry. Exclusive to us, you have the design of Lady Liberty on the obverse integrated into the core and the label, and you also have the Eagle Landing integrated into the design on the full back. Gorgeous. We love it. We know you do too. Grab yours tonight.
At a recent show, I was talking to, well, one of you, and it was a great conversation. I enjoy the conversations when we do have them. And the comment was, what happened to all those big sets you used to put out? Whether it's Jefferson's, Lincoln's, Kennedy's, Morgan's piece. And it came down to a very simple answer. When you have 50 or 100 of something, if you're out of one piece and you can't find the one piece, you don't have a set, right? And we don't sell partials, we only sell complete. That's kind of the mantra the last 20 years here of being on the air. Well, the good news is this. Over the next couple of days, we have a few collections finally back. And tonight we're going to celebrate one of my favorites for crazy value, which is the first 50 years of San Francisco proof Jeffersons. Tonight, here we go. And tonight, look at that price. There are 52 coins in the first 50 years. Because in 2004 and 2005, we had 2 coins each year. So 52 coins in all. Look at that price. These coins are encapsulated. They are the San Francisco proofs. They are all 52. They are assembled in this beautiful leatherette album. And we're still under $100 complete. Patience to those who wait. This is one of those moments. Now you're seeing right now how the change has occurred over the years. They call it the faces of Jefferson. The earlier years, the proofs were just flat out glossy proofs. And then as technology got better in the early 80s, we started seeing the frosted proofs come out. Big, big difference, right? And then in 2005, year 2 of the Westward Journey program, we changed to a 1-year only Jefferson obverse. We're going to show you that here in a minute. And then in 2006, well, we're doing another different face of Jefferson, and it's been that way ever since. So tonight it's, well, and yes, good idea. You can't forget the Buffalo. The Buffalo nickel came back in 2005, the first 6 months. Third coin in the Westward Journey. And here is that where Jefferson normally faced left. For 2005, he faced right. 2 coins. The Buffalo and the Ocean View. And you can see in the upper right-hand corner there a little bit. You can see how in 2006 we went to, well, Jefferson facing forward with Liberty in his pen. What a great, great collection. Lots of history, lots of story. But tonight, the best part is all of them, complete in a beautiful album, and under $100. Under a couple bucks a coin. I mean, we sell these albums all day long on our website at $29.95, and we can't keep them in stock. We sell the capsules in groups of 10, 25, and 50 at very reasonable numbers. Our competition's $1 a capsule. There are 52 capsules here. So basically, you can buy the packaging from them or buy the packaging from us with the coins in it already assembled for the same price. For all 52 coins. And we did find it, but it took us 7 different companies to put it together. Ranging from $3, $4, $5 a coin, upwards of that $15, $20 on some of the key issues over the first 50 years. They were at $3.75. We're 1/4 the price. Now, we beat prices all day long, kind of our MO. We want to sell lots of stuff, so we price them accordingly. Price them to sell. But that's a lot. Just saying, it's a lot. And the good news is they're all here and they're assembled, ready to go. So let's talk about the Jefferson nickel a little bit. We'll take a step back. We had the Buffalo Nickel series from 1913 to 1938. We loved it. But once it hit that 25-year mark, the U.S. Mint was happy to get rid of it because the design was just not, it was a beautiful design. One of my favorites, maybe yours as well. But the dates kept on wearing off no matter what they did. And the reverse was fixed when they put the hard line over 5 cents. So it was not a senseless nickel. But they wanted to move forward. We were in our presidential run, right? The Lincoln cent, 09, right? We have the Washington quarter in 32. So it's appropriate that we redo the nickel, tying it to Jefferson and the westward expansion on 1938. Still being made today. Now, I know a lot of you are betting people, not necessarily with numbers, but in your mind, you have your hunches and your guesses. If the cent was discontinued because it costs too much to make, and we know it did, which is why November 12th was the last cent ever made by the U.S. Mint. Well, how about the other side? 5-cent pieces, these nickels as we call them, cost 14, 15 cents to make. Significant savings if they just get rid of it. So I would bet, again, if you're a betting person, it's one of those mental bets, is the nickel going away in the near future? I guess we'll soon find out. But tonight, well, San Francisco is the celebration. In 1968, San Francisco took over the production of proof sets, the yearly proof sets. And they've been doing it now for over a half a century. Proofs were introduced in 1950. Philadelphia made all the early ones, and then in 1968, San Francisco took over. This is the first 50 years. As you can see on the graphic, 1968 to 2017. 1 coin made every year. 2 coins made in 04 and 05, the Westward Nickel program. The Peace and Keel boat in 04, and then the Buffalo Nickel and Ocean View in 05. Total collections, 52 coins. The only way to get these coins is break a U.S. proof set. You got to break a big set to get one of these coins. And that's another compelling reason why it takes forever to build these. We're one of the biggest buyers of proof sets in the country. And when they come to us, if they have a cracked lens, bad box, etc., we can't sell it. So we crack them, encapsulate the coins, and just over time, hopefully accumulate enough to make collections available, which is what our mantra always has been. Everything at crazy prices. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Yep, and one of those 52 coins is the Buffalo Nickel. They brought it back for the first 6 months of 2005. Again, that obverse, a 1-year-only design. Jefferson facing right. And then in 2006, facing forward. And that's the way we see them today. Not $375 plus packaging. How about $99.95 for the 52 coins in packaging? That's definitely what they call the AVC way. Thanks for listening.
If you add up all of the Morgan dollars made in the entire series of all the mints, you come up with 96 coins. This one here, the 1895, made out of New Orleans, ranks number 10. So you have a top 10. But even if you just take all the New Orleans out, put them aside in a chart, there's 26 of them. This one ranks number 2. The only one rarer is the 93O. What's even more incredible, so that mintage figure keeps it as a number 2 in the O's. But check out population reports. NGC and PCGS combined have only reported ever seeing 16,000 and change. Wow. 1899P, key date in the P mints, that's a number 2. 32,000 seen. 81cc, 52,000 seen. This one is a must-have for the price. Our competition sells VFs for over $1,100. And if you want to find this coin, a 95O in AU condition, it'll run you over $3,300. Each one of these is in hand-selected collector quality circulated condition. And at this price, they're going to move fast.
We're getting later in the year here, 2025, so it's that time where we start having the questions pop in. What's your favorite release of the year? What are the numbers telling you? What's the coin or coins that are, well, under the radar, something we should talk about? And it's just kind of what we do, and we understand that. Many of you I know do the same thing. Track the mintages, track the population reports, and find that needle in a haystack that we're always trying to get our hands on. Well, tonight, the numbers are pretty clear. Everything I've seen all year so far, this coin is slaughtering everything else around it. Its numbers are so small in 70 that, well, it's worth 6 or 7 minutes to discuss. So the program is, well, the popular Morgan and Peace, the modern Morgan and Peace program. Again, it was started again in 2021 after a 100-year hiatus, right? And it was done for the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan First Peace, yada, yada, yada. We loved it so much, we brought it back in 2023, but we added a proof San Francisco. It was so loved that we now have every year. So this is year 2025, year 4 in the modern program, and we have the San Francisco Beautiful Proof. How can you not love it, right? And the way they strike coins today with the pure silver, which is 0.999 on these coins, compared to the old 0.900, the detail is just wow. I mean, it looks like the bust of Liberty, old and new, are floating, and it's like just a sea in the background. It's that deep mirror as it references on the holder. Now these are all 70s, proof 70s. But we know that today in collecting, the label and the edition it came from matters significantly. And it's that old logic of how many versus how few. We love the how manys because popularity as an index is very important in collectibles. Case in point, the 2019 S Enhanced Reverse Proof, right? 30,000 proof Silver Eagles in 70, which is perfect, give or take 10,000 of them, so about a third. Or you can go back to the middle of the 1800s and get a 3-cent nickel in proof 65, of which there are less than 500 known for less money. So popularity indexes matter, right? It really does. Quality matters, right? And in the modern era, 70 is that mark. The Sheldon scale was 0 to 70, 70 being the not theoretical, the perfect coin. But now it's the label, and signature labels are very popular today. I know many of you might have seen them from a lot of our other competitors in the marketplace. Different look and feel on labels are important. But the one consistent program across all of them, that's not limited to PC, it's not limited to NG, NGC, PCGS, is the advanced release program. And the government instituted this years ago, and it was for the intention of getting the message across. So when a brand new coin launches, we're all out there launching and gathering as collectors. They only let 10% of the total mintage of that coin go out at that point, which means 90% is reserved for the collector to buy directly if they so want to. Their choice. Well, the grading services, because the coins are delivered before release, tag them as being from the advanced release, which means now they have their own label. They have their own category inside the label. And if you look at the Morgan and Peace program over the last couple of years, the proof program, because these are the proofs. I mean, the first proofs were 2023, then we had last year, 2024, and now we have this year, 2025. Let me walk through the numbers. So the first year that San Francisco proofs were ever done, it was a popular year. Firsts are always significant. I was in the bandwagon as well, still am. 23 S's, wow. 30, 40,000 coins certified, and the advanced release numbers were in that 2,500 range. Very small, less than 10% known. It balances kind of like the program balances. 2024, the number was somewhere in the high teens in 70 for the advanced release. Now, either of those two, find me an advanced release 23 or 24 Morgan or Peace for under $400. Because of how few of them are certified and tagged as being from the release. So as I said, there is just sometimes fun falling into things, right? And just watching the numbers evolve. There's a lot of stuff on the table this year, right? We have the Morgan and Peace program, we have the Silver Eagle, we have the Privy Silver Eagles, we have the DC with Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman. We had the Marine Corps release earlier this year. We have others still coming this year. We had the Liberty series with a big sunflower. Dollars were tied up. When dollars get tied up, you just got to look for the numbers that are the advantageous ones. If you go to PCGS's website right now, you'll find both of these coins, the 25 proof Morgan and Peace, right? And then when you click on the actual coin, the little plus sign, click the plus sign, it'll open up and tell you all the labels that are associated with the global number of coins certified. And then you're going to see the advanced numbers. And I can't tell you the last time I've seen an advanced number under 750 coins. In 70, period. Well, this one broke the bank. The Morgan dollar is only 740 coins. That's it. There are no more. It can't happen. And the Peace dollar is a little bit rarer at 720 coins. So that means this pair, the maximum known, could be 720 Morgan and Peace pairs in the world. They are the rarest of the rare in the program this year, and nothing is even within 1,000 coins. The competition, when they had these available earlier, which were part of the 720 and the 740, they were at $600 for the pair. And it was a really good price. Why it sold out so quickly. Do the math. $249.95 times 2. And now we know how rare they are. And we're still $100 less. That's the AVC way. Guys, I do not have time for a clock. Looks like we're really close to being sold out. If you have it in your shopping cart, please push it through. But again, I'm a numbers geek. I look at these beautiful coins, the quality, the popularity, but the numbers behind them do matter. How many versus how few is an ongoing conversation for all collectors. It's part of the great American coin hunt. And trust me, these two worth every ounce of consideration there is.
Our first small-sized dollar was the Susan B. Anthony. It was only made for a few years, 1979 through 1981, and they ended up replacing it because it looked too much like a quarter. You'll see the quarter on the right side on the bottom there. It's very close in size and color to the quarter. So it was a short-lived series. They did need to change it because prior to that we had those large dollars and people didn't want to carry them in their change anymore. So they got rid of the Eisenhower, and it was a great idea. Let's bring out a smaller dollar. But again, they changed it to the new golden dollars that we're used to seeing today, the Sacagawea, the presidential, the innovation. But let's stick to the SBAs here. 3 years, they put them in the proof sets, 1979 through 1981, and you get all 3 proof sets for that low price of $39.95. Our competition wants $29.95 per coin. By the way, they want $70 for all 3 sets. So no matter which way you look at it, you are saving. You'll get all 3 sets and original government packaging for that low price of just $39.95. This one is a great buy, folks. The only small dollars in that copper-clad color are the SBAs.
The Great American Coin Hunt is a hunt because of the following phrase: why can't I find this? And a lot of us use the old school, which is the guidebooks, the red books, the blue books, etc., that say this is what they made in 1944. This is what they made in 1912. Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco. There were millions of them. Why can't I find them? Well, there's a lot of factors that fall into that answer. And tonight, in the Morgan Dollar series, one coin is the poster child on why. Tonight, finally back after 6 months, the 1904 Philadelphia Morgan. And look at the quality. So let's go to the quality first, and then I'll get into the story of the coin, because the story is crazy. It's a great story. I love stories. Years and years ago, when it was myself or Don or the two of us together doing this, many of you might recall, Don speaking just about as fast as I do. If we're talking about uncirculated, 3 words in a row, or we're talking about uncirculated, where we pause is 2 different grades in the coin business. And it can mean a lot of money. And it's not intended ever to be misleading. So, to avoid the pause on our long run-on sentences, Don coined the phrase super slider. They look like an unk, they slide by. They are technically a AU 53 to a 55 on the Sheldon scale. They slide by as a 60, which is uncirculated. So you look at them closely, they have great detail on the high points that are traditionally the wear points, yet we know if you send them to NGC or PCGS, etc., they come back as a beautiful, about uncirculated coin. So tonight, this is what we have. The last Philadelphia Morgan. Now, the original program is the important part. In 1904, this year, we stopped making the Morgan. So we had 27 consecutive years dating back to 1878 when it began. It wasn't brought back in 1921 until the events of the Pittman Act from Senator Key Pittman, where over 350 million Morgan dollars from the first 27 years were melted. The silver at $1 an ounce was sold to England to use to prop up their currency. The one thing that nobody really goes past in that legislation is the fact that it also required the U.S. Mint to buy more silver, U.S. domestic silver, to replace it. So basically it was a 350 million ounce buy authorization. Sell and buy, the numbers don't change. And then we have to recoin it, which is why the 21 Morgans were released when the war was over. We had silver left over while they were working out the peace dollar. So great story, and I'll get further into that as well. So when you look at mintages alone, this one is 2.7 million. So you'd say, it should be out there. Well, try finding a circulated coin that looks nice, and then take the next step, which is the beautiful super sliders or even uncirculated coins. Now, by mintage, it's number 6 out of the 27 original plus the 8 tail feather, which is 28, original Philadelphia Morgans. So it's a small key coin. But that destruction with the Pittman Act is simple and logical and unrefuted if you just follow the very simple process. With the second chapter of mintages being on the table for us today, and that is NGC, PCGS, etc., publishing how many coins they see. Not the grades they're seeing, but they're publishing how many coins they've seen. And then you want to get into the grades after. So if you see a coin that has 3 million and you only see 400 coins, you kind of have an idea as what's going on. If you look at the Morgan Dollar series as a whole and go from 1904 backwards 350 million coins, you end up somewhere in the middle of the 1880s. Is it a unique thought or just happenstance because numbers dictate that when you get into the middle 1880s, you start seeing populations of 200,000 coins, 100,000 coins, 400,000 coins known to have survived and certified by the services? Or on the other hand, this coin, the last one made, the one closest to the door when you open it up to start melting coins, between NGC and PCGS combined, is 18,807. Yeah. And if you go to 03, you go to 02, you go to 01, you're seeing the same type of story straight down. Philadelphia was decimated across the board. But it's logical. It's where most of the coins were made. It's where most of the coins were stored. And again, they didn't open the vault door and say, hey, let's go to the back and pull all those bags out. 350 million means a lot of bags. 350,000 bags. And they're not going to crawl over the top. They're going to take what's at the end and just keep on going. Which is, again, why the coins that did survive are the older coins, because they were the ones furthest back. Just fun stories. But here are the numbers, right? The competition sells fine 12. So a 12 on the 70-point scale, where this is a 53, 55. They're a 12 at 137. They are 169 at a 40. And at a 60, a true uncirculated coin, they're $489. Which is not bad, by the way. For an unk, that's a good price. So I look at the super slider category, about uncirculated, as the jumping point. Where does it lean? Does it lean closer to circulated or closer to unk? I mean, if unk was 150 and this was 99, if you could afford it, you go for the unk, right? But if unks are 400 or 500 and circulateds, well, from our competition sell for more, it's not rocket science to say this coin, this quality is, well, a tonight only special. Guys, if you're visiting via the web, push it through. I blew through the stop sign. So sorry, everybody, but we're almost sold out. Thank you for listening. Got to be moving on.
We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Sacagawea dollar, first issued in the year 2000. Now, from 2000 to 2008, they had the same obverse and reverse design. And in 2009, they kept the obverse and they started changing the designs on the reverse. This one here is the year 2025. It is the high quality, finest strike proof made out of San Francisco. Now, so far, about 300,000 proof sets were made. But the population is still so small. There's still around 3,000, just under, even though that Sacagawea dollar is in the clad proof set and also the silver proof set. You would think that the population would be a lot higher, but it isn't. We're at $29.95, everybody. Competition, way north. They're at $99.99 for this same coin in the same grade from the same grading service, NGC, with the same beautiful Sacagawea label. Join us while they last, just $29.95. The finest strike, the proof, the best grade you can get, the 70.
One of my favorite areas in coin collecting is the Franklin $half series. It's 3/4 of a century old, excessively rare when you compare it to things on either side of it, earlier and later, yet they're still affordable today. Well, tonight we're bringing out the last 4 years in proof in 68. And the price? Well, you're not going to believe it. And that price is, we are under $100, and we're way under $100 at the price of just $59.95. So let's take a second and just talk about the Franklin half dollar series. Franklin half dollar was introduced in 1948. It replaced the Walking Liberty half dollar. At that time in history, Franklin was the very first ever non-president in a circulating U.S. coin. We had the Lincoln cent, Jefferson nickel, Roosevelt dime, right? Washington quarter. And now we had the Franklin, so a non-president. Big deal at this time in history. Big deal. The series went through 1963, where unfortunately, due to the events of late 1963 and the assassination of President Kennedy, we had the Kennedy half dollar in 1964. So all of them are presidents all of a sudden, right? The unique thing is the U.S. Mint did not make proofs available to the American public in 1948. They didn't start making proof sets available to the public until 1950. So proofs are 14 years in the Franklin series. Uncirculated coins are 16 years. Just one of those things. Tonight, these are the last 4 years. Now, the only place these come from is polypack proof sets, which is the proof set style used at the time. When the San Francisco Mint took over in 1968, we had the hard plastic. Prior to that, it was Philadelphia, and they were a polypack put in an envelope. So as a result, high-end quality stuff is just missing in the marketplace. And let me just talk about that for a second as well. So proof is a method of manufacture. It's how they make something. A regular coin is struck once, put into circulation. A proof, as I referenced earlier, is made for collectors. It's our coin. They polish the dies, they polish the piece of metal, in this case, the half dollar blank, and then they slap it twice under enormous pressure, giving it that beautiful mirrored background on all these vintage Philadelphia proofs. Now, again, we're in 2024 right now. So look at these. They're upwards of 3/4 of a century old, and they look gorgeous, just as nice as the coins we see today. With all that said, and the grade being a 68, and there are no 70s. So the finest known is a 69. And most of those are in the $400 to $700 price range, based upon where you're able to find the coin. So when we can bring out 68s at only $59.95 each, it is an outstanding opportunity, a beautiful time to get in, not only on some rarity, but some high-end quality. Now, traditionally, normally, you see us talking about 67 and higher in the Franklin series, in the proof series. My competition sells 67s for more than we're selling the 68s tonight. They're at 69 and 79 for these 4 years, respectively. My competition sells the exact same coins you're seeing on your screen. They had a flash sale in the last week in one of their shows, a highlighted item, and they were at $99.95. Look at our price tonight. We're at $59.95. Now, the choice again is your choice, which means let's just say you have the 63 already. You got our 63, 64 combo ones. Well, then 60, 61, 62 are open, unless you wanted a duplicate in the 63s, and there's nothing ever wrong with having multiples of a really good thing. Now let's talk outright rarity, because the numbers are staggering on these 4 proof sets. I'm going to bring out 3 numbers. The first number is going to be how many proof sets they made. The second number is going to be 67 and higher. And then it's going to be the third number is going to be 68 and higher. And it's just because the numbers are just so special. They made 1.6 million proof sets in 1960. That's where these came from. In 67 grade, there are 27,036 coins. Beautiful coin, very special. But in 68 grade, there's only 9,161 known. We're talking almost 18,000 coins less from a 67 to a 68. That's how special 68s are. It's just compounding on how rare they really are. 1961, 3 million proof sets. 36,900 in 67 or higher, and we're at 12,068 in 68. We're talking almost 25,000 coins different between one to the next. 1962 was right on the same par. We looked at 3.2 million proof sets, 34,000 and change versus 12,400. That's 21,000 coin difference. In 1963, the last of all the proof Franklins, we're looking at another 3 million sets made that year. 44,000 to 17,000. We're talking 27,000 coin difference. So the jump from one grade to the next is always a significant price structure. Quality as you get closer and closer to the perfection. And again, in these four coins, perfection is a 69. There are no 70s in the last 39 years graded by NGC in the Franklin series these 4 years. So you can get a 68 with my competition's $100 price compared to a 69 at that $400 to $600 range I was referencing. Not a bad buy, not a bad buy at all. But tonight, if you can look at our numbers, not $99, we're $40 less each coin. Heck, one of our competitors has these coins in capsules, 9 grades lower, just regular capsules cut out of the proof set. And they're in the low 80s per coin. We're selling you some of the finest for less. Guys, let's put a 30-second clock up, please. Lots of activity, lots of everybody buying all four. A few people are buying singles. I can see that, and I want to say thank you to all. When you get these, you are going to be hooked. And that's not a bad problem to have, because they are very rare, very special coins. Yet they're affordable today. A Kennedy $50 from last year, a silver, high end, which today is a 70. Are they under $150? That was last year's silver $50. These are 3/4 of a century ago. And look at the numbers as I referenced, 9,100, 12,000, 12,000, 17,000, known to exist out of 3 million sets. That's something special. And at $59.95, you can join us.
The Civil War, 1861 through 1865. What happened at the time? People were hoarding coins, especially silver and copper. So the United States Treasury began issuing fractional currency, which was basically paper notes worth less than $1. This one here is the 50-cent variety. We have a couple different dates, 1863, 1864, and they're in gorgeous collector circulated quality. No tears, pinholes, etc. Now, keep in mind, it wasn't until 1878, just about 20 years or so after when the Civil War ended, when they discovered all that silver in the Comstock lode, that they had enough silver to make a silver dollar. And 1878 is when they finally brought out the silver dollar series, which was the Morgan dollar. Prior to that, most paper notes were destroyed. Very, very few are found today. I couldn't find this with a competitor, folks, so I can't give you a competitor price. I can tell you that these are very popular. I know you love them. We've had a lot of fun with these, so while they last, join us at only $79.95.
Shield cents, the end of an era, right? Again, November 12th was the last cent ever struck in this country. And the last design type was the shield. Wheaties started it, 50 years. Memorial second, 50 years. For the last 16 years, it's been the shield cent. Well, tonight we have one of those crazy AVC, America's Value Channel offers. We have all 16 years. We have the P's and the D's, but not just in a set. We have a roll set. That's a lot of coins and a crazy value. Let's enjoy it. So as I said, this is the third chapter in the Lincoln story. You can maybe call it the fourth chapter if you want to take a chapter in our history. Again, chapter 1's the Wheaties, chapter 2's the memorials. So we can say 2009, the 100th anniversary celebration. 13 weeks times 4, beautiful new designs. And then the next series is 2010, the Shield Cent. That's what we're talking about here. But on November 12th, we ended it. It's a date in coin collecting infamy, kind of using President Roosevelt's theme for World War II. But it's a date that's going to go down. I mean, the cent was the first coin struck by the U.S. Mint in 1793. I think I said it 10 times tonight already. That's factual, and it's a lot of history. Coin collecting is all about our history. And on November 12th, we struck the last cent. Happened to be a Shield Cent. Now, I'm glad we stopped there, because in 2017, we celebrated the 225th anniversary of the U.S. Mint. And for the only time in U.S. history, not one of, the only, they put the P mint mark on a Lincoln cent. Or any cent for that matter. So tonight, it's from 2010 to 2025, 16 years of that beautiful Shield Cent. They issued 2 coins, a Philadelphia and a Denver. All inclusive. The first year 2010s are there. The 2017 P is here. The 2025s, which are going through the roof right now, are here. But it's not just a coin like we're showing on top of the roll. It is a full roll of each. You are getting 32 rolls. 50 coins in a roll. Right? So 100 coins times 16, we're looking at 1,600 coins in all. And they will come to you exactly as you see on your screen. Differentiation from P to D with the color of the wrapper. And then they're taped just because we want them to be secure. They are in the Loctite tubes, which again are the more premium tubes, the only ones we use here. Let's do the math on this, right? Outright math. We're under $6 a roll. The 2010s, my competition, are selling for $14 to $15 a roll. That's just 2 rolls, right? So we're at $30 to $40 there. The 2017 P, Philadelphia, the mint mark coin right there. The craziest coin in this history of the cent. The only one of its kind at $25 to $30. The 2025s, I mean, we've been talking about them and we've had them in every show this year. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, right? Every show, one of the segments was talking about the Lincoln Cent in the roll format for our viewers. Right now, the wholesale on those rolls is more than we sold all of our rolls for. That's how crazy it is. We're looking at $40, $50. You might get 1 or 2 rolls. Most are at $59.95 for a 2-roll pair to get it in your hands. That's just the 25s by themselves. So if you add up just those 5 rolls I talked about, we're really close to the price we have for all 32 rolls. It is one of those special opportunities, and we're not going to have a long conversation here because I only had a few. Unfortunately, in today's world, trying to find all of these. I mean, if I don't have a 2014 D or a 2015 D, which are tough coins, I can't put it, I have to have 50 of them to make one of these deals because each roll is 50 coins. And it's all of them. There's nothing missing. It's one of the craziest deals. We had them available earlier this year before all the hype on the 25s being the end of the era, the closing of the chapter, as it will. But I'm just thrilled that, tonight we get to kind of end the era with the collection. It's the only attainable one by roll format, but it's a fun one. Right? Just a great opportunity. 50 rolls of P and D for every year the Shield cent was made. 16 years times 2, 32. 50 coins per roll means you're at 1,600 coins in all. All of them uncirculated, all of them gorgeous, as you see on your screen. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. Do I have any of these available individually? Some I do. There are 5 or 6 of these that are really difference makers for us. Big time difference makers. And i.e. we can't get enough of them or we'd have more roll sets available. But I know like the 2010 P and D, I think we have a couple up there. 17 Ps we have, 17 Ds we don't. The 25 P and D are only reserved in this collection right now. The market's just going crazy in a few of them. 15D, as I mentioned earlier, we do not have those individually. But we have a bunch of the others. But tonight, $189.95 for all 32 rolls. We're under $6 a roll. And you get everything at the 50 coin uncirculated level. My competition, they're over $500 for the same 32 rolls. As I referenced, the top 5 in this, the storied coins, the first, the last, the 17 Ps, they're almost at our price with just those. But there are a few other real big rarities, the 14D, 15D, as I said. This is just a fun one. $189.95 for all 32 rolls. The complete collection. And then some, right? Told you this was going to be a lot of fun. Time to be moving on.
As we get ready, folks, for the brand new Silver Eagle coming out in just a few short months, let's go back to some pockets that we have and snatch them up while they're available. This one here is 2024, last year's Silver Eagle, and why I bring it up is we have a handful or so left in the Eagle Core, but the population is still under 240,000. Prior year 2023 was almost 380,000. So I thought this one would be perfect to bring back up to add to your collection while we're getting ready for the brand new year. Just $89.95. Our competition sells uncirculated in capsules for over $100. And that's just a regular coin in a capsule, probably a Mint State 60 if you want to put it on the Sheldon scale. How about a perfect 70 for less? Just $89.95 while they last. We have less than a row box available. So that's why we're putting it up for a quick pop here to give you a chance to grab yours, the most coveted core in the industry. Exclusive to us, you have the design of Lady Liberty on the obverse integrated into the core and the label, and you also have the Eagle Landing integrated into the design on the full back. Gorgeous. We love it. We know you do too. Grab yours tonight.
We've talked a lot about the Lincoln cent this year, the last 90 days, right? And then shortly after that, it kind of got buried with all the miscellaneous news going on in the world, right? The Kennedy half dollar. As we know it, the presidential seal reverse is gone. This is the last year. So that means we have 60 odd years on that beautiful Kennedy half dollar. 1964 through 2025. P's and D's were applicable, a couple of years only. P or D is what they did. Well, tonight the best part is we've accumulated all of them. It's 116 coins, all of them. And now we have them in that beautiful Dansko album, at least for a few minutes. Let's go. And also look at that price, huh? Yeah, that is outright special. So the Kennedy half dollar was introduced in 1964. We have 90% silver coins in circulation for 1 year only. There's a P and there's a D. Then we pull silver. So we think. We actually didn't. They made a special, first time ever in the history of the U.S. Mint, 40% silver. You can see that where this is copper clad, the sandwich on top. Obviously the 8 silver coins. However, they made only 1 coin per year to limit hoarding of silver. Can't make that up. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. Ending with, in 1970, Denver, the only Kennedy made, was only released in uncirculated sets. So in 1971, the P and D clad era begins. and it rolls forward. Every year a P and a D. Every year a P and a D. The bicentennial year, 75, 76, is the same coin, right? Because of dual dates. But then in 2001, because of usage in circulation, they pull the Kennedy half dollar again. We're done making the Kennedy. And we kind of say we don't like that because it's the largest coin in circulation. We like it big or go home, right? The U.S. mantra. And this is the largest coin in circulation. The Kennedy, the silver dollar, ended in 1935. So the U.S. Mint later in the year decides that in 2002 to the present, 2025, for those 20 plus years, we're going to make collector Kennedy half dollars only. They are legal tender, but only sold in rolls, bags, and in uncirculated sets. And the unique thing is, with that said, they still produced between 1.5 and 1.7 million P's and D's separately every year. That's how many Kennedy collectors are out there, how popular the Kennedy series is. So next year we have the 250th anniversary. They've already told us it's going to be a new design, a new look, a new feel, and then they're changing it to the Special Olympics reverse in 2027. So the Kennedy half dollar as we know it, with that beautiful presidential sealed reverse, which you're looking at right here, right now, except for that bicentennial Independence Hall reverse we had for USA 200. This is it. This is the complete collection. Nothing's missing. So we have the 64 P and D, silver. We have the 65P, 66P, 67P. We have the 68D, 69D, 70D. So we have a total of 8. As you see here when we open up, you can tell there's the 8 silvers that made it to circulation. It also includes the 87 P and D. They did not make them for circulation that year, only for collectors. And then the back end of the program, many people call them the forgotten years. The forgotten years being 2002 to the present, 2025. All of them accounts to 116 coins, as you can see in this beautiful album complete. It will come to you assembled as you see it. All the coins are uncirculated as they were struck and saved by a collector over the years, to where now we can put together a limited number of albums since it's over. The series as we know it, the Kennedy half dollar as we know it, and as we have known it for the last 60 plus years, is no more. This is the last of its kind. The other part of this is the U.S. Mint sells, I told you earlier, the P&D rolls, sold out. The minute the word got out that this is going to be the last year, it disappeared, just like the snap of a finger. Special, special stuff. Good question. Yes. I referenced it, but I kind of blew by it in a long run-on sentence, which is kind of what I do. That, yes, all 116 coins will be assembled in the album you're seeing in front of you. It'll come just like this to you. You can take the slide on the top and a slide on the bottom, the way the Dansko album works per page, and take the coins out if you wish to do so. It's a relatively easy working album. Recommend not, because it potentially could scratch the coins. And the whole point of an uncirculated coin is to keep it somewhat protected, right? The competition. For 1964 to 1970, the 8 silver issues I mentioned earlier. They're at $49.95 for the two 90% silvers. They're at $26.95 for the P&D 65 to 69s put into circulation. And the 70D, the rarest of all the Kennedys, issued in the uncirculated format. They're at $60.50. We're at $245 for the 8 silvers. They have the forgotten years, 2002 to the end. So 2 per year, a P and a D, for 20 plus years. They're at over $250 for those as well. Now we're over $500, and we forgot the 50 coins in the middle, of which include the 87s, P's and D's not in circulation. We're under $3.50 a coin. We found nobody selling Kennedys in uncirculated condition, including the 2025s, for under $5 a coin. Tonight, hundreds and hundreds of dollars under that of our competition, and you get them all. Maybe for the last time. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. If you're visiting us via the web on this one, avccoins.com, please push it through your shopping cart. We're getting really close on this. Lots of people on the phone, and I thank you all for it. Do we have them individually? We have a number of different Kennedy collections broken down over the last 60 years on the website, so just click the $50 tab, click Kennedys, you'll see a lot of information. But tonight, this is everything. It started in '64, it's ending in 2025. Every uncirculated coin, all 116 of them, as it references in the graphic. And our price tonight, yeah, we're under $400.
If you add up all of the Morgan dollars made in the entire series of all the mints, you come up with 96 coins. This one here, the 1895, made out of New Orleans, ranks number 10. So you have a top 10. But even if you just take all the New Orleans out, put them aside in a chart, there's 26 of them. This one ranks number 2. The only one rarer is the 93O. What's even more incredible, so that mintage figure keeps it as a number 2 in the O's, but check out population reports. NGC and PCGS combined have only reported ever seeing 16,000 and change. Wow. 1899P, key date in the P mints, that's a number 2, 32,000 seen. 81cc, 52,000 seen. This one is a must-have for the price. Our competition sells VFs for over $1,100, and if you want to find this coin, a 95O in AU condition, it'll run you over $3,300. Each one of these is in hand-selected collector quality circulated condition, and at this price, they're going to move fast.
Over the last month, it's been Chicago, it's been Denver, it's been Pan, right outside of Pittsburgh. Shows where myself, my team are out buying, putting together the coins we have in our show every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And one of the more frequent questions is when they do bump into me and say, hey, hello, is, have you seen this? And in the Morgan Dollar series, San Francisco style, there are 2 coins that are the most frequently asked about coins. Mintage figures are not the answer here, it's surviving coins. But tonight we got a few anyways. Those beautiful 90 and 97S Morgan dollars. And yes, if you do see us walking at the show, whether it's Allison or myself, many of you might recognize Grant, but one of the 3 of us are at all of these. Those last 3 I just mentioned, I was at all 3 of them. You see us, stop up and say hi. Love to chat with you. If I can point you in a direction, I'd be happy to help. At a coin show, it's like for me, it's like being a kid in the candy store, right? And I get to do it for a living, so it's just a pleasure. But finding what you need is always the challenge, is it not? And there are consistencies that we're always bumping into. And the San Francisco Mint is known for striking the finest struck Morgan dollars in its history. 1878 to 1904, 1921. Every time San Francisco wins. Literally. You can see why. I mean, look at this. The high point on the reverse is the breast of the eagle. The breast feathers. You can see them all. You can count them. The obverse, it's the earlobe. And there's actually detail, not just a flat that you normally see. The tiara she's wearing. You can read the word liberty. It's just beautiful when you find, well, nice uncirculated specimens to work with. The challenge is finding them. And I'm a numbers geek, so when you get to coins, the mintages say this, and then you can't find them, right? Why is that? Well, because we had the Pittman Act in 1918. We had the Manhattan Project in the late 1930s, early 1940s, the atomic bomb, and silver was just destroyed like it was going out of style. Now we're in silver 50 again, and this will be the third time in world history, but it's also modern history. I experienced all three of the $50 bounces, 1980, give or take a decade ago, and again, right now it's happening, and it's holding. So going back and finding the vintage Morgans, you can find a coin, but can you find that coin? These two are poster children for mintage figure versus surviving. And that 1918 Pittman Act, where we melted over 60% of all the Morgan dollars ever struck, whether it was a P, an S, an O, a CC, the four that made them at that time, we have no idea what was what. But now with NGC, PCGS, ANAX, ICG, CAC, all publishing what they've seen. And for the first two, NGC and PCGS, that's 40 years of history. I mean, NGC by themselves have certified over 4 million Morgan dollars. All years, all mints. PC's not that far behind. That's 8 million coins, just with 2 grading services seen. But then you look at how many of one coin versus the other, which is sometimes contrarian to that of the mintage figures, how many they made, enlightens, explains. So if you look at these two, it's outright crazy. I'm going to rattle off the 79, 80, 81, 82S surviving coins as reported by NGC and PCGS. 79 is 245,000 and change. 80S, 373,000. 81S, 597,000. 82S, 190,000. And then you get to 1890, towards the end of the run, 30,000 and change. Then you get to 1897, 25,000 and change. Added together, it just explains why when you go to a show and you're looking for a coin sometimes, and the mintage figure says it should be there. I mean, the mintages were 8.2 and 5.8. They should be there. There's a reason why they might not be. The usage, the trending of that time, all of that can be a change. And then, again, the original Morgan Dollar series, and then the second release of silver in the 1890s kicked it up later, which is why in the middle part of the 1890s, the mintages are so tiny on many of these. Yet, even with the tiny mintages, these two are not seen. The competition for a circulated coin, a fine 12, 116 and 120 bucks respectively. We have a mint state 60, an uncirculated specimen, and we're $20+ less per coin. That's just how we do things here. For an uncirculated coin, you're looking upwards of the high single digits, almost 200 each coin. But when you look at the math behind them, again, lower mintages than the 79 to 82s, but also the population reports are just non-existent. It just explains why you do or don't see coins. And if you don't see them, what happens? All it takes is 3 people wanting something there's only 2 of, and that changes the marketplace, right? That's the fun of collecting, the outright fun of collecting. But tonight we have an opportunity to get 2 coins we don't talk about often. 2 coins I'm asked often about when I bump into you at a show. If you've seen any, where are they? Or the other one is, hey, I found one, ha 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 ha, which is just great power. Good hunting. The Great American Coin Hunt is at its best when we're at those shows competing for the same coins, right? Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So the San Francisco Mint struck the Morgan dollar all 28 years. But over those 28 years, all 28 are not alike. The 93S might be the holy grail, the lowest minted coin of them all at 100,000. But when you start looking at the other coins wrapped around it, it doesn't mean if it was made more recent that it's rarer. It doesn't mean if it's older, it's rarer. It means what survived based upon what the government put in their vaults and or what survived with collectors 25 plus years ago. Tonight we have two of the classics, two with the tiny population flow that always just make the phones rock. Join us at avccoins.com because right now you're hearing the fast busy. But patience, it's only about a 15-second wait from what I can see, so you will not lose out. We are close to a sellout though, so push it through. Thank you all for listening. This pair, these late date S's are fun.
Our first small-size dollar was the Susan B. Anthony. It was only made for a few years, 1979 through 1981, and they ended up replacing it because it looked too much like a quarter. You'll see the quarter on the right side, on the bottom there. It's very close in size and color to the quarter. So it was a short-lived series. They did need to change it because prior to that we had those large dollars and people didn't want to carry them in their change anymore. So they got rid of the Eisenhower and it was a great idea. Let's bring out a smaller dollar. But again, they changed it to the new golden dollars that we're used to seeing today, the Sacagawea, the presidential, the innovation. But let's stick to the SBAs here. 3 years, they put them in the proof sets, 1979 through 1981, and you get all 3 proof sets for that low price of $39.95. Our competition wants $29.95 per coin. By the way, they want $70 for all 3 sets. So no matter which way you look at it, you are saving. You'll get all 3 sets and original government packaging for that low price of just $39.95. This one is a great buy, folks. The only small dollars in that copper-clad color are the SBAs.
When we talked about we have the Marine Corps Proof Silver Eagle Privy in stock, and we were talking about the OGPs earlier in the show, we had a lot of calls in saying, any of the certified stuff available right now? So the answer is, well, yes, we do have one. It's time. Let's go. Excuse me there. How's that for a sneeze early on in a presentation? So yes, we not only have a certified coin in stock right now, we have an advanced release certified Silver Eagle in stock right now. And I'm going to explain that first. But let's get to the coins themselves. Earlier this year, right, June 14th, we had the Army release 100,000 coins and sold out. The second of the 250th anniversary coins was the Navy on October 13th, and that at 100,000 sold out. And the last of the 3 is the Marine Corps, recently brought out on November 10th, and sold out. All of them were 100,000. All of them had the privy mark of the branch of service, as you can see right there. The difference is each coin was made at a different U.S. mint. West Point was Army, San Francisco was the Navy, and Philadelphia, the P mint mark, for the first time since the year 2000. 25 years ago was the last time a P mint mark was an approved Silver Eagle, right? 100,000 sold out and gone. And gone. Now, second part of this conversation early is about advanced release. What is advanced release? A number of years ago, the U.S. Mint joined with a number of us in the industry to bring forward the message of coin collecting. And all of us together, there's 10% of the official mintage that are brought out to us. The 90% goes to the individuals. And it's been a great program with that. And then those 10% is broken down amongst us all. So small numbers, but at least we all have some coins to talk about the event, talk about the release, and get out there and just rah-rah U.S. coins, which is what we're doing. With that being done, the grading services, NGC and PCGS, started tagging these coins because they were delivered prior to release, and they couldn't be released to us till, well, after release. So that way everybody's getting the coins at the same time. I understand the reasoning, it's perfect. But with that and the tagging of advanced release, it opened up a whole new label, fun. For years and years, first day of issue was the calling, right? And the big premiums on those coins. This is before first day of issue. First day of issue means you bought it on the first day. These are part of the advanced release program, which is why they're tagged as such. Which means pretty much without fail, every edition released by the U.S. Mint, it has the smallest population numbers. And we all know that in today's real world, quality matters, and how many, how few, the how few part matters even more. Well, tonight we have the gem. Because you might recall the U.S. Mint has delayed release of shipping the other Marine Corps coins until the middle part of December. And I understand why they're doing it and applaud what they're doing it for. Wanted to make sure the quality is up to where it needs to be, etc. I get it. Kudos. But a number of us in the ABBP, we did receive our shipments. We have our coins. We were told we can keep our coins, and we're moving forward with that. Because of that, here are the numbers. And it's like, wow, moment. The Army, right? If you go to PCGS's website, and this is all free information, published information, you're going to notice that there's 8,005 certified Army Privy coins, of which there were 1,761 advanced release, right? And that was the West Point issue. San Francisco made the Navy, right? It was launched in October, so it's not as old, and that number will grow a little bit. And we're looking at a little over 6,600 coins, which netted down to 2,078. Now, the Marine Corps doesn't have a first number yet, because most of the coins were not delivered. But they have finalized the last number because, well, advanced release has to be tagged before the release date. These have been released. They've all sold out. They're at 851. 1,761 Armies, 2,078 Navy, and only 851 of the Marine Corps. Yeah. And then here's the other part that makes this very exciting. The Philadelphia mint mark I talked about. What coin has the lowest mint population on a Philadelphia proof? From 93 through the year 2000, right? Philadelphia was the proof Silver Eagle mint. The big P mint mark for the first time in U.S. history on a silver dollar. 94 was number one at a multiple hundreds of thousands. Well, the ding, ding, ding is this coin is now the lowest minted Philadelphia proof Silver Eagle. And it's tied to the Marine Corps Privy. With all that said, look at our price. We have our competitors selling OGPs for $379 to $399. Their advanced releases are $499 and higher. Those are the 69s, not the 70s, which are closer to $800 to $1,000. So I think of value, this is it. Guys, give me a 30-second. Actually, guys, we don't have time for a clock, so stay with me. If you have it in your shopping cart, push it through. Do I have other advanced release of the Privy Proof Silver Eagles? I might have Navy. I know I'm sold out of Army. So check us out at avccoins.com. But tonight, $2.99 and this story and this limited quantity, that's a mark. Give us a call.
We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Sacagawea dollar, first issued in the year 2000. Now, from 2000 to 2008, they had the same obverse and reverse design. And in 2009, they kept the obverse and they started changing the designs on the reverse. This one here is the year 2025. It is the high quality, finest strike proof made out of San Francisco. Now, so far, about 300,000 proof sets were made. But the population is still so small. There's still around 3,000 just under, even though that Sacagawea dollar is in the clad proof set and also the silver proof set. You would think that the population would be a lot higher, but it isn't. We're at $29.95, everybody. Competition, way north. They're at $99.99 for this same coin in the same grade from the same grading service, NGC, with the same beautiful Sacagawea label. Join us while they last, just $29.95. The finest strike, the proof, the best grade you can get, the 70.
I saw an advertisement about 10 days ago from one of our rivals talking about how the silver and gold market's hot, and it is, we know that, and there's an alternative that always gets looked over. And with the ending of the Lincoln cent, a lot of attention's been given to it. Copper. And they had a special deal, up to 10 different designs, U.S. coin designs in 1 ounce coppers for only $7.99. It was so successful, we get a phone call here because we bought a large quantity of these coppers and wanted to know if they could buy some of our coins because they needed more coins to fulfill. Again, they were at $7.99 a coin. Know what our response was? This was our response. That means it's a perfect time for us here at America's Value Channel to bring out our 1 ounce copper bonanza. Every single one of these, a 1 ounce copper, made in the United States, 0.999, beautiful stuff. Every one of ours is going to be a U.S. coin design, including that first Fugio cent. So whether it is a $3 gold piece or a $1 gold piece or a Kennedy half dollar or a Barber quarter, a Morgan dollar, all the popular designs are in this group. As you can see on your screen, we have 20 different designs in stock right now, ready to go. So our response wasn't, okay, you were selling yours at $7.99 with up to 10 different. We're going to do you a solid. We're going to go on the air and talk about this at $2.99 each. $5 less per coin on a coin that's under $5 in the first place. Here's how the deal will work. If you want 5 pieces of copper, U.S. coin designs, we'll get you 5 different. If you want 10, we'll get you 10 different. If you want 15, we can do that too. Tonight, we actually have 20 different designs in-house ready to go. Now, many of them are very limited. I only got a couple of rolls each. If you do want individual designs, specific designs, I recommend you visit us at avccoins.com. We have a spot that is for medallions. You'll see copper, 1 ounce medallions. And they'll give you a listing of the ones we have available individually. I think they're at $3.99 each. I have not looked. I should have looked before we had this conversation. I was just excited the fact that they approved us selling these at, well, look at the price. Yeah. If they were at $7.99 and they wanted our inventory to fulfill part of their deal, you know where our price is. It's tight. And guess what? Our whole business model and our whole business structure here at AVC when it comes to collectible coins and our coin hours is develop customers. We love the category. I'm a coin collector at heart. I know most of you are. And it's all about finding the stuff today in the market. Who can I trust and where's the value? And sometimes it's who has the inventory. Well, tonight, obviously, we have the inventory, which is why they called us. But then also, where's the value? And when you have the value and the quantity and the price all aligning together, it's just, let's just do some business. So if we sell a couple of thousand coins tonight, which is what our plan is over this short couple of minutes we're going to talk, that's how we do it. Versus the 30 orders, the 50 orders they get at inflated prices. Nothing wrong with that. It's being at the right place, at the right time, and I'm glad you tuned into us this evening here at America's Value Channel. USA 250 is next year, right? And there's going to be some crazy celebrations in 2026, and the U.S. Mint has announced some of the new ideas they're bringing out. Bringing some classic coins back as medallions. Dual dating some coins, which we expected since we saw that in 1975-76. Our first special issue, the bicentennials. So we just decided to go and get the most popular coin designs in the history of the U.S. Mint, which is 19 of these, and then look at that design coin, known as the Fugio cent, going back to the 1780s, before the U.S. Mint opened up in 1793. And the storyline on that, and the cut-up snake on the reverse, and the mind your own business is just, you can't not have that. So that's our 20th. So our first ever cent, that big eagle flying, right? The beautiful walking Liberty half dollar right in the middle. The popular Morgan dollar, the number one. The first silver dollar ever, the flowing hair. All pieces of this puzzle for us tonight. But at $2.99 each, yeah, 10 of them means you're under 30. Get 20 different for under 60. Yes, that's the crazy math. And yes, they're all encapsulated. Yes. You're not paying extra for packaging. By the way, did I tell you the other ad? If you want capsules, they're an extra 99 cents each. Ours are in the price. Great stuff. The best stuff. So we always talk about precious metals, right? And it's the silver and gold of late, but the United States pulled gold in 1934, right? We saw that. They pulled silver dollars in 34. They pulled 90% in 64. But very few people remember that in 1982, we also pulled copper. But here is one of the craziest storylines in U.S. governing principles. You can get a gold coin today and melt it without a question. You can buy a silver coin today and melt it without a question. It is a federal crime to get a Lincoln cent or a large cent or a Flying Eagle cent and melting it, destroying it. And the reason why is because the cent is a dominant coin in our circulation flow, our commerce. We can't take out that coin. So if you try to send in a bunch of copper Lincoln cents to a smelter just to melt it for copper, and they do it, most likely it's not because it's above board. You just can't. You're not supposed to. And it's an interesting thing. Not saying anybody wants to do that, but kind of a funny story. We protect our coppers. Well, now with the Lincoln cent going away, the cent itself going away, which only was a matter of time. But going back to this deal. So again, guys, give me 30 seconds, by the way. Lots of people on the phones. They're backed up right now about a minute. So if you are with us, the alternative is avccoins.com, and use that as an order service. Put it in your shopping cart, check it through, whatever works for you for this item or for hanging on for a little while. If you are calling to talk to one of our operators and you hear the fast busy, don't worry about it. We're going to be here. Just give us a call back on your auto dial. Just hit the button, it'll bring you right back to us. Here's the deal. 1 ounce silver coppers, 1 ounce coppers, silver coppers. 1 ounce coppers, all U.S. coin designs, plus the Fugio cent, up to 20 different, $2.99 each. Outright crazy, huh?
The Civil War, 1861 through 1865. What happened at the time? People were hoarding coins, especially silver and copper. So the United States Treasury began issuing fractional currency, which was basically paper notes worth less than $1. This one here is the 50-cent variety. We have a couple different dates, 1863, 1864, and they're in gorgeous collector circulated quality. No tears, pinholes, etc. Now, keep in mind, it wasn't until 1878, just about 20 years or so after when the Civil War ended, when they discovered all that silver in the Comstock lode, that they had enough silver to make a silver dollar. And 1878 is when they finally brought out the silver dollar series, which was the Morgan dollar. Prior to that, most paper notes were destroyed. Very, very few are found today. I couldn't find this with a competitor, folks, so I can't give you a competitor price. I can tell you that these are very popular. I know you love them. We've had a lot of fun with these, so while they last, join us at only $79.95. Well, the holidays are coming up very soon, and if you're like me, I've been given a lot of thought into gift giving. What can I get this year? Every year I do this to myself, something that's meaningful and that will be treasured. How about I give you an idea? What if I told you you can get something that is not only collectible, but also festive at the same time? Let's jump in and I will show you all about it. The brand new 2025 Silver Eagle with 3 different Defender holiday designs. We have 3 to choose from. We have Happy Holidays, Season's Greetings, and Merry Christmas. Your choice, just $69.95 each. Now, what is very important to keep in mind is you don't have to choose one. You can buy multiples of one. You don't have to buy all 3 to get that low price, but we're giving you 3 different options because I know there's a lot of ways to say Happy Holidays, Season's Greetings. Some people like to say Merry Christmas. So we're giving you an option, 3 different options, all beautiful, festive, and collectible, because underneath the label in this Defender slab is the brand new 2025 Silver Eagle. This is the world's #1 silver dollar. We've been making Silver Eagles since the year 1986. And in 2021, we changed the design. So we're still early on in production for this brand new reverse, the Eagle Landing. 2022, 2023, 2024, now 2025. It started halfway through 2021. So we're still in the early years of this new design. And we all know about the first years of a design series. So this is the brand new Eagle Landing. Each one just $69.95. Each one individually decorated in the Defender slab with a special label. Now think of the Defender slab similar to in size to a PCGS or NGC slab, but without that sonically sealed graded coin, of course without the grading fees. This is just a packaging presentation, and it is called the Defender slab. So each coin is housed inside this beautiful sturdy slab. It's perfect for display and of course protection as well. So you'll store your Silver Eagle in there for years to come. But we have 3 choices. Happy Holidays, Season's Greetings, Merry Christmas, $69.95 each, and each one will have the coin that collectors know and love, the Silver Eagle, the largest, purest, and heaviest silver dollar in America. Competition is selling regular Silver Eagles for almost $20 more. They're at $87 just for a Silver Eagle in a flip or a capsule. So save over $17 tonight, folks, and get yours. Pick which one you'd like. Grab a bunch. It's time. Phones are very busy. I understand. They're gorgeous. Great price. So let's put that 30-second clock up. You're getting your choice of any one of these holiday-themed Silver Eagles for just $69.95 each. Each one has its own festive label. They're available online as well, which is avccoins.com. Each one has its own item number. Make sure you search by item number. Happy Holidays, Season's Greetings, Merry Christmas will also be in the description. You could search it that way as well to find them. So let's go ahead, folks. Let's get whichever design you'd like best secured while all 3 are still available. As we get ready, folks, for the brand new Silver Eagle coming out in just a few short months, let's go back to some pockets that we have and snatch them up while they're available. This one here is 2024, last year's Silver Eagle, and why I bring it up is we have a handful or so left in the Eagle Core, but the population is still under 240,000. Prior year 2023 was almost 380,000, so I thought this one would be perfect to bring back up to add to your collection while we're getting ready for the brand new year. Just $89.95. Our competition sells uncirculated in capsules for over 100. And that's just a regular coin in a capsule, probably a Mint State 60 if you want to put it on the Sheldon scale. How about a perfect 70 for less, just $89.95 while they last. We have less than a Robux available. So that's why we're putting it up for a quick pop here to give you a chance to grab yours, the most coveted core in the industry. Exclusive to us, you have the design of Lady Liberty on the obverse integrated into the core and the label, and you also have the eagle landing integrated into the design on the full back. Gorgeous. We love it. We know you do too. Grab yours tonight.
2025 has been a fun year in coin collecting. Earlier this year, the cent, no more, right? All the silver eagles being introduced, the privy marks, etc., for the 40th anniversary celebration, all fun stuff. But the one that caught everybody off guard, myself included, is the Kennedy is over. We're no longer going to be making the Kennedy after 2025. It just got better. The U.S. Mint is sold out. No bags, no rolls, it's done. And that market is right now in a frenzy. So we are bringing back for a couple of minutes, those of you that have not joined us yet, on an opportunity to get the last Kennedys. That beautiful 20 coin roll, 10 Ps, 10 Ds, and look at our crazy price. With everybody else raising their prices, we're talking about the $49, $59 for a 20 coin roll. We're at $34.95. Now, our roll, we're making it a little bit more unique for you. It is 20 coins. They're all uncirculated. But you're going to notice half of them will have a P or Philadelphia mint mark. And then the other half, the other 10, will have the D for Denver mint mark. It is a mixed roll, but it's exactly 10 and 10. Now, earlier this year, nobody really believed it. But then you looked into it and you said, yes, in 2027, they're bringing out a brand new series, Special Olympics thematic, right? As the topic for the half dollar. It'll be a 4-year program. It'll be unique and different. They already told us that for next year, 2026, USA 250. The Kennedy half dollar as a design will not be part of it. We're going to have a different theme, a different design on our half dollar celebrating our 250th anniversary. So that means, without telling us, the Kennedy half dollar after 62 years is gone. It was introduced in 1964 as a tribute to our fallen president, and it's been the coin of the realm ever since. Now, finding them is the challenge, and now with the U.S. Mint, if you had to buy a roll or a bag or etc., that option isn't even available anymore. They're gone. We have a small inventory left. We're putting them out here in a very short segment, so that way for those that are wanting to get in on the end of an era. Now, this literally happened 2 decades ago. 2001, they stopped making the Kennedy half dollar for circulation. We didn't like that as collectors, so in 2002, they made them only for collectors. So for the last 24 years, the Kennedy half dollar has been made for collectors, and they make over 1.5 to 1.7 million Ps and Ds separately. Over 3 million total half dollars just for collectors. At least they used to. 25 is where that changes. So join us with the end of the chapter, the final bookend of the beautiful Kennedy half dollar. President Kennedy facing left. The reverse is the eagle. All of our half dollars have the eagle, and our eagle here is a rendition of the presidential seal, right? All great. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. If you're with us, the phones are very busy right now. So join us at avccoins.com. If you have the laptop, home computer, smartphone, all of it works. Item number is 905-12022. And tonight, yes, our 20 coin rolls for only $34.95. Special? Oh yeah. In stock? Yes. Yours? That is a choice. Join us.
If you add up all of the Morgan dollars made in the entire series of all the mints, you come up with 96 coins. This one here, the 1895, made out of New Orleans, ranks number 10. So you have a top 10. But even if you just take all the New Orleans out, put them aside in a chart, there's 26 of them. This one ranks number 2. The only one rarer is the 93O. What's even more incredible, so that mintage figure keeps it as a number 2 in the O's, but check out population reports. NGC and PCGS combined have only reported ever seeing 16,000 and change. Wow. 1899P, key date in the P mints, that's a number 2, 32,000 seen. 81cc, 52,000 seen. This one is a must-have for the price. Our competition sells VFs for over $1,100. And if you want to find this coin, a 95O in AU condition, it'll run you over $3,300. Each one of these is in hand-selected collector quality circulated condition. And at this price, they're going to move fast.
When we started the show, I mentioned every hour, which means 5 times tonight in total, you're going to see a crazy vintage Morgan dollar deal. Well, it's time. And this one might be the craziest of them all. You are looking at the last New Orleans minted Morgan dollar, vintage Morgan dollar ever. Ever. They closed their doors in 1909. The last of the 27 consecutive years of the Morgan was 1904. So this is the end of the era for New Orleans. It is outright special. Now, every single one of these coins is gorgeous, uncirculated. As you can see on your screen right now, they are nothing but the best of the best. Now, a minute into this, let's go to the price. $69.95 tonight. If you're watching tomorrow, not going to be at these prices. If you're watching right now, you win big. Because these are $10 to $20 less than our regular prices, and our regular prices, we kick the industry's butt. And we're proud of it. These are just 15 random coins from a couple of the rolls we brought back from the last show. Gorgeous specimens. So let's talk about New Orleans. Let's talk about the Morgan dollar. Right? The Morgan dollar started in 1878. It went until 1904, 27 consecutive years. And then they brought it back in 1921 while they were introducing the peace dollar design, still working it out, etc. So the total number is 28. New Orleans has a unique story because when the Morgan dollar was first struck in 1878, New Orleans was not in the club. They were actually closed. The New Orleans Mint closed at the beginning of the Civil War back in 1861, and they did not reopen it until the Comstock lode was found, where the silver came from to make these beautiful coins, the big silver dollars again. So in 1879, New Orleans opens its doors again. But it's a very short life because in 1909, with the introduction of the Denver Mint, they closed New Orleans. Have a new modern facility. We're going to go there. And a chapter in our history is over. 120 years ago, we're 2024, this is 1904. 120 years ago, this was the end of an era. The last of the New Orleans minted Morgan dollars. And look at our price. The competition, $150 to $175 each. Our price tonight, $69.95 while they last. Good question, Hunter. Quantities. Is there a limit? Now, if you want to buy 3, you want to buy 5, the way it always works here at America's Value Channel is we have a set quantity going in. So if you want to buy 20 of them, which is a roll, thank you. It just means 20 comes off of the total number available. And when the operators hit that number, it just stops. Usually we'll roll on the clock. will come up at some point when they're telling me they think they're close, and we'll just keep on moving throughout the show. 50 plus products to talk about tonight. But this one, significant. The end of the era. Now, if you look at mintage figures, how many were made versus how many were not made? There were 26 New Orleans minted Morgans, 26 in all. This one ranks number 6. So it is one of the lower mintage figure coins in the deal in the 26 years they made this coin. The other is, in 2021, for the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan. The year the last Morgan was made was 1921. They made a P, a D, and an S. At that time, New Orleans and Carson City were closed. But the U.S. Mint agreed to make an O and a CC again. They made them at the Philadelphia Mint because the mints were closed, but they gave them the mint mark, the O in this case. They made 175,000 coins. And if you remember, May 24th, 2021 at noon, for 3 minutes they existed in the open market. And then they sold out. Then they delayed the launch of Denver and San Francisco for 9 weeks to August 3rd. And then they delivered the 2021 O's from that first day in October, November. It was a crazy time. The popularity index, strong. So much so that in 2023, when they brought the Morgan dollar back, they did not make a New Orleans minted coin. They did not make one in 2024, nor will they make one this year from New Orleans. They're all Philadelphia and San Francisco issues. That 2021 O, the price on that one, crazy. We're looking at $349 to $399 today in the marketplace, in today's marketplace. We're going back 120 years, and we're under $70. Tonight only, anyways. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. We're down to our last couple of rolls. 20 coins per roll for those that didn't know. So these are going away fast. If you're visiting us via the web, avccoins.com. You see it right in the middle of your screen on the red. You also see it pop up in the bottom right. 24/7, 365, we aim to please. You name it, it's probably there. And tonight, at this crazy price while they last, the 1904 O, New Orleans, in uncirculated condition, is only $69.95. That's something special. Outright crazy. I can't tell you the last time I've seen a New Orleans minted Morgan dollar under $70. And tonight, we not only have one of them, we have the bookend, the end of the era, the last of its kind. The last Morgan dollar struck at New Orleans. A 120-year-old piece, this gorgeous, for only $69.95. That's one special deal. We talked about silver in January, months and months and months ago. At 35, is silver going to hold? And now we're looking at this $50 an ounce silver, and for the first time, actually holding. A couple dollars under, a couple dollars over, and it's been sitting there for quite some time. Gold over 4,000, yada, 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 right? But the silver market then moves to the bullion, the bars, and then it goes to the Silver Eagles, the Maple Leafs, the Britannias, etc. And then eventually they get to all the U.S. content, 90% silver. Well, before that happens, let's spend a few minutes talking about one of my favorite categories, special issue proof sets known as prestige sets. And tonight, the top 3, period. The top 3. So the prestige proof set was introduced in 1983, everyone. And it was made for the Olympics in Los Angeles. And it was meant as a token because people buy proof sets as a remembrance, right? I remember this. Birth year, graduation, etc. Or in this case, it was a special event held in the United States, and I visited there. So I'm going to take the proof set and put a big silver dollar, a 90% silver dollar. A silver dollar that's the same size and weight as the Morgan and Peace dollar in circulation 100 years earlier, right? So we're going to make this. It was a hit. So they made an 83 and an 84 Olympic prestige proof set. They did not make anything in 85, and then they came back in 1986, retooled. A much nicer, bigger presentation. They decided to change the color of the packaging tied to the theme itself, which means you can see a box and have an idea what it is. But they made it a big, blown presentation. These are big velour book-like. So you're like opening a book and here's your story of 1986. Here's your story of 1990. So the top, they made these prestige proof sets through 1997. So we had a good run there from 83 to 97. Every year, this set was the lowest minted proof set of the year. Now, we started making silver proof sets in 1992. That is after these. So from this point, these three sets, we had regular clad proof sets and then this low mintage silver dollar proof set, as they call it. So in the first one, you have the 86. That's the Statue of Liberty, the first time she is on a silver dollar or any coin in our history. Then it's us, the people, the Constitution, we the people, with a beautiful, simple design. And then our 5-star general, 34th president, first dual dated, right? Silver dollar. All of those 90% silvers. Now the 86 has an extra bonus clad half dollar for the Statue of Liberty. Just extra add-on bonus. But the key to all of these are the silver dollars, knowing that they are also the rarest of the year. Beautiful presentations, as I said. My competition, selling just the silver dollar out of each of these sets. The Statue of Liberty, 105. Constitution, 105. Eisenhower, 109. So that is $30 more for the coin that came out of the set. This set is the most limited format of the release of any of these three designs. Statue of Liberty, Constitution, Eisenhower. Again, the packaging is all the same, just a different color scheme. So we have the darker blue, the baby blue, and then we have the forest green. Beautiful look, beautiful feel. Cent, nickel, dime, quarter, half, the regular proof set, the big 90% silver dollar on top, and then the 86 has the bonus coin as well. A lot of fun stuff. My competition has these sets available as well. They're at 128, 127, 126. All right in there, that $1.25-ish, which is $50 more than we are. As I referenced, that collector or display box is behind it. They're all the same size. And then the big certificate of authenticity breaking down all the coins in the set. But with silver doing what it's doing, we have to take a step back and look at, well, we know, because we've watched this before. I've been doing this through the 3 silver rushes in our history. They all happened during our lifetimes, right? Eventually, they all get caught up. So let's get there before they think about it. And I understand it's busy. You got a lot of people walking into your store and they want to sell their 90% silver, or they want to buy some 90% silver. You know, can I get silver, gold? What do you have? We get calls every day from people in the area saying, hey, what do you have in these areas? We're out. But obviously, we have a different format. We have to accumulate large quantities for us to have this national broadcast and chat about it for hours. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we love it. The Prestige Proof Set, yes, they did make them in the early 2000s. They changed the name to Legacy Sets. So we have 2005, 2006, 2007, 2008, same format. Proof set plus silver dollars. They went plural on the first 3. So you had 2 silver dollars in the 05, 06, 07, 1 silver dollar in the 08, but they changed the name, changed the packaging to Legacy, so it's a little bit different, but it is, yes, the same concept. Good question to ask. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Do I have others? I have them all. 83 to 97, we have them all. Our prices kick butt on everybody's prices. So just check us out, avccoins.com. The 92 has the Nolan Ryan dollar in it. The 91 has the Mount Rushmore Buffalo half dollar. The only rose coin in U.S. history is the last set, the 97 Botanic Gardens. So there's lots of great history, great look, great feel. But tonight, the value at $79.95 is a your choice. These are perfect.
Our first small-size dollar was the Susan B. Anthony. It was only made for a few years, 1979 through 1981, and they ended up replacing it because it looked too much like a quarter. You'll see the quarter on the right side, on the bottom there. It's very close in size and color to the quarter. So it was a short-lived series. They did need to change it because prior to that we had those large dollars, and people didn't want to carry them in their change anymore, so they got rid of the Eisenhower, and it was a great idea. Let's bring out a smaller dollar. But again, they changed it to the new golden dollars that we're used to seeing today, the Sacagawea, the presidential, the innovation. But let's stick to the SBAs here. 3 years, they put them in the proof sets, 1979 through 1981, and you get all 3 proof sets for that low price of $39.95. Our competition wants $29.95 per coin. By the way, they want $70 for all 3 sets. So no matter which way you look at it, you are saving. You'll get all 3 sets and original government packaging for that low price of just $39.95. This one is a great buy, folks. The only small dollars in that copper-clad color are the SBAs.
A walk in the park conversation that bumps into everybody is the last of the jumbo dollars, the Eisenhowers. And most because of the size, 38.1 millimeters, which is the same size as the Morgan, a silver dollar, the peace dollar, the last of the silver dollars in circulation. And then you get to the Eisenhowers, and we all call them silver dollars because of the size. But they're actually clad or dollars that were released into circulation. There is, though, a silver lining. The U.S. Mint in San Francisco did make 5 of the 8 years a real silver Eisenhower, a real silver dollar in the Eisenhower series. Uncirculated and proof. Well, tonight we have the proof. But the best part is that crazy PCGS 69 Bonanza is back. I had to look this one up because this is one of my favorites going back 20 years of us being here on the network. And just look at the coins and you look at the story, look at the rarity. But then now, today, the world's changing. Information is fully available. If I told you a secret and you don't post it on the internet, nobody knows our secret, right? But if you post it on the internet, within a minute or two, millions of people can know your secret. Well, in coin collecting, it's all about how many and how few. And as collectors, we love to be part of the how many, the popularity index, but we really want to be part of the how few. The rarer, the fewer minted, the higher grades when it comes to collectible coins, any type. So let's get to the specifics here because I want to explain what this deal is because it's a lot of fun. 71 to 74, they made what they call a silver proof Eisenhower. They were presented in a proof set lens with just the big coin, and they were actually delivered in the big brown box. Many of you might remember those. They're called brown box Ikes, the only way they were distributed. And then for the bicentennial, the 5th year, 75 and 76, we made a dual dated coin. We just passed it up. And they made a silver version there. But it was only sold in a 3-piece bicentennial silver set. That had the quarter and the half dollar as part of its presentation. So 71, 2, 3, and 4 were single coins, big proof set lens. 76 was, or the dual dated 76, because it was sold in 75 and 76, right? Was only in that three-piece set. Now on the right-hand side, you're seeing the two different designs. 71 to 74 is the eagle on the moon, and then 75, 76, the bicentennial, was the Liberty Bell out in space, right? This is how our deal works. There's 5 silver Ikes in proof. 5, only 5. These are PCGS certified deep cameo 69s. It is the rarest of the rare. All right? My competition sells just the coins, not the certified coins we have. Just the coins. And they're at $62 to $65 a coin. So 60 times 5 is over $300 for just getting the silver proof Ike, the rarest of all the Ikes, period. Tonight, PCGS 69s. Only thing better is a 70, and there are so few of those that it's a $3,000 to $4,000 collection or more if you can find them. And that's limited by the 73s and 74s. Very few 70s. Expensive. So I look for relative value. If you buy one from us tonight, you'll get a random of the 5 silvers. If you buy 2, you get 2 different. You buy 3, you'll get that one right there. The 73S is the dog. It is the lowest minted Eisenhower, period. It's the silver proof Ike from 73. And yet that is in this collection. You'll get that. My competition sell that coin alone for $130. That one coin. And it's in our group of 5. So if you buy 5 tonight, and that's the fun of this bonanza, you buy 5. We'll get you all 5. If you want to buy 10, you'll get 2 5s, not one set and a bunch of duplicates. You're going to get, everything's in a rotation of 5. That's the way our bonanzas always work. So if you want to put aside the last of the big jumbo dollars, the rare silvers, and then the rarest of the silvers, the proofs, and now you want to get them certified as PCGS 69s, knowing that certified 70 sets are thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. Where's that sweet spot? A coin that's this rare, this special, and now affordable for all. $49.95 each. Love it. Good observation. We talk about the 75 and 76 Eisenhower as the only bicentennial coin you can tell what year it was made. Because in the clad, the flat back like this one, this is a flat back. The flat back is a 75 coin. And then the detail, the remake of the reverse, is the 76. Well, in the silver San Francisco's, they did not remake it. All of the silver proofs are the same. That's why it's 5 and not 6 silver Eisenhowers. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I mean, the numbers are crazy. Every single year. 71, 72, 73, 74, 76, the bicentennial. Every year, the silver proof is the killer. I mean, everybody thinks the silver, the clad from 73 is the dog. It's a really important coin. The silver is even rarer in proof. Every year you match it, this is the coin. Every year you certify it, this is the coin. And tonight, the value, it's our middle name. My competition for the same exact coins, over 300. Same exact grade, over 450. Tonight, $49.95, which means it's times 5, means we're under $250 for the full 5 coin set. You get all the silvers, all the Ikes, all the quality, the AVC way. And thanks. I think I've said this phrase 2 or 3 times already tonight. We got 6 hours. I'm going to say it again. 2025, what a phenomenal year to be a coin collector. And that's because of all the story changes, or beginning or ending stories, right? We have the last year of the Woman Making History Quarter program. We have the last cent ever. We have the last Kennedy ever. And the last bit of information released was they're going to concentrate on USA 250 So they're going to stop making San Francisco proof Silver Eagles. You might recall that in 2017, they surprised us bringing it back in the Congratulations set and the limited edition silver proof set. And then in 2018 to right now, 2025, the San Francisco proof, the second release every year, the lower mintage every year, the most desired proof each year. But we can go back now for the last 40 years and find the needle in the haystack. And there is one. And tonight, we have it. Here we go. So the first proof Silver Eagles were made from 1986 to 1992, the first 7 years. And they only made S's at that time. And then Philadelphia took over in 93, and that lasted until 2000. 2001, a big year. West Point Mint is now making our proof Silver Eagles. And they still do today, 26 years later. But they made a special provision in 2012 for the anniversary of the San Francisco Mint. And they put together a two-piece set, right? A proof and a reverse proof San Francisco. And it was like 248,000 sets made for only 30 days, a crazy, phenomenal story. You could buy as many as you want, just as long as it was in those 30 days. The blue box lacquer, great, right? And today they're $250 to $300 sets, of which one of the coin is the S proof. And then later in the year, they introduced for the first time a Silver Eagle proof set, also referred to as the limited edition Silver Eagle proof set, which means it was the dime, the quarters, all five of them for the national parks, the Kennedy half dollar, and then the Silver Eagle for the first time. And it was also San Francisco. They made 50,000 of that set. And the world just went kaboom. Oh, and by the way, the U.S. Mint just recently announced, with these sidebars in our conversation, that 2025 is the last limited edition silver proof set. So we have that. Now, has anybody seen that set other than here on our network? AVC for under $400? 50,000 sold out, right? Expensive. Premium. Beautiful set. Here is the one nobody talks about. And I think it has the best look, the best feel, and the mintage figure. How many, how few? How few makes this one the set? As I referenced. We talk about the 2017 Congratulations proof set, with the silver proof being San Francisco at $75,000. Can you find that for under $200 today? This one's $25,000 less. Give or take 50,000 were made in this exact format. It was a special collection about making history. It was the 220th anniversary of the U.S. Mint, which was formed in 1792, and the 150th anniversary of the Bureau of Engraving, which is called the Treasury paper money, which was right in the early parts of the Civil War, 1962. It was a coin and a currency combination. They put the currency as Lincoln, going back to Lincoln, the president at the start of the Civil War, and the silver dollar is the S Mint. Special attention, the big silver dollar of today. The total number of these sets sold was only 56,857. I talked about that limited edition silver proof set, also from 2012, a wonderful set, 400. So you're telling me for 6,857 more, it's going to be a third of the price, less than a third of the price, and it's a different format, a special collection, and the answer is absolutely, because of one thing. Nobody knows, or remembers, I should say, that this proof Silver Eagle in this set is a San Francisco proof Silver Eagle. everybody just assumes that, well, it's a Silver Eagle set. It has to have the West Point in it because the West Point is the coin for the last 26 years. Not here. So again, 2012, San Francisco's anniversary, 75th anniversary of the new mint. And we have 3 beautiful sets. The 2-piece blue box, proof and reverse proof at $248,000. Then you have the limited edition silver proof set for the first time ever in 2012 at $50,000. And then the third was this one. And everybody assumed, again, it was the W because it was a new, unique set. But because of the anniversary of 12, it was at San Francisco. Ding, ding, ding. Now let's talk about this year, 2025, the end of the era. We are no longer, the U.S. Mint is no longer making a second Silver Eagle each year. West Point will stay on as the main, the only proof Silver Eagle. San Francisco, no more. So finding the 2025 proof Silver Eagle in the original government packaging, which has a mintage of 110,000, the lowest regular individually packaged on the planet. And today they're at what? 189, 199 for the 25, the end of the era. We can't keep it in stock. We're currently sold out. This one, rarer. This one, more special. This one, very unique. And the value's all there. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. There are favorites, and then there are favorites. This one is just right now, with the market being crazy on San Francisco proof Silver Eagles in general. Whether it's the 86 to 92s, the first 7 years, whether it's the special 2012 year with the 3 differences we talked about, whether it's the 2017, which was the congratulations or the limited edition, and then 18 to 25, the second Silver Eagle being San Francisco. All of them on fire. The rarity set, only one. This is that set. And I'll look at the price. Yeah, AVC way, all the way. This one, not good. This one, great.
We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Sacagawea dollar, first issued in the year 2000. Now, from 2000 to 2008, they had the same obverse and reverse design. And in 2009, they kept the obverse and they started changing the designs on the reverse. This one here is the year 2025. It is the high quality, finest strike proof made out of San Francisco. Now, so far, about 300,000 proof sets were made. But the population is still so small. There's still around 3,000, just under, even though that Sacagawea dollar is in the clad proof set and also the silver proof set. You would think that the population would be a lot higher, but it isn't. We're at $29.95, everybody. Competition, way north. They're at $99.99 for this same coin in the same grade from the same grading service, NGC, with the same beautiful Sacagawea label. Join us while they last, just $29.95. The finest strike, the proof, the best grade you can get, the 70.
The original series of Morgan dollars was struck for 27 consecutive years, 1878 to 1904, and then just kind of faded away. Inside of that, coins towards the end are the ones that are the hardest to find because of the Pittman Act. Well, tonight we have a special coin under $100 for the first time in a long time. That being the 1903 Philadelphia in uncirculated condition. So as I referenced, the Morgan dollar series, again, 27 years, the child of the Comstock Lode, the big silver find that now gave us enough silver to actually have a big silver dollar in circulation. The Wild West silver dollar, because it was struck from silver in the Wild West rush. It was also what? Well, the biggest coin of the day. But it ended in 1904 after 27 years. And then we have the 1918 Pittman Act, which melts a significant number of the Morgans, give or take 60%. We just don't know which ones. Well, the logical explanation is, well, the coins that were made closest to the end are the ones that were destroyed the most. Because if you have a vault and you opened up a vault, and let's just say this is the Philadelphia vault, when the 1878 was struck, the coins that didn't make it to circulation, where are you putting them? Right by the door? So every time you open the door, you got to trip over it? Or do you put those at the back of the vault? And then the 1879s, the 1880s, just keep on pushing forward to the last coins are going to be the 03s, 04s. The series is over. So it's logical to think that, and it almost plays out perfectly as well. Because the one thing that has changed over the last 40 years is we have data now on what was and what wasn't. They didn't keep records, that being the U.S. Mint. However, we now see, and that is with NGC, PCGS, the Big Five grading services, and they publish the coins they see and how many they see. So if you forget just what grades they are, just how many coins are they seeing, that now opens up eyes. Because if you track back 1904 backwards, about 60%, you get somewhere in the middle 1880s. And you look at the coins from the middle of the 1880s and how many are known to survive here today, 2025 land, right? It's wow. An 1885p, an 1886p, an 1887p, all with hundreds of thousands of coins certified, which means they've seen hundreds of thousands of coins. Then you get to the 03, this coin. And I'm a nerd with numbers when it comes to collecting because I look at prices and say, okay, that's great. But then I look at nothing is ever the same. They're all slightly different. This one, significantly different. If you look at this one, NGC and PCGS, the two oldest and largest of the grading services by just sheer volume, combined 36,905 of these 1903s. So we use it as a gauge, as a differentiation. When you're seeing estimates from the early 1880s at 400,000 or 500,000 coins seen, when you're seeing omens from the early 1880s with 300,000, 400,000, 500,000 coins seen, and then you're seeing the Philadelphia Mint with similar numbers, and then you come to the end of the chapter, 03, 04, and you start seeing numbers like this. Well, there you have it. Now my competition, well, they have it as well. They were at 189 to 219. Same exact coin you're looking at on your screen. Same exact grade. Now all of ours are beautiful blast white beauties like the ones you've seen on your screen. They're all original, right? Open fields, well, that's an uncirculated coin. And then the detail, that's the difference. Now, some comparisons that just make the storyline more easily understandable. Because I know I threw a lot of numbers out there and it's not meant to confuse. Some of the fabled coins in the Morgan Dollar series, right? The second rarest Philadelphia Morgan is the 1899, right? They have seen 31,592 of those. The very first ever Morgan was the 8-tail feather. It ranks in the top 10 as well for low mintages. 40,105. Both of those coins in uncirculated condition are $500, $600, $700 to even start having the conversation based upon the quality of 60. This one, 36,905, right in there with the numbers. And it's all NG and PC added together. So it's not like we're holding back. This is it's free information. You can source it, verify it yourself. It's just a great way to get an idea of why can I not find a coin? Well, it's because nobody can. And sometimes dumb luck just falls into the lap and makes it a fun one. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So again, we're half the price, all the quality. And tonight, it's all about the rarity. how special some of these years are. Why can I not find certain years? And if you look at the mintages versus the populations that now have a 40-year history, it helps clarify. Now, I've been doing this for over 40 years. So going to shows every week or every couple of weeks, we get to see coins and not see coins. You might have had a similar experience in your life as well. And that was our old history. Now it's just documented. And it's available to us all. That just makes it a little bit easier and, well, special. So tonight, we're under 100, as I referenced walking into this one. 1903P, one of the true rarities in the entire Morgan Dollar series, in the entire Philadelphia Morgan Dollar series. Under 100, yeah, that just sounds odd, but it's a great coin while they last tonight. One of the tenets of being a coin collector is going with the bookends, right? The first of something, the last of something. But there's also a first time ever approach. And when you add that first time ever approach to one of the most popular, if not the most popular collectible in the world of US coins, maybe world coins, you got to stand up and take notice. So tonight we have them, but our price, yeah, that's always the AVC way. So a short history lesson before I get to this grouping of coin, this pair, this option of a pair. In 1968, San Francisco took over the making of proof coins in this country. 68. Everything before that, everything, whether it was a cent, a Morgan, a gold piece, everything was Philadelphia. Philadelphia was the only mint to strike proofs. So if you go back in history, if you heard of a Morgan Dollar proof, and there are a few of them out there, and they're very valuable and fun coins to be part of, every one of them a Philadelphia. Now on the other side here, Peace Dollar series, which started in 1921, there are no proofs. No Philadelphias, nothing. So tonight it's a double first, double whammy of excitement. And when this came out a couple of years ago, it sold out so fast you couldn't spell Peace Dollar or Morgan Dollar. Typing it out, at least me talking, my fat little fingers, I couldn't get it done before it was gone. And it's because of this. The Morgan Dollar you're seeing on your screen is the first ever San Francisco silver dollar in proof. Morgan silver dollar in proof. Again, all the old vintage coins, all of them Philadelphia. The 2021 100th anniversary coins, all uncirculated. The Peace Dollar, an even better story. There are no proofs until now. This is the first proof Peace Dollar in U.S. mint history, period. So when you put all that together, it's a simple understanding as to why this would sell out so fast. Because it's like the best thing since sliced bread. Twice. If you're a Morgan Dollar fan, it's the first ever San Francisco proof. If you're a Peace Dollar fan, it's the first ever proof. And it happens to be a San Francisco. Craziness, huh? Well, the best part is our price, right? Look at the numbers, $89.95. How do we do it? We buy a lot of larger collections from dealers and individuals as well. And when you're buying lots of stuff, you can prorate your costs based upon how we feel the value of this deal is. Whether it's a $50,000, $100,000, $1 million deal, you kind of just add all the coins up and separate them. Here's the foot. Now we're going forward. When we do that, we're able to come out with stuff like this that is below government issue price. Now, our margins are very small here. I know most of you that have been with us before know that. I mean, my competition on the airwaves for these same two coins are upwards of $129 to $149. $40 to $60 more per coin. And we all have to have these or we lose our coin dealer license. Because you have to have the first San Francisco Morgan. You have to have the first ever proof peace dollar happen to be a San Francisco, as I referenced earlier. The challenge is not only finding the coin, and nobody wants to give them up, so finding them is another story, right? And then the affordability index. I can finally afford the coin, which we all have our budgets for collecting, right? The question, though, is then, when I have, make it up, the money, is the coin out there at an attractive price? In case in point, if you would have been with us earlier this year when we started talking about the Lincoln cents, 2025, the last year of issue, right? They were reasonably priced. Now that we've passed the end date, the expiration date, November 12th, which is the last cent ever made at the Philadelphia Mint, which is the closing of the topic, can you find those rolls for 50, 60 bucks now? It's crazy out there. So timing is everything. Well, that's why we go through 60 to 70 items every night in our 6-hour talks on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, our 4-hour talks on Thursdays. We want to cover a lot of bases, so when we find great stuff like this, crazy stuff like this, as a topic, wonderful. But as a topic and price of potential, everything. Everything. And these are those special in the series. So again, 2025 is the 4th year in the modern Morgan Modern Peace series. They started in 2021 for the 100th anniversary, unks only. In 23, 24, and in 25, they made unks, they made proofs, and they're making reverse proofs. And we've been told they're pushing back the 2025 reverse proof, but it will happen. But one of them is the first in the series. This is it. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Individual, that's your choice. Thank you for bringing it up. I did not say that in the last 7-8 minutes. Your choice means if you're a peace dollar person, you don't want the Morgan, you don't have to. Most of my competitors sell them as a pair. As I referenced, $299 for the pair, $149 each. But you got to buy the pair. Tonight here, you can just buy the one you want. I know I see most of the orders are for the pair, but again, that's always the prerogative and what that means as your choice here. But talk about special. The first ever San Francisco proof Morgan. The only proof, and it's a San Francisco on the peace dollar. As of 2023, that's the story. We're sticking to it because it is just one of those great stories in U.S. history. Love our Morgans, love our peace. But this price tonight, gotta love that too, don't you?
The Civil War, 1861 through 1865. What happened at the time? People were hoarding coins, especially silver and copper. So the United States Treasury began issuing fractional currency, which was basically paper notes worth less than $1. This one here is the 50-cent variety. We have a couple different dates, 1863, 1864, and they're in gorgeous collector circulated quality. No tears, pinholes, etc. Now, keep in mind, it wasn't until 1878, just about 20 years or so after the when the Civil War ended, when they discovered all that silver in the Comstock lode, that they had enough silver to make a silver dollar. And 1878 is when they finally brought out the silver dollar series, which was the Morgan dollar. Prior to that, most paper notes were destroyed. Very, very few are found today. I couldn't find this with a competitor, folks, so I can't give you a competitor price. I can tell you that these are very popular. I know you love them. We've had a lot of fun with these, so while they last, join us at only $79.95. Let's talk about the Kennedy half dollar, folks. So we know that next year the U.S. Mint has something big in store for the sesquicentennial, the 250th anniversary of our independence. Lots of changes going to happen across all denominations. What we don't know is what's going to happen the year after, right? So let's look at that Kennedy half, which we know a design change is coming, and talk about the last year of issue, possibly for what we know. And this is the first, right? So we don't know what's going to happen. We know that next year they're going to be changing up the designs across the board on all denominations to celebrate this anniversary. What we don't know is what it's going to go back to. Are they going to continue the Kennedy? Are they going to go back to the original design? So what we're looking at is a possible end of an era as we know it. And what do we do when we collect coins? We always go for the first, the last, the one and onlys, the low pops. This one is the first year of issue for the Kennedy half-dollar series. It was made in 1964, and it was made to honor JFK, and we all know why. The late unfortunate events at late 1963, the assassination, discontinued the Franklin half-dollar series and brought out the brand new Kennedy half. And 61 years later, we still have the Kennedy half-dollar, not in circulation, only made in proof sets. But what is different here is that the first year of issue, they made them in 90%. They made Philadelphia's, they made Denver's, 90% silver, and they made proofs. 90% silver, only made available in the proof set. You could only get them in a proof set. Now, back in 1964, the proof sets were not what we see today. Today, we have a hard plastic lens. In 1964, they still had poly packs in envelopes. And why is that even important? Because the coins slid around inside the poly packs, and to get high grades, very, very difficult because they've been moving around, right? So fast forward over 60 years, and what do we have? We have a mintage figure of just under 4 million and a population of less than 75,000 because of how they were packaged. So we have some incredible things about this first year of issue. Philadelphia Mint 90% silver, never done again in a proof set. 1992, yeah, they brought back silver proof sets, but they made them in San Francisco. So you have a Philadelphia proof, a 90% silver, our first year of issue, possible end of era design for the Kennedy half, and a high grade 67. I don't have many, so I want to say at this price of $39.95, whereas our competition is at $125, you could buy 3 from us and still be less than a price for 1 from our closest competitor. They even sell their ungraded coins in a capsule or a flip at just over 60 bucks. That's craziness. So, phones are on fire. I don't have many left. I'm going to put up a 30-second clock. I'll be ready, folks, because people are snapping these up. This is one of those items that frequently sells in quantity, and it looks like that's what's happening right here. So if you're online via the web, avccoins.com is the website. Item number is 90564, coincidentally, 6453. Love that that worked out so well. Grab as many as you'd like for this low price. Once we sell out, that's it, folks. Who knows when we can bring them back. Population's under 75,000. Philadelphia, 273 million made. Denver, 156 million made. This coin here under 4 million. But in 67, hard to find. You know, some icons just never age. And next up, we're going to talk about Snoopy because it's the 75th anniversary and we have a very special collectible anniversary piece coming up next. Look at this one, folks. We have a 22.2 gram silver, 0.999 fine silver, Snoopy shaped collectible legal tender available. Now, this one is incredibly special. It was minted by the Mint of France, and it's in the shape of Snoopy. He's holding this red heart with the number 75 inside of the heart, of course, signifying the 75th anniversary of the unique and special beagle that we've all known and grown to love. Now, the reverse side is your 10 euro, your legal tender, Snoopy on the top, looking down, the paw prints in the back, 75th anniversary across the top, all contained in this beautiful piece. Very rare and limited. Only 5,000 pieces were made. Now, I did make another anniversary piece in 2021. It was a medallion. It's sold out very, very quickly. But this one here is the legal tender. It was made in France, like I referenced. The mint in France, Monnaie de Paris, if I'm pronouncing that correct. I really hope I practiced. But here's the certificate of authenticity. Gives you your silver fineness, 0.999 silver, 22.2 grams, and of course the limited edition of only 5,000 pieces. It's ready to gift, everybody. This is in original government packaging, so you have the Snoopy-shaped coin inside of the capsule, and you have the box and the outer sleeve. Of course, the certificate of authenticity as well comes with each one, so it's something that you can proudly display, treasure for years. It's a great gift for a family member. I mean, Snoopy is timeless, like I referenced. I mean, part of our lives for 75 years, this little beagle has been in our lives. I mean, everybody knows the playful Snoopy. But now we have Snoopy on a collectible, and it's a special year, the 75th year, celebrating in silver. Again, 0.999 silver. Now, this is $199.95, but keep in mind the limited mintage of only 5,000 pieces. So you have a rare piece of only 5,000 made. We have a small allocation that we brought in, very small allocation. We didn't get them all. They're spread out throughout the dealers out there, but this one is available while they last. The finish is a proof finish, so that means you have the highly polished surfaces. We'll show you that again, and you'll be able to see how that proof finish just really stands out. It's a must-have, everybody. Between the rarity and the price and the theme, it's gorgeous, and it's cute, and it's fun, and it's not just about collecting, it's about memories. It's a piece of your childhood, right? Snoopy has been there for decades, bringing joy and laughter to fans all around the world, young and old. So holding this coin is like holding a little piece of that magic. Perfect for longtime collectors like yourself and I, whether it's silver, whether it's the icon, the comic strip Snoopy. Something for everyone. Look at the reverse side here. All the paw prints across the back, beautiful design. When you get yours, look really close. You're going to find Woodstock in part of that design as well. Snoopy looking down over the 10 in 10 euro. See him perched on the top of the 0? They did a fantastic job in the intricacy of this coin. Only 5,000 made, so you're talking about nostalgia, you're talking about rarity, you're talking about a great price point for something that is just going to be very, very hard to find very, very soon, if not already. We have, again, a small allocation. Keep in mind, these are legal tender, limited to only 5,000. So join us on this one. It's a precious gift. Item number 905-12210. If you're joining us online, that is avccoins.com. Again, search that item number in the search bar. Each precious collectible Snoopy comes in this original government packaging as made in the mint of in France. We're celebrating the magic. We're celebrating the nostalgia. 75 years, we're celebrating Snoopy. Timeless. Let's put a 1-minute clock up. Let's put that 1-minute clock up. High quality, proof. Rare, only 5,000 made. Packed with emotional value, right? 75 years of Snoopy. We all can relate. Once they're gone for good, folks. 5,000 made, and that is it. It's not something they come back to. Anniversaries are special years. It's not something that you can revisit. It's a special year for Snoopy, and we're celebrating just in time for the holidays, so grab them while you can. Perfect gift for a loved one, a Snoopy fan, a collectible coin fan, a silver fan. It's for everybody. 5,000 made. Grab from yourself, one for yourself, before they are gone. Once again, avccoins.com, your opportunity to own a rare piece of Peanuts history. Because once they're gone, folks, just like him on the top of that with his little goggles on flying away, they're gone. As we get ready, folks, for the brand new Silver Eagle coming out in just a few short months, let's go back to some pockets that we have and snatch them up while they're available. This one here is 2024, last year's Silver Eagle, and why I bring it up is we have a handful or so left in the Eagle Core, but the population is still under 240,000. Prior year 2023 was almost 380,000. So I thought this one would be perfect to bring back up to add to your collection while we're getting ready for the brand new year. Just $89.95. Our competition sells uncirculated in capsules for over $100. And that's just a regular coin in a capsule, probably a Mint State 60 if you want to put it on the Sheldon scale. How about a perfect 70 for less? Just $89.95 while they last. We have less than a Robux available, so that's why we're putting it up for a quick pop here to give you a chance to grab yours, the most coveted core in the industry. Exclusive to us, you have the design of Lady Liberty on the obverse integrated into the core and the label, and you also have the Eagle Landing integrated into the design on the full back. Gorgeous. We love it. We know you do too. Grab yours tonight. Time over 175 years. What was in circulation at the time was the seeded series. So specifically the half dollar. You're looking at the largest 90% silver to circulate in the 19th century. If you have a seeded half dollar, you're lucky. But if you have a New Orleans mint, you're even luckier. If you don't have one, now's your chance, folks. I'm going to give you all the reasons why you got to have one. Now, New Orleans, as you may or may not know, closed in the beginning of the Civil War. It was in the South. They had to close up the mint, and they didn't reopen until 1879 when they started striking Morgan silver dollars. But they did not strike any smaller denominations. They only struck the Morgan dollar. And that is why the seeded Liberty halves made at the New Orleans mint are very, very special because of the rarity. Now, this series was the only 90% silver to circulate for most of the 19th century. The last one was made in 1861. We have a small hoard on hand, and they're available tonight at $89.95 while they last. So on the reverse, just like the Morgan, you have the O mint mark at the bottom above the abbreviated half dollar, and each one of ours is in gorgeous hand-selected circulated collector quality, and we have a few different dates. So if you grab a few, we'll do our best to give you a variety. The first callers might get a couple different dates, but there are not many available. So that's why I say call soon to get the best variety. So we all know the Civil War begins, and this was the pre-Civil War halves. Every date is pre-Civil War. Last made was 1861. And then they closed the mint, and then after that they don't open it again until the Morgan Dollar series. So if you look back at all of the seeded Liberty has, 53 years of production comparison to the Kennedy, or actually more at this point. But let's just look at a comparison of the first Kennedy, 1964. 273.3 million P's made, over 156 million Denvers made. Look at the vintage figures for O mint, seeded Liberty halves, 49 million. That's it. That's the total number of coins struck, just over 49 million. It's just shy of 50 million coins struck at the New Orleans Mint. However, most were hoarded. Many, actually even more, were destroyed. These are 90% silver. They were melted for silver. So how do we know what is out there? We check NGC, PCGS. We look at the population reports and the census reports to give us an idea of how many they've seen. Because if somebody gets one, they send it in. Now, in all grades, for all seeded Liberty halves, let's just do all mints, population is only 108,000. But for New Orleans, the O mint population report, NGC and PCGS combined, less than 16,000. Less than 0.03 98%. That's why this is special. Finding an O-mint, seated Liberty half, especially in a collector grade like this, is like a needle in a haystack. Now, our competition has random dates, random mints, for $175 in similar condition. $85 more than us, and you get the rarer New Orleans mint. Guaranteed New Orleans mint. Join us, folks. This one is special. At least 175 years old, because the last one was struck in 1861. Only 16,000 have been seen by NGC and PCGS since they started grading in the 80s. And we're at $89.95 while they last. I do have to put a 30-second clock up. I don't have many. I'm sorry that I don't have many. I wish I had more and we could spend a good 6, 7, 8 minutes on this, but you know how it is. We find as many as we can, and we're always hunting for those omens that qualify for our collector grade, and that's the other important part. Join us online. That's avccoins.com. Item number is 905-5100. Rare New Orleans mint, 90% silver, seated Liberty halves, the $half to circulate prior to the barber. Join us.
Which one's first? It's like that chicken and the egg story. But in coinage, it's uncirculated sets or proof sets. Which one did the U.S. Mint do first for us collectors? Well, the answer is uncirculated sets. That was 1947, proof sets 1950. So now we all know for trivia night, right? But with all that said, there was a major improvement in packaging. Decades, I should say, in 1984. And tonight we have the first decade of modern finally back in stock. So a decade, 10 years, 1984 to 1993. You'll notice that on all of these sets, every single set looks different. That was what they changed. Now, when they introduced sets back in 1947, they had the cardboard punch, like a Whitman album, the old Whitman albums, right? And they did that through 1958. Now, they introduced poly packs in 1959. And then they were all white envelope sets throughout the 60s and 70s. We stopped making them in 1982. We just stopped. Nothing's made. Continue that. Nothing's made in 1983. And then they come back with a vengeance. Every set has its own unique look and feel. So if you look at a 1989, you can look at the outer envelope that the coins are put into, the sleeves, you know what it is. Right? You know the blue set, you know the green set, you know the first set. Beautiful. They changed it again with the state quarters in 1999, presidentials in 07, and they're always looking to improve just how they present to us the best coins. Well, going to your bank and getting the roll of coins is a way to get uncirculated pieces. But if you live on the East Coast, you don't get West. If you live in the West, you don't get East. If you're in the middle, sometimes you don't know which one you're going to get. The theory of the Mississippi divides us in reference to East and West kind of works, but is it always on the distribution? These sets were intended to have all of the coins made for circulation in uncirculated condition and then put into a special package. Now, there is a Philadelphia poly pack and then there is a Denver poly pack, right? Those two sleeves fit in each envelope. This is that first decade of modern. Anybody done the math yet? $59.95 divided by 10 means we are under $6 for a vintage, original mint set. That is the outright best of the best. Best of the best. Inside of these years, there is also one set that stands out a little above all the rest. And that is the 1987 set. And the 1987 set stands out because the U.S. Mint, for some reason, did not release the Kennedy $half into circulation in 1987. They just stopped. Remember 1970? They didn't put this Kennedy in circulation that year either. Only available in uncirculated sets. So that 1987 set, which is that second shelf on the top, on the right, is one of the keys to the entire decade here we're talking about. Under $6 a set. Now, if you buy them Kennedy by Kennedy, right? Just the Kennedys alone. And there's 2 Kennedys per set. A Philadelphia Kennedy and a Denver Kennedy. The Philadelphia Kennedys, coin by coin, in uncirculated condition, is a little over $100. $104 to be exact. Now the Denvers are a little under $100. Their 10 coins are $98.75. When you add both, all 20 Kennedys, you're over $200. And that does not subtract from the cents, the nickels, the dimes, or the quarters that are also in these sets. Thank you, Hunter. When you're looking through these, you're also noticing a 6th cent-looking item. It's one of the other ways you can tell they're original mint sets. The Philadelphia Mint puts a P in a cent blank, and the Denver Mint that you just saw puts a D. So if you look at the color, Philadelphia's blue, Denver's red. The other way of noting is looking at the special mint medallion put in each of the respective sleeves by the respective mint to make the whole thing happen. But the 2 stalwarts in U.S. coin collecting have always been the uncirculated sets, all of our unks, and the proof sets, our finest quality strike. Tonight, the modern era began in 1984. It's going still to this day, alive and well. But this is the decade that made the packaging now something to be proud of. Everyone a different look, a different feel. So if you see a color, you know what it is. 91s are that blue with the coins on it. You know what's going on. They're putting in an effort to make collectors happy with the overall flow. Guys, let's put a 1-minute clock up if we can, please. Only have a handful available. And the key set again here is the 87 in this decade. And that is because if you bought a Kennedy half-dollar album from us or any of our competitors, or you just built it yourself, the only way to get a Kennedy set, a Kennedy from that year, 1987, is from this set. That's it. No other options. They didn't do it. So again, tonight, buy these sets with us, under $6 a set, $59.95 for all of them. The competition's north of $100 for these same sets. You buy just the Kennedys by themselves, it gets even sillier. We're a third of the price. But it comes down to value, value, value. In today's marketplace, there are some hidden secrets. And one of them is these beautiful, vintage, uncirculated sets that are so affordable. So whether it's for yourself or one of the newbies we're bringing into the industry to teach them about this beautiful hobby we have, collecting coins, this is a great place to do it.
If you add up all of the Morgan dollars made in the entire series of all the mints, you come up with 96 coins. This one here, the 1895, made out of New Orleans, ranks number 10. So you have a top 10. But even if you just take all the New Orleans out, put them aside in a chart, there's 26 of them. This one ranks number 2. The only one rarer is the 93O. What's even more incredible, so that mintage figure keeps it as a number 2 in the O's. But check out population reports. NGC and PCGS combined have only reported ever seeing 16,000 and change. Wow. 1899P, key date in the P mints, that's a number 2. 32,000 seen. 81cc, 52,000 seen. This one is a must have for the price. Our competition sells VFs for over $1,100. And if you want to find this coin, a 95.0 in AU condition, it'll run you over $3,300. Each one of these is in hand-selected collector quality circulated condition. And at this price, they're going to move fast. We're looking at the end of an era for the Lincoln cents. First started in 1909, and the U.S. Mint announced they are going to stop making cents. So we have to look back at some key dates over the years, over 110, 15 years, and pick out the keys and pick out those special ones that stand out in a collection. Now, when we talk about cents, we talk about Philadelphia's and Denver's and San Francisco's, but normally we think of proofs when we talk about San Francisco Mint. Did you know that the San Francisco Mint made uncirculated cents back in the Wheaties time? And that's what's up next, everybody. The 1955 San Francisco Mint State 67, the last San Francisco made in uncirculated condition. It's actually also a key date for another reason. It's the lowest minted San Francisco ever made as well. So two important key factors making this a special coin to own. So you're looking at 1955 in the wheat cent design. So the Wheaties started in 1909 with the beginning of the Lincoln cent. And the reverse design is wheat ears. They ran from 1909 through 1958. And you'll notice this is a certified 67 RD. What does that mean? Well, we all know that the numerical grade is the Sheldon scale on a scale of 0 to 70. So 67 is a high grade. And the RD stands for red. So cents in the copper days are certified by color as well. So you'll get a grade of brown, red-brown RB, or red, which is the highest color grade. And here's that obverse shot. You got the S mint mark under 1955. And again, I reference that it's the key date because it's the lowest minted S mint in the series with only 44.6 million made. So it's the last year and the lowest. And let's talk about population, shall we? Because a certified 67 is actually pretty rare. If you look at the population reports, out of 44.6 million coins, there are less than 4,000 known to exist. Less than 4,000. That is literally one in every approximately 11,240 coins. One of them out of over 11,000 will certify 67. 0.008% of the mintage. Wow. Wow. That is rare. $99.95. Our competition, over $90 more than our low price. They're at $190 for the same coin, the 1955S, in certified 67 red. So join us, folks. Give us a call. Speak with our operators. Ask for 905-12194. That's the item number. If you'd like to join us online via the website, feel free. Open 24/7. avccoins.com is the website. Enter 905-12194 in the search bar and grab yours. Grab yours. Key date, San Francisco. Uncirculated, certified 67 red. And that's what we have here today. Only 3,969 known to exist, under 4,000. So close, but not even crossing the 4,000 threshold yet. Competition over $90 north. They're at $190. And here we are, $99.95 while they last. Not many to go around, folks. That's why this one is important. If it's interesting to you, because of the value, because of the rarity, because of the key, the lowest S mint, the last S mint, give us a ring before they sell out. Now, normally San Francisco's, we talk about San Francisco, right away we think about that proof, right? The proof that the cent would be in the proof set. But not for 1955. San Francisco made uncirculated sets prior to this. This was the last year of issue. give us a ring. 905-12194 is the item number. Again, available online at avccoins.com. While they last, $99.95. The only West Coast branch mint, San Francisco. The lowest San Francisco in the entire cent population, mintage figure chart. So if you take all the San Francisco cents, mint state, and line them up on a chart, this one is the lowest. It's number one in rarity. Only 44.6 million made. This one, the last ever made at San Francisco. This one, so rare in certified 67. So if you look at NGC's census report and add up all the 67s and higher, you'll find it's only 3,969 out of 44.6 million coins. One in every 11,240. Talk about a needle in a haystack, folks. That's this one right here, 1955. Gorgeous red, certified as an RD red by NGC, because copper cents are certified in color as well as numeric grade. So you have that RD on the label. The highest color grade you can receive is a red. Below that's red brown, and then of course brown. Beautiful, stunning red 67. 1 minute clock, please. 1 minute clock. We are getting very close to a sellout. Only a handful or so left. So don't miss out on this one. It is in your cart online at avccoins.com. Process at checkout, please. Secure your order number. If you'd like to add to your order, just give us a call. We could open up that order, combine it all together. But the key is getting that order number, because once you secure your order number, you have one set aside for you. So while we have a few seconds left here, let's recap why this one's special. It's the last San Francisco uncirculated cent ever made. And if you add up all the San Franciscos, it's the lowest minted San Francisco cent. If you look at the populations, 0.008% of 1955 S's are known to exist in 67 grade or better. Wow. Competition $190. Tonight, $99.95 while they last. It's an incredible price for an incredible coin. Don't miss out.
With silver hanging at that $50 level, and it's been there now for quite some time, we're starting to see the reverb throughout the rest of the collecting world. Silver coins, right? The first reactions are medallions and bars, even silver eagles, maple leafs, etc. Because of the 1 ounce, go to the 1 ounce, right? Pretty simple, pretty clean. And then you get the 90% silver, US coin silver, and you see that react a little bit later. Not that it should, but it's just two things at once, walking and talking, chewing gum. You can't do all of them at the same time, right? So we always pay attention to that side of it, because at some point, the values become, well, intense. Just too good with the silver market as hot as it is. Well, I'm a huge fan of the most popular collector series in America, which is the Vintage Morgans, 1878 to 1904, that end of the era, 21, those 28 years. And whenever I can find a pocket of a couple of years, we have a little bonanza. And tonight we have a 3-coin bonanza. But look at the cost, look at the price on an individual 130-year-old Morgan compared to silver today. That's the crazy buzz. So those are the beautiful coins, the original coins from 1888, 1889, and 1890. They are the coins, all right? Original. These are not remakes. They're not the modern Morgans that were made by a foreign government, but made to look like a Morgan, which are pretty cool, but these are not those. These are the original U.S. Mint, Philadelphia branch, uncirculated still to this day. Now look at the price. With silver hovering at $50 an ounce, we're able to bring out these classics still at an affordable price. If you go to our website, avccoins.com, we have some of the most competitive prices in the industry for silver eagles, proof silver eagles, certified silver eagles, right? And with silver at 50 with the premium from the mint, the lowest prices we have are $69.95. And then some of the rarer years are even more money. That's the brand new, and it's us to us comparisons. We're going backwards 130 years and bringing out the same, well, not the same value, a crazy value. This is a much better value. So the life of the Morgan dollar is a very short one, even though it sounds like a lot, right? We're going west because gold is found in California, 1849. And for a couple of decades, we had this westward expansion. The journey was the wagon trains up to basically Virginia City, Nevada. In that area, then you would cross over the Rockies when the weather permitted, right? Well, one of these journeys, we get stalled because of the winter. People stay until they can clear. And we find the largest silver vein in the history of the U.S., the Comstock Lode, named after the original founder of the mine, basically, if you want to call it that, right? Silver now becomes something of value in this country again, where the U.S. Mint can make all of its coins. We bring back the silver dollar for the first time ever with this brand new coin called the Morgan dollar, 1878. Philadelphia, the main mint, strikes them all 28 years. It's 27 consecutive through 04, and then again in 1921, right? So popular, we have a modern Morgan market that we're on our 4th year of issue in 2025. These are the original vintage. Beautiful uncirculated coins, as you can see. I mean, there was a steward for these coins over the last 130 years. Somebody had the coin, kept the coin, and saved the coin, and it now shows up for us to enjoy over a century later. That's the fun part of collecting. Things just popping up. Tonight's the night. Right place, right time, correct? Vintage Morgan dollars. I mean, if you wanted to buy a brand new 2025 Morgan dollar, whether it's uncirculated or the proofs, the two versions the Mint has out right now, if you go to their website, it's going to be $90 and change for the brand new one, of which they're making all year until it sells out, and they're very close in a couple of them. That's not these. These are the vintage original coins, and they're selling for less. So we made fun of ourselves in pricing, and now we're talking about the U.S. Mint and the brand new pricing. My competition on these same exact coins, whether it's the 888s, the only 888s, the 1888, the 89, or the 1890. They're at 139, 142, 149 respectively. And it has nothing to do with mintage figures. It has to do with survivability. How many are here today, 130 years later? And part of the reason why that's an important phrase is many of you might have heard of this statement before, but the Pittman Act of 1918, which was the U.S. now helping the English in World War I by silver. They were having a run, and it was just one of those types of things. So the U.S. melts the Morgan dollars, 60% of them, to help this event, because we couldn't put our name on it. It was still a neutral issue for the United States. So we melt all these silver dollars, of which there were the Morgans. We just don't know which ones. Well, today we do. If you go back in history and look, you look at how many were made. The mintages on these were all high. And then you go to NGC, PCGS, and you look at how many they've seen in the last 40 years, the time they've been in business. Then you understand the difference. The only other way is by going to shows yourself, and why can't I find 1888s? Last show, whether it was Grant, I, and Allison combined, bought 7 coins. 3 buyers, major convention. We found 3 88 Ps in uncirculated condition. That's just the nature of the beast. Guys, I don't have time for a clock. The your choice means if you just want to get a Morgan, pick the year that works. If you want to get them all, I understand. Because right now at $69.95 in this crazy silver market, these are not going to last long. The last privy of 2025 in our Silver Eagle program is out. Yeah, there's been 5 coins this year. Do you remember them all? Started out with the Eagle Privy on the uncirculated. Then we went to the Army. Then we went to the Laser. Then we went to the Navy. And last but not least is, well, the Marine Corps. And that has its story all to its own. But tonight we have them in stock. These are not pre-orders. Let's have a chat. So, of the 250th anniversary program, which is dedicated to the branches of service that were with us back in 1775, the start of our colonial endeavor to become, an independent country. We had the Army, the Navy, and then the Marine Corps. And they launched these coins in succession throughout the year, tied to their actual anniversary dates. So the first one out, going back to June 14th, was the Army. Then we had the Navy coming out, right, on October 13th. And the brand new one is the Marine Corps. The Marine Corps is the brand new one, just launched on November 10th. Well, tied to the November 10th issue is a pullback. The U.S. Mint made an announcement that most of the deliveries are going to be extended into some part of early December. Now, our allotment that we were sent by the Mint as being part of the ABBP is the reason why we have coins today after the official launch and the official sellout in a matter of a couple of minutes. So we're walking through this, and we're showing all 3 of them here tonight. So the brand new one is the Marine Corps. That's the very top of the graphic. Then we go back to the Navy, and then we go back to the Army. So if you're joining us for the first time, all 3 of these were limited to 100,000. They sold out instantly. It is the first time a tribute to the armed services was part of our Silver Eagle, the branches of service. Not to take anything away from the V-75 in 2020, but that was for the end of World War II as a thematic. These are specific branch of service, Army, Navy, Marine Corps, which all started back in our colonial era. This year celebrating the 250th anniversary, which is just a prequel to next year's 2026 USA 250 as a country, the celebration and working there. Now, as we've walked through these shots that are on the screen, you're noticing that each of the respective branches of service has a different mint mark tied to the branch of service. So we have the Army, which came out first, right, going back to June, and they have a W mint mark. And then the Navy, which was released in October, has an S mint mark. And the most recent is the red cert of the Marine Corps, and that has the Philadelphia mint mark. Now, unique to this year, a couple of things. First of all, the San Francisco on the Navy, with the Navy Privy, I should say, is the official last San Francisco Proof Silver Eagle. They made an announcement not too long ago saying that, well, with all the stuff coming up in 2026, we're scaling back on our core products, and we're going to launch into other stuff 26 and forward. And the formal announcement was the 2025 S, the second Proof Silver Eagle every year, is being discontinued, and the limited edition Silver Proof set is being discontinued. So this year we have end of an era type stuff. Why I bring that up is because on that Navy with the S mint mark with 100,000, it's the last of its kind and a crazy low mintage. Now the other fun one is the one you just looked at a second ago, which is the Marine Corps. The brand new coin that was just released and just sold out. A Philadelphia or P mint mark on a Silver Eagle. When's the last time you've seen that? Now, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle this year, and Philadelphia did strike P or P proofs, Philadelphia proofs, from 1993 through the year 2000. So we haven't used that P mint mark since the year 2000. 25 years later, it's on the Marine Corps issue, ready to go. Now, as I mentioned, and it's a very important statement, we have them in stock, ready to go. Army, Navy, the two prior releases, we had a few coins left in stock, but the Marine Corps is the brand new one, and that's the emphasis tonight. We have them in stock, which means you order today, our coins are on the way to you. This is not an advanced sale for 30 days from now when the majority of coins will be delivered. Be the first on the block, so to speak, ha ha. Now, a couple of other things just to keep in the back of our mind on this year's program. This special 3-coin suite with 100,000 made each, right? We have some very unique notes. The Privy Mark and then the Certified 70 Perfect, right? Which we all would love to have if we could find them one and afford them too. There's not one of these that's under $600 in the marketplace today. And because of some of the quality concerns on the Marine Corps, they're over $700 right now. So I'm looking at the next best thing is I want to be in, right? And then if I can. Well, right now the 70s are off the table because of the U.S. Mint pushing coins out in December. But we have a few coins here in stock that we got in as part of our ABBP. We're letting our customers know, or letting you know that they're in stock, ready to go right now. Our price of $299.95, that's $80 to $90 less than anybody else we've seen with these coins in stock and shipping. I've seen a couple of them give or take our price, but you got to wait 45 days to get the coin, which, by the way, is not a bad thing. Patience is a virtue. I'm just telling you out loud, I struggle with that every day. If I know it's there, I got to have it. I'm not going to wait 30 days, and especially if it's the same price. But that's just me. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. So let's wind this down. The brand new release and the last release in the trio is the Marine Corps. You're looking at it right now with that big, beautiful red cert. It was launched on November 10th. It sold out instantly. It was all part of the Baltimore Coin Show. That was the official release at the show, and boom, gone. Right? Lots and lots of fun. All of these, though, disappeared in tandem. The June 14th Army was gone within a matter of hours. The Navy on October 13th, the same way. OGP, original government packaging, is the box, the certificate, the outer box, as released by the U.S. Mint. Each one of them has the respective privy, and as I said earlier, each one of them has the respective mint mark. West Point, San Francisco, the Marine Corps, Philadelphia. All of them sold out, all of them, well, tonight at $299.95 each. So when you take a pause, just give us a phone call, just don't miss out.
Yes, it's true. The United States Mint made a Buffalo nickel in the year 2005. Many people know the original series, 1913 to 1938, but they brought back the Buffalo on the reverse of the nickel in the year 2005 as part of the Westward Journey series. They made 2 different designs in 2004 and 2 different designs in 2005, and this one here is one of the favorites. So you have in this collection a Philadelphia and Denver uncirculated, and you get the San Francisco proof as well. Our competition sells the San Francisco proof for over $10 alone. So with us here tonight at AVC, not only will you save, but you'll also get the Philadelphia and Denver as well. Each coin is individually encapsulated, and we're also putting in a special presentation box as well. The top shelf there shows you the obverse designs. You could tell the proof, it's that bottom coin, mirror-like background, and the bottom shelf there are all of the designs, PD&S, of the 2005 Buffalo Nickel. Join us on this one, folks. This one is special.
We've had a lot of fun stories in 2025. It has been a great year as a coin collector. But the 2 biggest stories we keep on bumping into are, well, the last cent struck on, well, November 12th. The Kennedys, which were stopped months ago, and neither series being continued, i.e. there's no more cent and no more 50-cent piece. For circulation, it's over. So we get a lot of questions on what do you got, and that changes almost every day. But we put together a small little package for a couple of minutes here tonight on both the Lincoln cent and the Kennedy half dollar. It's the end of the era package, a full roll of each, Denver Mint style. So let me explain exactly what you're getting here right out of the chute. A roll of Kennedys is 20 coins. This is 20 Denver coins. And then a roll of Lincoln cents is 50 coins. This is a roll of 50 coins. So the total coin count is 70 coins, 20 and 50 together. Both of them in those locking tubes, tagged accordingly. All of them uncirculated, all of them gorgeous. And yes, that is the price for both. Why am I saying that? Because many of you might know that right now in the marketplace, $59, $69 for the Kennedy rolls is not uncommon. And the cents, because of the official statement, which was November 12th, not too long ago, where the cent is no longer. It is done. Today was the final production. That was at Philadelphia, which means Denver ended before that. Now there's a scramble for the cents. The fear of missing out is upon us. Well, we decided to put together a small grouping so people could get in on the package, begin in big style. And as always here at America's Value Channel, with the value that it needs to be. Because tonight, we have them both together at the price of $39.95. Now, the phones are going off the hook already. Thank you. That also means you can join us, whether it's a smartphone, laptop, home computer, communication device, basically, with the internet, at avccoins.com, and type in the item number when you get to our landing page of 905-12219. It'll bring you right to this. All I'm referencing is, I recommend strongly, if you're visiting us via the web on this item, we're only going to be talking about this for a couple of more minutes. Push it through your shopping cart. This one's a guaranteed sellout tonight. No questions asked. Now, our competition, as we referenced, we've seen them at $49.59 on the Kennedys alone for a roll of 20 coins, which is what this is. With the Lincoln cent being the hot topic, the end of the era there as well. Well, but slight differences here. The Kennedy is the end of the Kennedy era, right? As we know it. That design will no longer be its tandem. It was introduced in 1964 and it's going away. This is the last of its year, 62 years later. They're going to have a half dollar next year, but it will be a different design. It won't be the Kennedy, etc. Back in 27, we'll see what they do, but it won't be this design. We know that. The Lincoln cent, the cent itself, that is over in U.S. history. What a sad chapter. Because the first coin ever made by the U.S. Mint, dating back to 1793, was the cent. And now the bookend is here, 2025, and we're experiencing it firsthand. The cent, as of November 12th, is gone. No more being struck in the history of the U.S. Mint for circulation. Again, our price is for the pair. You get the roll of 50 Lincoln cents, Denver. You get the roll of 20 Kennedy half dollars, Denver. 70 coins in all Denver, all uncirculated. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I hope we can make it, but the bottom line, as I told you, we're going to have some fun. We got some zingers in the show tonight, and for value, boy, is this a zinger. If you're with us this 5 or 6 minutes segment, what an opportunity. We love to do that. 72 items in the show tonight, and this is just one of them. The end of the era, Lincoln style, Denver, right here. The end of the era, Kennedy style, Denver, right here. 20 plus 50 is 70, all uncirculated. Competitions hugging that $100 mark. Tonight we're under 40 for a roll of each in those beautiful locking tubes. Enjoy.
Our first small-size dollar was the Susan B. Anthony. It was only made for a few years, 1979 through 1981, and they ended up replacing it because it looked too much like a quarter. You'll see the quarter on the right side, on the bottom there. It's very close in size and color to the quarter. So it was a short-lived series. They did need to change it because prior to that we had those large dollars, and people didn't want to carry them in their change anymore, so they got rid of the Eisenhower, and it was a great idea. Let's bring out a smaller dollar. But again, they changed it to the new golden dollars that we're used to seeing today, the Sacagawea, the presidential, the innovation. But let's stick to the SBAs here. 3 years, they put them in the proof sets, 1979 through 1981, and you get all 3 proof sets for that low price of $39.95. Our competition wants $29.95 per coin. By the way, they want $70 for all 3 sets. So no matter which way you look at it, you are saving. You'll get all 3 sets and original government packaging for that low price of just $39.95. This one is a great buy, folks. The only small dollars in that copper-clad color are the SBAs.
The modern Morgan and Peace program is as hot as ever. Started in 2021 with the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan, the first piece, and the crazy sellouts on top of all the other fun of 2021. But then we had a pause for a year. And then they came back saying, hey, we loved it so much, let's do it again. And now we're in year 4 with 2025. Well, for us, it's always about finding the value, right? We want to find the coin, and then we want to find the grade, and we want them to match up. Every blue moon, it actually happens. Tonight, boy, did it happen. How about the first of 2023, the Philadelphia uncirculateds in 70 holders for under $100? That's tonight's special. PCGS premium label, which is the Morgan and Peace they created for the program. And as you'll notice there, these are all first strikes. But within that, the most important thing is the fact that each of these is a 70, a perfect uncirculated silver dollar. Now, you're noticing the price, right? We had the lowest price in the industry when these came out, and we were at $129 to $139, and with your help, we had a phenomenal time with the item. A deal came across at a recent show, and somebody was looking to turn over their inventory, maneuver themselves into something else, and just offered a large deal. And you give us the power to have the ability to say yes to a number of these large deals. By looking at the overall deal and breaking it down, we are able to come out tonight with accounting's approval, of course, and have a certified 70 for under 100. Now, if you go to the U.S. Mint's website right now and buy the 2025s, what's the price? For a coin in the capsule, the overall government package, the OGP. Yeah, it is outright special. But the year 2023 started with a bang, if you remember. A big time bang. We were excited the program was being brought back, how quickly the 2021 sold out, all 3 editions, right? We had the Carson City in New Orleans early, May 24th. Then we came back on August 3rd with Denver and San Francisco. Then we came back on August 10th with the Philadelphia Morgan, and then the only Peace dollar. Quick sellouts, and then 2023 is here. They increased the mintage because they know we're interested, right? So the mintage goes to 300,000 coins from 175,000. And it's sold out fast as well. For one simple reason, we love the Morgan and Peace. But with the pure silver of today's modern Morgan and Peace, the detail, as you can see here on the breast feathers, is nothing like any vintage Morgan you've ever seen. That .999 silver, the softness of that gives us the detail that is just wow, which actually enables the grading services to say this is perfect. The metal just makes the process so much more favorable. I mean, look at the hairlines. I mean, they look like the high relief of 1921, do they not? The lettering, tight. And then the eagle on the mount on the reverse, even better. But here are the numbers, right? Here are the outright numbers. My competition is out right now with these same two coins. The 2023 Philadelphia uncirculated 70s, PCGS, and they're at 179, another's at 189. We've seen them as high as 199. All the same labels. Our price tonight, under 100, and it's the first and only time we've been able to do this. It's just, sometimes you just walk into that perfect deal, and we all get to enjoy ourselves. And tonight, that's that moment. That is that moment. Now, the numbers, if you look at this year, 2025, look at the numbers there. It is outstanding, right? Philadelphia's are strong, but that market for the brand new one at $149.95, which is the price we have available, is the lowest in the marketplace. So we're talking about a 50% reduction, a $50 reduction in price on these 23s. So the answer is very simply, I don't have one. Great time to get in. Patience to those who wait works with this one, right? Right place, right time works with this one. If I have one, what a great way to cost average to get myself even lower. Considering this, we're in a crazy silver market. And with a crazy silver market with popular silver, U.S. collectible silver, and now they're certified as perfect? And we can still be under the $100 mark? Wow, you can't buy silver eagles right now. Regular uncirculated silver eagles in 70 at this level. The proof silver eagles are even higher. The San Francisco proof silver eagles at 200, we have the lowest price in the industry, and we sell it out every time we bring it up. So we're always looking for that special product and that special price. And tonight, this is it. We're walking right into a great opportunity. So the original Morgan dollar is from 1878 to 1904, 27 consecutive years. It was from the silver of the largest silver find ever. That was the Comstock lode in Virginia City, Nevada. And that opened up silver again in this country. We found gold in 1849, California, etc. And the gold rush gave us gold coins. Silver gave us silver coins. We're independent now on the precious metals. With the end of World War I, we bring it back and celebrate peace. That lasted till 1935. So you might remember in 34 they pulled gold, and 35 they pulled silver dollars. That was the last year of the original peace dollar. And then for the 100th anniversary in 2021, it was able to be reborn again. The modern program is here. And every year it's been getting stronger and stronger with more and more collectors coming in. Wonderful scenario. But we understand why. I mean, our two silver dollars, the Morgan and Peace, from our growing up years, the late 1800s to early 1900s, right? The strength of America, the building of America. And this was the silver dollar in circulation at the time. And now we can go back and just, well, appreciate. But tonight it's all about appreciating the, I'm under $100 for certified Morgan and Peace. And not just certified 70s. That's the ticket. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. The phone's been bouncing a lot the last 3 or 4 minutes. What I mean by that, it's you hear the fast busy, you don't see it. I have a chart on one of the monitors that tells me the phone call flow. So I know when to move or when something might be selling out faster, etc. And right now it's just a lot of activity with our biggest of thanks. But under 100, the hottest program on the market, perfect 70s, beautiful premium labels, a huge savings, and yes, it's your choice. You don't have to be a peace dollar collector if you only like the Morgans or vice versa. All our competitors make you buy the pair. We are making you the ability to have the choice. But the best part of the choice is $99.95 while they last. And that's why they call this segment the Daily Deal. Firsts in collecting, whether it's coins, sports cards, comic books, stamps, you name it, firsts are significant. And then there's really nothing else like it. Well, tonight, we're talking about the popular coin in the American era, the Morgan dollar. And we have a first. I should have said we have the first. So the Morgan dollar comes out of the largest silver find ever in America, which is the Comstock lode. And now we have enough silver to actually look at having a silver dollar on a regular basis and have quantities where the entire country can actually use them. So the U.S. Mint is petitioned by the silver interests out west. They hired George T. Morgan to be the designer of Lady Liberty and the Eagle, and this is what he came up with. The coin over time has been nicknamed the Morgan dollar for the name of the designer of the coin. First year of launch, well, the Bland-Allison Act, which was the legislation to make it, was in 1878 early, and then quickly thereafter the U.S. Mint started going. Year one, and every year the Morgan dollar was made, the East Coast Mint, Philadelphia, struck a coin. And then the West Coast Mint, San Francisco, struck a coin. But there is a difference, and that is that Philadelphia was responsible for all coins. Half cents, cents, 2 cent, 3 cent silver, 3 cent nickel, half dime, 20 cent, quarter, half dollar, and eventually the dollar. Oh, and by the way, gold too. San Francisco only struck a few different denominations as they could, which meant, and why I bring that up, is it gave them so much quality time on their hands. Where Philadelphia is running around with their head chopped off, going slap, 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 San Francisco is just taking their time. Here's a coin, here's a coin, here's a coin, which means the striking process and the care taken to do the striking is why all the experts, we're talking the Loves, the Highfields, the Millers, the people that spent over half a century writing the books, documenting their experiences with the Morgan dollar alone, all agree San Francisco coins rule. When you look at them, it's obvious. Above the middle of the coin is the high point on the obverse and the reverse. When you look at the obverse, it's the ear and the hair above the ear. And on the reverse, it is the breast feather in the middle. And then you can actually see, like on this one, you can see the smaller breast feathers all fractioning off, where you see all the detail on all the feathers. Now here, the mint mark is above the D and the O in dollar, which is the bottom of the coin at about 6 o'clock. That's San Francisco. And then the other small tell is the edge itself, right? How crisp is the edge? Because it has this look and feel of a reeded edge, right? So you see the little ticks all the way around the coin on the obverse and the reverse. Very well defined, and San Francisco is pretty much known for it. So tonight we're able to bring forward the coin that started all of our obsessions. The coin of the Wild West, the Morgan dollar. And we have the first San Francisco issue right here. Competition? Yes, they're out there. We would lose our coin dealer axiom if we didn't have a 78S. Shame on us if we don't. They're close to 200 to over 200 for the same exact coin. Not kind of close, the same coin. Unk to unk, period. Capsule to capsule presentation, period. So tonight we're give or take $100 less, half the price. Well, that's our middle name here, America's Value Channel, and we take it seriously. We're not going to sell 20 coins tonight. We want to sell the 130 to 140 coins we have in stock right now tonight in this 7 to 8 minute conversation that we're going to have. And to do that, we know we have to have the prices like right here. And that's okay. 1, 2, 5. I've seen some orders go through in my other system here. That is always your prerogative. We don't have a your choice up for those of you that are used to watching, because there's one choice. It's a 78S. The other choice is, do I want one or do I want a couple of them based on the world we're living in today? And the fact that, is there anything ever better than a Morgan dollar other than the first year of issue Morgan? Oh, ding, ding, this one has both check boxes complete. But here's something else just to ponder. And many of you that have been with us for a while, whether it's myself, Allison, Alex talking, or even going back to when my great friend Don was one of our hosts, chatting. The influence of 2021 and the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan dollar ever struck And the U.S. Mint's decision in 2021 to strike all 5 Morgans that struck them at 175,000 coins. And it wasn't enough, because when they came back in 2023, they made 275,000. And then in a matter of a few weeks here, you're going to start seeing the 2024 uncirculated coins out, and they're at 275,000 again. That coin, the brand new one, you're not going to see it at $89.95. Just telling you. And you know that because the 2023 uncirculateds aren't at this price. Competition's at $129 to $149 on that brand new, beautiful 2023 uncirculated Morgan, of which there's only one of. Now, they also made a San Francisco version last year. That was the Proof. Beautiful coin, too. Love it. They made 400,000 of those. And again, they're lowering the mintage this year to 350,000. And again, we know that's going to be gone because that Proof look was phenomenal. But that was, again, the same thing. A brand new coin with a pretty decent quantity being made and sold and being dispersed amongst all of us collectors. And the price is at $129 to $149. I've seen it as high as $179. This is the coin that started it all. Not a remake or a facsimile, the coin. Guys, let's put that 1 minute clock up, please. We're down to our last couple of rolls. Thank you all for your patience. The phones have been kind of off the hook. We always love it when we see that. Remember, avccoins.com is always going to be there. 24/7, 365. From the bottom of our hearts, we thank you for making it the #1 site in the industry. And we're going to do our best to uphold it, which is variety and, like this, crazy prices on the bestest stuff. Is that a new word? I did bring up the 2021s, yeah. When's the last time you've seen 175,000 2021 Morgan for under $250? Why is that significant? If you go to NGC's website, if you go to PCGS's website, and in the last 40 years, every coin they've seen, every grade, and this is just for reference, together they've only seen 128,000 and change. That's the original. That's this coin. Significantly rarer than the brand new ones, yet more affordable. That's the brain tease and why I love it, and I hope you do as well. But it is time for us to be moving on.
We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Sacagawea dollar, first issued in the year 2000. Now, from 2000 to 2008, they had the same obverse and reverse design. And in 2009, they kept the obverse and they started changing the designs on the reverse. This one here is the year 2025. It is the high quality, finest strike Proof made out of San Francisco. Now, so far, about 300,000 Proof sets were made. But the population is still so small. There's still around 3,000, just under, even though that Sacagawea dollar is in the clad Proof set and also the silver Proof set. You would think that the population would be a lot higher, but it isn't. We're at $29.95, everybody. Competition, way north. They're at $99.99 for this same coin in the same grade from the same grading service, NGC, with the same beautiful Sacagawea label. Join us while they last, just $29.95. The finest strike, the Proof, the best grade you can get, the 70.
One of the questions that I often answer, whether it's a conversation on the phone or bumping into one of you at a show, is why don't you? And then it goes to have more of this particular item available on your shows. And it's like, well, again, 6-hour shows, so we shorten the amount of time we talk all the time based on the quantity of items we have. But it's also, you got to find the coin in the first place. And when you get to some of these older certified coins, some of them are just, well, not like the others around it. The Franklin Halves, one of my favorite series for value today. Talking real rarity, really small populations, and affordable prices. But when you get to a certain point, even they become difficult. Well, that branch or jump in the Franklins is 54 and 55. Tonight we have them both, a couple of each, for a short chat. Here we go. So as I referenced, I'm a big fan of the series. It's just, I like value. I like having something that's really rare and affordable. And when you compare it to anything else after the Franklin, nothing stands up to it. The numbers are still way better in the Franklins than in the Kennedys or in the Silver Eagles, all of them. And they're all great coins. Just one has to be the winner. There's no ties. These are the winners. So the Franklin series started in 1948, ended in 1963, right? The P's and D's, the S's, the years they were made for circulation. But the proofs were only introduced in 1950, the first modern issue proof set ever. Now, 75 years later, it's a staple in collecting. Well, the first 6 years, they were in boxes, little corrugated boxes with little flips, and they were stapled together inside. So when you look at from 55 to 63, the end of the era, versus the early 6 years, which these are the last two, whole different storyline. Whole different storyline. Well, the mintages are tiny because proof sets was just new to us here in this country. 1954, they made only 233,300. 1955, it was 378,200. By the way, anybody look at what the 2025 mintage is for proof sets? It's sold out. What is it selling for today? The brand new one? These are rarer and more affordable. That's the crazy of it all, right? Just knowing what's relative around it. But these are certified 67s or better. Now, in 65 grade, 66 grade, Franklins are fun. In 67, oh, they're special. 68, mind-blowing on how rare these are. If you look at NGC's population report, which is a published report, for the last 40 years, every coin they've seen. In 40 years, the 1954 is 6,408 that are 67 or higher. The 55, 17,653. After 55, nothing in the rest of the series is under 25,000. The 56, 57, 58s, the early 60s, all of them, 25, 30, 35, 40,000 coins known in 67 or higher. These two are those bridge coins, which we can never find. We're talking about getting into the real rare aspect of the series, but still very much affordable. The competition for the coin in a capsule, 3 1/4 on the 54. We're a certified 67, one of the finest known, and we're $75 less. The 55, nobody's close to us. They're double our price. In the holder. This is just one of those fun opportunities. Check us out, avccoins.com. I got a number of the Franklins in stock right now in Proof 67, the place to be. But tonight, well, on the site itself and tonight, these two pivots. These are great coins, crazy values. They're not going to last long. What are your sleepers for 2025? I mean, we're towards the end of the year. 26 is not that far away. We've seen a lot of fun stuff. Silver Eagles, lots of choices. We have Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, right? We have the end of the Lincoln, end of the Kennedy. And those are just a few, right? What is the topic? Well, when you look at the coin itself, and then you look at certification, and then you look at how many or how few, one of them is like a glaring standout. And tonight, for a couple of minutes anyways, I have a tonight special, which means it's our best price ever. That's saying a lot, knowing that we already have the best prices in the industry. So let's enjoy this one, shall we? It's going to be fun. The topic, the last Kennedy half dollar, the 2025s. The P&D pair, so it is a two-piece set at this price, not just one coin, and I'll get to that a little bit later. This is for the pair, both of them. All right? The U.S. Mint this year made a lot of Kennedys, I think in anticipation of the end of the era. Well, kinda. If you look at the total mintage in 2023, they were like at 85 million coins. 2024, last year they were at 37 million coins, and they capped it this year at 23 million coins. So we're looking at 11 to 12 million each P's and D's. Million. All right? Then you have the, well, these are uncirculated coins. How nice are they? And the majority of the Kennedys from this year, if you look at the population reports at NGC, knowing there's been tens of over 50,000 coins submitted, most of the coins are being seen in 65, 66, maybe a few 67s, very few 68s, and there are a total of 15 sets in 69, and those are priceless today. So we're talking $3,000-$4,000 a set for a 69 set because there's only 15 of them known the last year of issue. Well, one back of a 69 set is this 68 set. Are you ready for the numbers? It is. When I saw these numbers, I shook my head. But it didn't surprise me because I knew they were not grading well. We had a number of conversations with NGC on it. What's the deal here? And whether it was uncirculated sets or rolls, it really didn't make much of a difference on the Kennedy. And that was the big shocker of it all. Here are the numbers. There are 947 Ds and 707 Ps, which means there's only 707 possible sets that can be put together. Under 1,000. Now, let's do some math on Kennedy half-dollar stuff over the years. The first special Kennedy was in 1998. It was the Kennedy Brothers set, right? Silver dollar for the brother, and then a half-dollar special coin for the Prez. We're talking about, what, 50, 60,000 sets, if I recall properly? No, 62,500, exactly. Then we had the, 2014 50th anniversary celebration. The silver edition was over 200,000 sets. Kennedys are popular. They also had a special satin finish set, very similar, at 200. They had a gold 50-cent piece. Thousands of them made, sold out as well. 2019, we had the Apollo program with a special Kennedy half-dollar, because again, Kennedy pushing us to the moon, right? All of those, wonderful. But not one of them today has a number that is this small for high quality. None of them. 707 sets known to exist. And by the way, where are we in the year? We're real late in the year versus, these coins came out 6-7 months ago. Now, we've seen these priced nationally for $4.99, $5.99, $6.99. Tonight, a tonight-only special, which means this segment. And it just means, and I'm being nice with this, so bear with me. If you call our office tomorrow and want to buy this set, if I have any left, it's $4.99. The tonight-only specials are intended for people that are with us watching the show, and every hour we have one. So tonight there's 6+ of these special opportunities as a, saying thank you for spending your evenings with us versus the recap, which is a fast forward tomorrow morning when you wake up. Ha, 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 right? And I get it. That's just kind of how they play this out. So tonight, what a crazy price for what a crazy set. When I saw those numbers again, I was just shaking my head. Because the global numbers are big, but the quality numbers are very small. So, a couple of other things just to keep in the back of your mind. First of all, part of the reasoning for canceling the Kennedy half-dollar this year completely is, and I'm not happy with it, is just it's time to move on. We have a special tribute going out in 2026 for our 250th anniversary as a nation. And it's like, we had a bicentennial Kennedy in the year 1976. Why can't we do another Kennedy for 2026? But they didn't ask us. We know that. And we're looking forward to the designs, and I'm guessing they're going to be nice. They've been pretty good lately. But since 2002, the Kennedy's been off the table for circulation. right? They have not forced it into circulation. And for most of those 20 plus years of no circulation, we saw 1.5 to 1.7, maybe 2 million P's or D's made. And then all of a sudden, going back just 2 years, 2023, we saw a significant increase in the number of coins being made. And all of a sudden, they're showing up in circulation again. And that was 85 million coins in 23, 37 million coins in 24, and 23 million this year. So significantly lower than the two previous, but still much higher than the 1.7, 1.8, 2 million P's and D's separate, 3.5 to 4 million combined. But by producing more coins, we also know you're slapping them faster, the quality does go down. And we've seen that over and over again. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, sorry. Just love the fact that while I'm talking, we get to have this conversation on this coin set in this grade at this price. It's going to go down as one of the greatest Kennedy collections ever. How can it not? Out of 23 million coins, there are 707 sets known to exist. This nice. And only 15 of them are higher. And as I referenced earlier, 3, 4, 5,000. If you can find a set. We're on a search and destroy mission for one of our customers. And the comment is, find me the coins. Well, I'm looking at that, and we're going to do our best to do so. But a 68 with only 707, 15 69s. At this price point, this is really the sweet spot. And one of the craziest values in the show tonight.
The Civil War, 1861 through 1865. What happened at the time? People were hoarding coins, especially silver and copper. So the United States Treasury began issuing fractional currency, which was basically paper notes worth less than $1. This one here is the 50-cent variety. We have a couple different dates, 1863, 1864, and they're in gorgeous collector circulated quality. No tears, pinholes, etc. Now, keep in mind, it wasn't until 1878, just about 20 years or so after the when the Civil War ended, when they discovered all that silver in the Comstock lode, that they had enough silver to make a silver dollar. And 1878 is when they finally brought out the silver dollar series, which was the Morgan dollar. Prior to that, most paper notes were destroyed. Very, very few are found today. I couldn't find this with a competitor, folks, so I can't give you a competitor price. I can tell you that these are very popular. I know you love them. We've had a lot of fun with these, so while they last, join us at only $79.95.
Our coinage in times of crisis. What do? Well, during World War II, we did two kind of crazy things. One, we needed nickel for war materials, etc. So we took nickel out of our 5-cent piece, and now it was silver. Fun. 42 through 45, right? 11 coins. But the other denomination, coinage denomination, was our cent, our Lincoln cent. And with this one, we made two crazy coins, never replicated. And tonight we have the complete set. Let's have some fun. So we started the process in 1943. We need copper for munitions and others, right? So we pull copper from our Lincoln cent and we replace it with the material we had lots of, which was steel, right? The only steel coins in U.S. mint history. And the reason why they're the only ones ever is, well, they wear horribly, they rust, they get stuck together. So the U.S. Mint, after only a few months of production, chose to end it. So we have 1 year, 1943, we have something called the steel cent. Well, what do? Well, a brilliant idea was we have all these shell casings coming back from the effort, the war effort itself, a two-front effort. Let's take those shell casings and melt them down and use that, which we cannot use again for casings and use those for circulating cents. So for 3 years, 44, 45, and 46, all 3 U.S. mints made a unique copper known as the shell casing cent. It has a different and unique look to it. But when you get uncirculated coins like the ones you're seeing on your screen right now, wow. Now, I'm sorry, a lot of people nickname this the white cent because it's so clean, but it is gorgeous. I mean, nothing like it. And uncirculated, nothing like it. Circulated, quite ugly. And then you look at the regular uncirculated reds. An uncirculated clean wheat cent is a lot of fun. You compare this, you put next to it a regular 1947 or a 1942 wheat cent, a different look, just a different shade. So there are 12 unique World War II cents. 3 steel, 9 of them shell casings. All 3 U.S. mints struck them those 4 years, Philadelphia, Denver, and San Francisco. And this is a complete 12-coin set. Now, the word Defender on your screen is referring to the type of holder it is in. Again, with NGC and PCGS, ANAX, all the grading services putting their coins in holders, all the packaging today is, well, built for those types of holders. So a little over a year ago, with Allison's help, it's like we got to hunt down something better than flips and capsules. Those are great, but there has to be a better way. Well, here's the better way. It's called the Defender series, and it just works perfectly. Our graphics department put together these gorgeous labels to match out the coin in the holder, so that way they can be displayed proudly and put together. Now, my competition sells these exact holders you're looking at in 3-packs, and they're at $7. We have 4 of those in this grouping. So, again, they have $30 in packaging. Ours is just inside of the product. If you add up just the steel cents, they're at $11, $21.50 on the D, and $32 on the S. That is the key. They're at $64.50 just for the steel cents. If you add up the shell case cents, the other 9 in the World War II scenario, it's over $100, closer to $113. $5.50, $6.75, $11.25. The tough year is $45, $14, $13, $12. And then $6.50, and the last but not least, the 646S is the key. They're over $30 on that coin alone. Add them all up, the 12 are way over $150. We are actually $100+ less just for the coins, and now add the packaging. So it's always fun to go back in history, look at what was going on, right? What was going on at this time? And we knew what was going on, but then what did we do? So, like the Mercury dimes, right? The Walking Liberty half dollars, the Washington quarters, the coins that were out there in circulation in silver, they all stayed the same. Silver was not a problem. But as I referenced earlier, nickel was, which is why our 5-cent pieces became silver. But then for the coin we used every day, the Lincoln cent, it was an experiment on top of an experiment that just made it fun for all of us. So you go back to 1793, we create the cent first, the half cent and the large cent in 1793, and it's the longest continuous run of a denomination in U.S. history. But all those coins made over all these years, only one of them is steel, and it's that 1 year. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. We're down to our last 10, 12 sets. We got a lot of people on the phones. Thank you. We appreciate the business. Do we have these available separately? We might. That would be avccoins.com. I did not check that one. I apologize. I didn't think of it. But if you look at the category of cents, it'll bring you right to these, and we'll let you know what we have. I do know this. This is the best price we've had on the combination steel cents and shell case cents in a long, long, long time. These beautiful uncirculated coins are just something special, something to hold on to. We appreciate you. Thank you for calling. I mean, look at the reverse of these steels. Something different. So again, the steel cents, my competition, is almost the price of our 12 coin set. And then the other 9, the shell case cents, they're over 100. It's just a great opportunity to get the complete World War II cent package at, of course, the right price. The AVC way. Let's talk Morgan dollars, vintage Morgan dollars, but not any vintage Morgan dollar. We're talking about the creme de la creme, the Carson City Mint. Uncirculated specimens, under 400? Oh yeah, that's up next. So the Morgan dollar was created out of the largest silver find ever here in this country, which was the Comstock Lode, right? They discovered that on the journey west, the California Gold Rush, right? We're wagon trains across the middle part of our country, trying to get across the Rockies, and one of the stopping points was, well, in the Virginia City, Nevada area. And while they're waiting there for their timing, because of the winters and everything else and weather, somebody discovers the largest silver vein in the history of the United States, known as the Comstock Lode. Right there. Well, up until this time in history, English and Spanish coins were actually legal tender alongside of our United States coins. Now we have silver. Let's do something with it. Well, how do you brand yourself? You put out the biggest item and you just, boom, right? So our largest silver coin ever in circulation is the Morgan dollar. You're looking at it right here. They issued them from 1878 to 1904 and then again 1921, a total 28 total years. Inside of that, we had Philadelphia, San Francisco, and New Orleans making coins for the masses. But then we had this Wild West mint, this mint in the middle of nowhere, striking coins for the flow of people kind of walking through that time frame. Carson City, Nevada, right? Double C, CC, right, as the mint mark. They struck coins only 13 years, 1878 to 1885. And then a 4-year pause, 1889 to 1893. And then they closed the doors for good. Wow, huh? Wow. Anybody looking at that price yet? Can't miss it. This is a vintage 140-year-old coin. This is not one of the remakes by one of the foreign governments that is remaking the Morgan dollar, dated 2025 or other dates, with a limited edition. This is the actual U.S. Mint Carson City Morgan dollar. Now the new stuff sells for more than the real stuff. The coins that started it all. Now we have a 20 coin roll here tonight. They're not going to last long. It'll be a short conversation. And it's because 1, the date, and 2, the price. Wow. Just outright wow. The competition has coins of the same year, 1882, in 2 conditions. Circulated and uncirculated. There's circulated coins that are $100 more than our uncirculated. So lesser quality, more money. Yeah. And then there are true uncirculated, apples to apples comparison here, are $300 more than our coin. And it's because try finding a vintage Carson City. Heck, try finding a 2021 100th anniversary Carson City. Remember they made 175,000 of those? It was released on May 24th that year, sold out in 3 minutes. I mean, most of my competitors are over 400 for the brand new coin, and we know there's 175,000 of those. For kicks and giggles, look at NGC and PCGS's population report. How many coins have both of the top 2 grading services in the country seen in 40 years? How many 82 Carson cities have they seen? Combined, as of today, 116,484, all grades. And it's less money than the brand new one that we know 175,000 are out there. Just saying. Sometimes the numbers speak to you. Other times the price speaks to you. The bottom line is this coin always speaks. We love our Carson cities. When you add up all of our Carson cities versus all the S's, San Francisco, all the P's, Philadelphia, all the O's, New Orleans, right? It's less than 3% of all Morgans. So we're starting out with one of our hands tied behind our back, which is why today, not only the story is perfect, it's the coins of the Wild West, the actual coins struck in the Wild West. I mean, Philadelphia, big city. San Francisco, big city. New Orleans, big city. Carson City, 6 people. Just kidding, right? Right in the middle of the Wild West expansion. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Do we have other years in stock? 78, I know we're sold out of. Somebody asked that earlier tonight. I think we might have 83, 84, maybe an 85. Ask our operators. You can always visit us online at avccoins.com. Look for the Morgan Dollar tab, and then you'll find all the Carson cities inside of that. Circulated, uncirculated like this one, certified, etc., all listed. And if they're there, we have them in stock, and they change often. Carson cities are always in and out, in and out, in and out. We love our fabled CC mint mark. But tonight, we love it a little bit more. Because there's nothing wrong with having the best of the best, right? Having the right quality, having the popularity, having the right mint. But there's something to be said knowing you got the crazy deal. Yep, I was there. I tuned in last night, and I got the coin at $3.99. How special is that? Well, our competition, again, for the same coin, $300 more. If you watch them over the weekend, yeah, tune in here. AVC all the way. 82 cc's, everybody. Give us a call.
As we get ready, folks, for the brand new Silver Eagle coming out in just a few short months, let's go back to some pockets that we have and snatch them up while they're available. This one here is 2024, last year's Silver Eagle, and why I bring it up is we have a handful or so left in the Eagle Core, but the population is still under 240,000. Prior year 2023 was almost 380,000. So I thought this one would be perfect to bring back up to add to your collection while we're getting ready for the brand new year. Just $89.95. Our competition sells uncirculated in capsules for over $100. And that's just a regular coin in a capsule, probably a mint state 60 if you want to put it on the Sheldon scale. How about a perfect 70 for less? Just $89.95 while they last. We have less than a row box available. So that's why we're putting it up for a quick pop here to give you a chance to grab yours, the most coveted core in the industry. Exclusive to us, you have the design of Lady Liberty on the obverse integrated into the core and the label, and you also have the Eagle Landing integrated into the design on the full back. Gorgeous. We love it. We know you do too. Grab yours tonight.
At a recent show, I was talking with, well, Bill, right? And he has evolved into a currency lover. He loves older U.S. currency. And he was saying, Steve, you talk about fractional currency once, twice a month when you can find notes. I can't find anything at this show. My answer was, neither can I. So it's kind of the process. But it does reinforce the great American coin hunt, currency hunt. We want to hunt for this stuff. Well, the first notes ever made by the U.S. Mint were those fractional currency issues that started during the Civil War and then lasted for a couple of decades after that, 20-year span. And then all the big notes came thereafter. The two that you just can't find are what they call Series 1 and Series 2, the notes that were actually issued right during the Civil War itself. Since there was no copper, no silver, no gold, we had to use this paper. So now try finding the paper, right? Well, tonight we have a small inventory on Series 1 and 2 of the workhorse note, the lowest denomination, which is that 5-cent currency. Let's enjoy it. So the Series 1 is sometimes referred to as the postage stamp series. And they kind of do look like a postage stamp, do they not? I mean, they actually have a stamp in the middle of the note. And then the bullseye is basically series number 2, which means whoever it was, Washington, etc., there's a big giant circle around his head. But it's a 5-cent postage stamp wrapped into a 5-cent piece of currency. It was made from August of 1862, until May of 1963. Very short window. But remembering, both sides thought the Civil War was going to be a very short skirmish, right? And, well, it wasn't. So Series 2 comes out. We need to keep on financing the effort and giving people currency. It was made for the duration of the war, 1863, October, through February of 67. And these are the 2 basic notes that were in the heart of the Civil War. Now, the fractional series, of which I'm a huge fan, there are 5 series altogether going all the way into the 1870s. While they were going through Reconstruction, while they were going through the reestablishment of silver coin in circulation. Right? So there was this process. But the first 2 are the heavily used. So finding them where they look well, we call them circulated plus. Kind of the framework of, in coins, a super slider, right? We have beautiful circulated coins. We have our uncirculated coins. The difference between them is sometimes significant. And then we have this category in certification called about uncirculated. It sounds, based upon where I break in the conversation, the same thing. So Don termed the phrase years ago, super slider. Now the industry uses it and has been for over a decade. You look like an uncirculated note and it slides by. We know they're not, but they're really close. And if they were, they'd be really expensive. And I recommend strongly buying them certified. So these notes, circulated plus, are the best of the best. Tonight, look at our prices. My competition for average circulated, not this nice. I mean, you've seen war 1957 silver certificates. Yeah, notes from 75 years ago. These notes are from 175 years ago. And they look nicer. $129 versus their pricing at $179 to $189. So the better quality and the savings at the same time. The best of the best. But you're also noticing, but as looking at these notes and bouncing through them, that the counterfeit scenarios they put in force at this time aren't as sophisticated as today, but they were real. The color of the obverse and the color of the reverse were different. Right? They had a problem with counterfeiting of Series 1. So they added a second big circle around Washington. And that circle is not consistent, but it's around his head. Right? And then the Big 5 over the Big 5. Over the shield. Over the eagle. They did a phenomenal job putting together just the outright look and feel. And again, they're how old? And then there is the in with the new, out with the old, right? When the Civil War is over, and now we have silver coin coming back into circulation. And at that time, we had half dimes. We also had the nickel starting, which was the new metal for coin. But you could get coin or paper. And even though paper was convenient, we know that, well, we take a step back. Remember 1957 series silver certificates, right? The last of their kind. 1963, the Treasury says we're no longer going to let you redeem these for silver. What happened? We rushed to the bank to get our silver, because that's what the note said we can get. And then they stopped actually giving us silver a few years later. Over with. Now it's just a piece of paper worth $1. Well, and same thing here. People took the paper to get coin because coin was more comfortable, which means fewer and fewer are there, which is why, going back to my comment that started this conversation, I can't find any fractionals. And my comment was, I can't either. You might just find one here, one there. And again, lots of beautiful designs in the series, 5 different series themselves. But we're talking about tonight the actual series during the war. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Down to only a handful of each of these. Series 1 and Series 2, notes issued during the Civil War. The lowest denomination of Series 1 and Series 2 was the 5-cent note. When the war was over, they issued a 3-cent. But during the war, the 5-cent note was the lowest. It is the lowest of these two series. It was the workhorse. Today, the quality, you can see it. Do I have other notes? Absolutely. Unfortunately, just not enough to bring them all out and have a short conversation, but check us out at avccoins.com. If you're looking for the rarest items in the show tonight, and we've had some crazy low populations on certified silver eagles, these two here, take them all down for rarity. This stuff is special. This stuff is rare. Give us a call. We spent a lot of time this year talking about the end of an era topics, right? The Lincoln cent, no more. That was earlier this year. The shocker, the middle of the year with what? Well, the Kennedy half dollar disappearing after 62 years. And then recently, the San Francisco Mint is no longer making the second proof silver eagle every year. Lots of ending ofs. But the one that's got a lot of attention lately has come off of the Morgan and Peace program. And it's not the modern program. It's what was the last 90% silver dollar ever? Well, tonight we're going to spend a few quality minutes on it. That happens to be the year 1935, the end of an era for the big silver dollar in circulation. Here we go. So the silver dollar was one of our early coins, right? Now, we didn't have a lot of silver early in our history, which is why after 1804, we kind of nulled it for 4 decades, and then small quantities until the Comstock lode, Virginia City, Nevada, and the opening up of silver in the United States, the largest silver find in this country's history. The Morgan dollar was the child of that, and then we rotated into the early 1920s with the end of World War I, the Great War, the war of all wars at that time, and the wanting to celebrate peace. So we come up with this brand new idea, a modernized silver dollar with design, Statue of Liberty on one side, the beautiful eagle on the reverse, very poignant, looking over the pond, olive branch in hand versus the talons holding an arrow, which was all throughout the 1800s. Big story there, we'll get to it. But it kept on going. And then we pulled gold in 1934. We've all heard of that before. But what most people forget is we pulled silver dollars in 1935. In 1935, there were 2 silver dollars, one made in Philadelphia, East Coast, San Francisco, West Coast, and the lowest mintage of the 2 is the coin you're seeing in front of you. Now, normally we have the lowest price in the industry, and tonight we're going to pick on ourselves because our last time out on this one, and it was a sellout, we were at $129.95. Compared to our competition that are north, almost $200. Well, tonight we just brought back a deal, a roll of beautiful uncirculated coins as part of a large silver dollar purchase, and we're able to break these down to the crazy price. So tonight there are 20 coins available at this remarkable crazy price. But price is only part of the conversation here. Because as I referenced, it's all about the end of an era when things all of a sudden changed. I mean, we had the big Eisenhower from 1971 to 1978, but that was not silver for circulation. Copper clad, remember the sandwich coin. And we also learned that that big size, which was the same size, the 38.1 millimeter, is just not conducive for how trade works today. I mean, I remember being a paper boy in the late 60s, early 70s, and having some of those big Eisenhowers in my pocket. We're like, I understand why we wanted to go to the mini dollar with the Susan B. Anthony, if we could just tell the difference, right, between that and a quarter. But I digress. Back to the beautiful end of an era story here. So one of those coin trivia moments is the last silver dollar struck for circulation is, and you're looking at it, 1935, the peace dollar. The rarity on this piece is, well, when you start following it, becomes very exciting. And and I'm a numbers geek, many of you that have been with me in a coin show before know, to me, I rationalize the difference between all of these coins by numbers. How many were made versus today with NGC, PCGS, ANX, ICG, right? CAC, all of them being out there in the marketplace, publishing what they see. We're now able to take mintage figures and translate them into surviving coins on a percentage basis. So it's not perfect, but if you know that there were, as an example, 350,000 81S Morgan dollars seen in the last 40 years, and only 4 of these coins seen, you know that there's something significantly important about this coin. Why are there so few? Now, if you look at the peace dollar series, the Morgan dollar had its Pittman Act of 1918 that destroyed 60% of it. Well, during World War II, leading up to World War II, we had something called the Manhattan Project. A lot of silver dollars were melted to help with the making of the atomic bomb. So the peace dollar was the go-to. And what was the last peace dollar ever made? 1935. Why I'm saying that is it helps explain the numbers you're about to hear. If you look at the mintages, it's one of the rarer or lower mintage figure coins. There's only 1.5 million made in Philadelphia in 1935. It ranks 9 out of peace dollars. So it's a top 10 mintage. But when you start looking at how many coins have been seen over the last 40 years, it just validates what you might know as an individual that's gone to coin shows. If you go to coin shows, there are coins you just can't find. And it's not because the mintage is high or the mintage is low. You just can't find them because. And in this case, the Manhattan Project whacked a bunch of them. Just whacked it out hard. The numbers, if you look at NGC and PCGS, the 2 largest services, added together, here are some of the top peace dollars. The 1921 high relief, we all love that coin, made for only a couple of weeks, December of 1921. Combined, they've seen 41,943. All grades. So pretty special compared to the hundreds of thousands of the 22s, 23s, 24s. The years later when they opened up and corrected the design. The most limited production, the lowest mintage figure, is the 1928 Philadelphia. That one, even rarer, even fewer seen. That's logical, 22,794. But what's not logical is then going to this coin with a combined at 22,896. So basically a couple of coins off of the lowest minted, the key coin in the series. And that's just what modern technology, availability of information, the publishing of information helps us all with. Guys, I need a 30-second clock, please. As I referenced, tonight we're $30 under our already low price in the industry at $129.95. My competition's hugging that $200 level for similar quality coins. All of ours are blast white beauties like you see on your screen. Great detail. The TRVST, V for victory. And on the reverse, the eagle still looks like it's a high relief, does it not? Looks like he's coming off the coin with the weakened edge, which was the process to make the coin a non-high relief after the government fixed it. All I can say is this, what a great coin, an end of an era, and tonight, the best price ever.
If you add up all of the Morgan dollars made in the entire series of all the mints, you come up with 96 coins. This one here, the 1895, made out of New Orleans, ranks number 10. So you have a top 10. But even if you just take all the New Orleans out, put them aside in a chart, there's 26 of them. This one ranks number 2. The only one rarer is the 93O. What's even more incredible, so that mintage figure keeps it as a number 2 in the O's. But check out population reports. NGC and PCGS combined have only reported ever seeing 16,000 and change. Wow. 1899P, key date in the P mints, that's a number 2. 32,000 seen. 81cc, 52,000 seen. This one is a must-have for the price. Our competition sells VFs for over $1,100, and if you want to find this coin, a 95.0 in AU condition, it'll run you over $3,300. Each one of these is in hand-selected collector quality circulated condition, and at this price, they're going to move fast.
Where should I go for silver value in a hot market? Well, it should be the same place in any market, but obviously when a market gets hot, certain categories move fast. They catch up to quote-unquote the bullion value. And now that we've seen silver hold at that $50 level for a few weeks, it's time to take a pause and look at some of those great pockets that are, well, still affordable today, tonight, now. So let's spend a few minutes on one of my favorites, the forgotten silver Kennedys. And what I mean by forgotten, or the last of, as the graphic says, is the fact that everybody that I talk to on a regular basis firmly believes that the U.S. government pulled silver coins from circulation in 1964. And you're wrong. They pulled dimes and quarters in 1964 and went to clad in 65. But the U.S. Mint continued making one silver Kennedy for circulation for the next 5 years, the rest of the 1960s. And then in 1970, you might remember the 70D, the silver 70D only being released in the uncirculated set. So we're looking at the reverse design here, right? Big, beautiful eagle, the crest of the presidential seal. And then when you turn it sideways, you don't see copper clad. Again, everybody believes or forgets, and hey, it happens. Happens all the time. They were in circulation. And I think part of it's because in 1965, 66, and 67, the Philadelphia issues here, they didn't make proof sets or uncirculated sets. They made those special SMS, special mint sets. In 68, when San Francisco became part of the new proof set factory, and they still are today, they moved the silver Kennedy to Denver for the last 3 years. Well, here's our deal tonight. As it references, it's 5 for 65. Simple math is we're under $13 a coin. At $13 a coin, excuse me. It will include, it's not a random sampling of those 5 years. Tonight, we guarantee you will get these 5. You will get that 65, the one everybody charges $10 or $12 more for. You'll get the 65p, 66p, 67p, and then you're going to get the 68D and the 69D. One coin made per year. This is the complete collection of the last silver, the forgotten stuff. And again, as it shows you right there, silver, no clad. They're all encapsulated in a small presentation pouch. Good stuff. Now, when we talked about this topic 6 months ago, silver was what, in the 35-ish range, I want to say? And my competitions raised their price to $26.95 a coin, upwards of $35 on the 65. With silver now in the 50 range, they're over $30 a coin and over $40 on the 65. Simple math is 30 times 4 is $1.20. Add 40, $1.60. We're basically $100 less. Same 5 silver uncirculated Kennedys. Ours are encapsulated. So it's always about knowing and or having knowledge, right? I mean, the marketplace has changed. When I first started in this industry 40 years ago, it was the red book is this, but that was before the grading services existed, NGC and PCGS. So the knowledge that you carried of what you see and don't see is everything, right? You can't log on to the internet right now and say, what's up? And even then, sometimes they're wrong. But experience gave us the understanding of what we don't find or what we do find. I mean, we've bought the last silver Kennedys from all of our competitors. There are 4 of us left on the airwaves, and guess what? We've never gotten all 5 when we bought 5. Everybody leaves off the 65, the very first of its kind. but they did make those 5 continuing. So again, let's repeat exactly what this is. These are beautiful, beautiful, beautiful 5-year silver Kennedys. They pulled 90% in '64, but they continued to make silver Kennedys through 1970. The 70s were in mint sets only, not in circulation. And then copper clad started in '71, Kennedy style. Okay? They made 1 coin per year for circulation. Philadelphia, 65, 66, 67. Denver, 68 and 69. Our grouping here tonight is that exact 5. So it's not 5 random, which is still crazy at $13 a coin compared to our competition that's now over 30, double our price and then some. We're giving you all the coins they made. So it's a complete set of the coins they released for circulation. I remember getting these when I was a kid, paper out, late 60s, early 70s. It's like, Grandpa, what's the difference? It's like silver. Put it in the bucket, right? Or if you had a collection, I had a collection, you look in the albums, those push albums, the Whitmans, the blue ones of old, some of them green, push your coins in. Is this one nicer than that one? Yeah, replace it and put the other one into the bucket, right? We're not letting go of our silver. And then silver goes to $50 an ounce. And what did people do? They got rid of their silver. But that was how many years ago? 45 years ago, the first time it hit. So what survived? Good question. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Lots of activity on the phones, and thank you. Remember, if you hear that fast, busy, you can always join us at avccoins.com, or just take a deep breath, hang up, and then hit redial in about 30 seconds. It looks like that's about what we're looking at right here. One of our operators would love to talk with you about these great silver coins. And again, our last 5 are the 5, as you've seen on your screen. Our price of $65 is for all 5 uncirculated silver Kennedys. The fun category, and the reason why it's available today, well, again, knowledge is power. Power is just helpful, right? With this, we know the difference. We know these silver Kennedys exist. So as a result, that gives us an advantage, doesn't it?
Jumbo Eisenhower dollars, you might think of the ones that you saved in your change and some of them that had a different reverse design in 75 or 76, but not many people know that besides uncirculated and proof sets, 73 to 78, they made some special silvers prior to that, and 1971 is when they started. They made them out of San Francisco, and not many people knew that they existed because we didn't have internet and we didn't have a way to spread the word. So next up, folks, is your chance to own the first year of issue, uncirculated and proof, the Silver Ikes. And we call them the secret Ikes because of that exact reason. They were put in circulation. Philadelphia and Denver made them. They were put in proof sets and mint sets starting in the year 1973. But those are all the copper-clad versions. Not many people knew that they made silvers, 40% silvers, in 1971 through 1974, and then that was it. So this is the first year of issue for each type. This is the proof. It comes in a hard plastic lens, very similar to a proof set lens, and many people call it the brown pack because the box that it came in was a brown box. You could see a little bit of it there on the right. So a lot of people call these the brown pack Ikes. This is the reverse of the coin. We're showing you both obverse and reverse. There you go. You have the eagle landing on the moon with Earth in the background. This was the first year of issue for the Eisenhower dollar. It was made to celebrate our 34th president, our 5-star general, and made to celebrate landing on the moon, hence the design. Now the bottom row there is the uncirculated version. We call them the blue packs, hence the blue envelope that you see coming across your screen right now. The uncirculated 40% silvers were in a cellophane very similar to a mint set. You have the coin on one side and the medallion / token, whatever you want to call it, on the other side. Everybody calls it something different out in the industry, trust me. And it is presented in, packaged in the blue envelope, the blue Ikes. Folks, you get them both. The proof and the uncirculated 40% silvers for under $25 a coin, $49.95 for both first year of issue Eisenhower's, the San Francisco silvers. Our competition sells the proof alone, that's that one right there, for $62.95. They sell the uncirculated alone for $58.95. Together, combine that price together, over $120. We're at $49.95 for both. You can buy 2 sets and still save money for the price off of one of theirs. So you're going to get first year of issue of the Secret Silver Ikes 1971 in original government packaging, the lens and the brown box for the proof, and the envelope in blue for the uncirculated. It's the last jumbo dollar. After this, we had SBA and we had Sacagawea, presidential, no more large jumbo dollar. Let's put that 30-second clock up. 30-second clock. These are very, very popular, especially first year of issue, especially the silvers. And again, they made Philadelphia's, they made Denver's, but they made millions and millions and millions of coins for circulation. They did not put them in proof sets and mint sets in 1971. They only made the blue packs just shy of 7 million and the brown packs just over 4 million. Philadelphia, 47 million. Denver, 68 million. That's the rarity factor as well. So not only are you getting the rarity, you're getting the first year of issue, you're getting the silvers, and you're getting the price savings of over $100 off our competition. We are celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Sacagawea dollar, first issued in the year 2000. Now, from 2000 to 2008, they had the same obverse and reverse design. And in 2009, they kept the obverse and they started changing the designs on the reverse. This one here is the year 2025. It is the high quality, finest strike proof made out of San Francisco. Now, so far, about 300,000 proof sets were made. But the population is still so small. There's still around 3,000, just under, even though that Sacagawea dollar is in the clad proof set and also the silver proof set. You would think that the population would be a lot higher, but it isn't. We're at $29.95, everybody. Competition, way north. They're at $99.99 for this same coin in the same grade from the same grading service, NGC, with the same beautiful Sacagawea label. Join us while they last, just $29.95. The finest strike, the proof, the best grade you can get, the 70.
When we talked about we have the Marine Corps Proof Silver Eagle Privy in stock, and we were talking about the OGPs earlier in the show, we had a lot of calls in saying, any of the certified stuff available right now? So the answer is, well, yes, we do have one. It's time. Let's go. Excuse me there. How's that for a sneeze early on in a presentation? So yes, we not only have a certified coin in stock right now, we have an advanced release certified Silver Eagle in stock right now. And I'm going to explain that first. But let's get to the coins themselves. Earlier this year, right, June 14th, we had the Army release 100,000 coins and sold out. The second of the 250th anniversary coins was the Navy on October 13th, and that at 100,000 sold out. And the last of the three is the Marine Corps, recently brought out on November 10th, and sold out. All of them were 100,000. All of them had the privy mark of the branch of service, as you can see right there. The difference is each coin was made at a different U.S. mint. West Point was Army, San Francisco was the Navy, and Philadelphia, the P mint mark, for the first time since the year 2000. 25 years ago was the last time a P mint mark was an approved Silver Eagle, right? 100,000 sold out and gone. And gone. Now, second part of this conversation early is about advanced release. What is advanced release? A number of years ago, the U.S. Mint joined with a number of us in the industry to bring forward the message of coin collecting. And all of us together, there's 10% of the official mintage that are brought out to us. The 90% goes to the individuals. And it's been a great program with that. And then those 10% is broken down amongst us all. So small numbers, but at least we all have some coins to talk about the event, talk about the release, and get out there and just rah-rah U.S. coins, which is what we're doing. With that being done, the grading services, NGC and PCGS, started tagging these coins because they were delivered prior to release, and they couldn't be released to us till, well, after release. So that way everybody's getting the coins at the same time. I understand the reasoning, it's perfect. But with that and the tagging of advanced release, it opened up a whole new label fun. For years and years, first day of issue was the calling, right? And the big premiums on those coins. This is before first day of issue. First day of issue means you bought it on the first day. These are part of the advanced release program, which is why they're tagged as such. Which means pretty much without fail, every edition released by the U.S. Mint, it has the smallest population numbers. And we all know that in today's real world, quality matters, and how many, how few, the how few part matters even more. Well, tonight we have the gem. Because you might recall the U.S. Mint has delayed release of shipping the other Marine Corps coins until the middle part of December. And I understand why they're doing it and applaud what they're doing it for. Wanted to make sure the quality is up to where it needs to be, etc. I get it. Kudos. But a number of us in the ABBP, we did receive our shipments. We have our coins. We were told we can keep our coins, and we're moving forward with that. Because of that, here are the numbers. And it's like, wow moment. The Army, right? If you go to PCGS's website, and this is all free information, published information, you're going to notice that there's 8,005 certified Army Privy coins, of which there were 1,761 advanced release, right? And that was the West Point issue. San Francisco made the Navy, right? It was launched in October, so it's not as old, and that number will grow a little bit. And we're looking at a little over 6,600 coins, which netted down to 2,078. Now, the Marine Corps doesn't have a first number yet, because most of the coins were not delivered. But they have finalized the last number because, well, advanced release has to be tagged before the release date. These have been released. They've all sold out. They're at 851. 1,761 Armies, 2,078 Navy, and only 851 of the Marine Corps. Yeah. And then here's the other part that makes this very exciting. The Philadelphia mint mark I talked about. What coin has the lowest mint population on a Philadelphia proof? From 93 through the year 2000, right? Philadelphia was the proof Silver Eagle mint. The big P mint mark for the first time in U.S. history on a silver dollar. 94 was number one at a multiple hundreds of thousands. Well, the ding, ding, ding is this coin is now the lowest minted Philadelphia proof Silver Eagle. And it's tied to the Marine Corps Privy. With all that said, look at our price. We have our competitors selling OGPs for $379 to $399. Their advanced releases are $499 and higher. Those are the 69s, not the 70s, which are closer to 800 to 1,000. So I think of value, this is it. Guys, give me a 30-second. Actually, guys, we don't have time for a clock, so stay with me. If you have it in your shopping cart, push it through. Do I have other advanced release of the Privy Proof Silver Eagles? I might have Navy. I know I'm sold out of Army. So check us out at avccoins.com. But tonight, $2.99, and this story and this limited quantity, that's a mark. Give us a call. 24th, 2021. Because at noon, the U.S. Mint launched the 100th anniversary Morgans, and the New Orleans Mint was one of them. It sold out in 3 minutes, and today, can you find it for less than $250? A beautiful coin, great theme, but again, $250 or more. I got a better solution. Let's go back 140 years and deal with the originals. And yes, they're more affordable. And tonight we're going to look at early issue New Orleans Mint. 1881 and 1882, it's a your choice opportunity. They're both at $69.95. Beautiful uncirculated specimens. You can technically buy multiples of these and still be under the only other O mint that we know that's recent, which is the 2021. But if we go back and look at the story of the Morgan dollar, the New Orleans Mint tie-in is even more interesting. Because the Morgan dollar came from the Comstock Lode. Bland-Allison Act hired George T. Morgan, nicknamed after the designer, and in 1878 it's launched. Well, New Orleans doesn't start until 1879, a year later. The reason why is it wasn't open. During the Civil War, early on, 1861, the mint was taken over by the state of Louisiana from the U.S. They just took it over. And then the Confederacy took it over right after that. The U.S. government, after the war was over, never reopened the mint. But as we had our westward expansion going, and it was in full swing in the 1870s and 1880s, it was a logical decision, especially now with the Comstock Lode and silver being available, to make a mint in the middle of all of this. We had Philadelphia East Coast, we had San Francisco West Coast, and New Orleans was the hub with the Mississippi of all of our westward expansion. Let's reopen the mint. So they do in 1879. But what do they get? They get all the hand-me-down equipment. It's whatever San Francisco and Philadelphia could discard, give the two big mints the brand new stuff. Which is why when you look at the reverse of an early issue New Orleans minted coin, the details on the breast feathers of the eagle are almost non-existent. You can tell they're there, but you just can't see the lines. You just saw that coin. It is gorgeous. It is detailed. They are beautiful specimens. Outright beautiful specimens. Every one of them more beautiful than the next. The other unique part about these two, these early issues, again, year 3 and year 4 from New Orleans, is the lower mintage. They made only 5.7 million and 6 million the two respective years. And then the next year, 1883, 84, 85, and that point, it just exploded. They got more equipment and they're making 9 to 10 million coins a year. Well, we do know today that the difference in coinage is mintage figures tell us where they rank in its own system, right? So the Morgan dollars, New Orleans alone, you look at the mintage and say, where does it rank? If they made them for 26 years, these two rank 12 and 13. They're kind of right in the middle for mintage figures. But we know that today, with NGC, PCGS, CAC, ICG, ANAX, the big 5 grading services out there, doing their thing mostly for the last 40 years, the population reports tell us really what they're seeing. And explains why when we're on that great American coin hunt, show to show across the country, or even your local show, why you can't find certain coins in certain grades. And these two are poster children of exactly that statement. You look at the population reports, you see 49,000 and 52,000 respectively, all grades, all services added together. Think about that. The comparison is, what it was 83, 84, and 85. 300,000, 500,000, 475,000. Even the last year of issue 1904-0 is over 300,000 coins seen. So you don't see these because they're not out there on a regular basis. Yet the prices are all the same. That's the secret. That's what you want to grab onto. If everybody's selling 83s, 84s, and 85s, beautiful coins. I love them. We sell them here all the time. But they're at the same price these are. Yet we know they are significantly, not kind of rarer, significantly rarer than right after. Now, my competition has them. They have both of these. One of them's at $189, the other is at $185. We're over $100 less per coin, same grade. The last show, I actually got into an argument with one of our competitors over, why don't you just raise it to 99? We're at 150. You're still beating us. It's like, yeah, and I'll sell coins at 99. I know I will. But this is where we think it should be. We want to sell everything we have tonight. That's our business model, and it's been that way for almost 2 decades now. And it works. We're happy with it. We have a lot of customers. We hope you're happy with it. So why be at 100 to make you feel better at charging 150? Serious, real story. The other fun part about these coins is what was going on at this time in history. I love the history tie every time we look at this. 81, you have Edison and Bell forming the first phone company. The Barnum and Bailey Circus is formed. Garfield, our president, is elected and then shot 6 months later. Bat Masterson in Dodge City, right? The old gunfights. Billy the Kid is shot by Pat Garrett. The gunfight at OK Corral, Tombstone, Arizona, right? And the Red Cross is formed by Clara Barton. That was all 1881. We're looking at here, 82 is Standard Oil with Rockefeller. Jesse James is shot. Labor Day Parade first opens in New York. And Christmas lights were developed by Edison. Think about that. 140 years ago. Guys, I know we don't have enough time to put a clock up on this one. We are almost sold out. If you're visiting us via the web, that will be avccoins.com. Push your orders through, please. I don't want to lose an order. I don't want to lose an opportunity to do business with you, but right now we are almost sold out. Thanks for listening, but it is time for us to be moving on.
The Civil War, 1861 through 1865. What happened at the time? People were hoarding coins, especially silver and copper. So the United States Treasury began issuing fractional currency, which was basically paper notes worth less than $1. This one here is the 50-cent variety. We have a couple different dates, 1863, 1864, and they're in gorgeous collector circulated quality. No tears, pinholes, etc. Now, keep in mind, it wasn't until 1878, just about 20 years or so after when the Civil War ended, when they discovered all that silver in the Comstock lode, that they had enough silver to make a silver dollar. And 1878 is when they finally brought out the silver dollar series, which was the Morgan dollar. Prior to that, most paper notes were destroyed. Very, very few are found today. I couldn't find this with a competitor, folks, so I can't give you a competitor price. I can tell you that these are very popular. I know you love them. We've had a lot of fun with these, so while they last, join us at only $79.95.
So it's official. The Kennedy half dollar, after 62 years in circulation, is over. We've talked about that for a few months now. And we get to this point where we are getting into its history. And we get to have those conversations like mirror, mirror on the wall. What is the fairest Kennedy of them all, right? And the coin that pops up every time I say that is, well, what we're going to talk about next. And that dates back to the year 1998. So kind of right in the middle of that 62-year run. And there was a special set they put out. And that set was, well, they made a silver dollar for the brother, Robert Kennedy. You see it on the left-hand side here. Beautiful 90% silver dollar, same size and weight as our Morgan and Peace dollar series. And they issued that early in the year. There were proof and uncirculated coins. Went over very well. People jumped on board. They remember his involvement, his cabinet positions with his brother, who was president. Both of them falling to the same unfortunate event in our history, tragic event in our history. But later in the year, they made this set, and that is the important thing. Because inside of this set is a very unique, and you're looking at it, Kennedy half dollar. This is not your normal Kennedy half dollar. This is a silver Kennedy half dollar dated 1998. It is not a proof, it is not an unk. It is the very first matte satin finish coin made by the U.S. Mint in the half dollar size modern. And it was only issued in this set. So in 1998, the Kennedy half dollar still circulated. We had P's and D's in circulation. We had the clad San Francisco in the proof set. We brought back 90% silver proof sets, so we had a 90% silver as well. But here is the number that brings this home. They made only 62,000 sets, which means as a Kennedy half dollar, of which this is, it happens to be the number one, the lowest minted Kennedy half dollar ever issued by the U.S. Mint. Now, you're going to say, well, what about the 2014 50th anniversary coins? Those were very limited. And you're right. That beautiful 4-piece set, each silver piece being a different mint and a different finish, gorgeous. That's over 200,000. Then you're going to say, how about the Apollo program? And they made that enhanced coin in 2019. Not shabby. That was 100,000 coins. Also very special. 2017, the enhanced, right? 225,000. 2018, the reverse proof, part of the proof set. That was 200,000. So, how about the 1970D? 1 million. And that's the holy grail of the coins that were not in circulation, but kind of. So we come back to one coin is the champion. One coin is like the 93S in the Morgan Dollar series or the 1928P in the Peace Dollar series. Only one can have the lowest mintage, and this is it. Only available in this set. So what you're seeing is what they call the government issue. The coins fit into this beautiful jewelry box. The jewelry box folds into an outer collector box. Then there's that big, beautiful certificate of authenticity. OGP is another way of saying this. It was issued for only 6 weeks, and then it was pulled. It was selling. That was January 2nd. You might remember this. January 2nd to February 13th, 1998. Very short period of time. It was the 30th anniversary of Robert's passing. His life work as a senator, the attorney general, and eventually a presidential candidate. Remember that. A lot of people forget he was a presidential candidate, which is when he was assassinated. Paired with his brother in this set is the sweetness for us coin collectors. Because we might love that big silver dollar on the left, but if we're a Kennedy fan, Kennedy half dollar fan, we're looking at the coin on the right. We're looking at the half dollar because it's limited to only 62,000 coins. Not 100,000, not 200,000, not 225,000, which grace the top 5 rarities. This one, 62,000. Only in this set. And this is the set on top of that. My competition, they're at $259 to $299, so $60 to $100 more. But then here's the left field always. And there are certain coins in every coin series, the Kennedy again being 62 years out, that are just baffling to me as what the value is. What's the price in the marketplace? Because the popularity index kicks the coin beyond its rarity. To me, that's the 2012 Silver Proof. In the Silver Proof set, right? In the limited edition Silver Proof set that year, only 396,000 of them made. 396,000 of them made. And it's over $250 today in the marketplace. Can you find one? This one, $62,000. You get the silver dollar with the half dollar, and it's less money. That's just the rarity index, knowing where to look. And because we don't see this often because of how few were made, that's the difference. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. You have this in your shopping cart. I recommend strongly you push it through. When you get an order number, it locks the inventory. If you get an order number, it means it's not turned off in the system, and we are that close to it, turning it off in the system. Two things. One, our price is the best at $199.95, but it's just the fact that we have them. And I say them, it's the two-piece set, but it's really the Kennedy half dollar in this set that is all the oomph. Does it hurt that silver's give or take, what, 47-ish dollars today? Which means that silver dollar on the left has a bullion value beyond the average, included in that $199.95 price. Just an outright special piece. Don't miss out.
Ever since the United States Mint released the statement that they struck the last cents, it's been crazy. And that's the Philadelphias and Denvers. The S proof, they're going insane. Because when is the last time you've heard of a clad or silver set selling out? And that cent is in both of the sets. That's in the clad and the silver. Well, next up, folks, you're going to want to stick around for this one and pick up that phone. It's the 2025 San Francisco Proof Cent, the most limited since 1968. And this one's in high grade 69. Let's take a look. That's right. The clad and the silver, you cannot get a proof set from the Mint in the clad or the silver. And this cent is in both of those sets. The high grade, beautiful proof. Ever since November 12th, we knew this was coming. They said, we're going to stop making the cent. And, you know, once we run out of blanks, we're going to stop making the penny. And everybody started getting excited. November 12th, they say, we're done. We struck the last cents. And like Roosevelt said in World War II, that date will live on in infamy. But this is for us collectors. Kind of the same saying goes for that too, right? Philadelphia's and Denver's have been going crazy. It's been really exciting, I have to say. But the S proofs, even crazier because of the proof set, the silver proof set. They've been making proof sets out of San Francisco since 1968. This one is the most limited San Francisco ever made since 1968. And now you can get a high grade 69 for just $89.95 while they last. We don't have many. This is not something to sit back and wait on. Do not wait any more time. It's just going to get harder and harder to find. 70s, insane. 69s, one grade under a perfect 70. And look at that price, just $89.95. Competition's over $200 per coin. The end of an era. I mean, the cent is the longest tenured coin since 1793. They've been striking cents since 1793, and they are done in 2025. And I'm just talking about regular issues. These are the proofs. The finest quality strike every year is the proof. It's the way they make them. They strike them twice under highly polished dies, and you get that deep mirror-like appearance. You have that mirror-like background, that frosted foreground. Now the proof cent is only attainable in the proof set, and the cent is in both the clad and the silver set. The silver, you get the nickel, but the rest of the coins are silver. The cent is in both, just like the nickel, and these are high grade 69. And they're in the Lincoln label, graded by NGC. And the populations are not very high. You're looking at under 10,000 known in 69 and 70. That's insane. Under 10,000. Can't get a proof set. It's going to get harder and harder to acquire just one in a capsule by itself. Harder and harder to find. And then add on a certified 69. It's all about San Francisco. It's all about limited availability, and it's all about the end of an era for the Lincoln cent, for the cent as we know it. It's been a wild 2025. It's going to be a great year next year, folks. We were ready. It's going to be a great time. But let's just get back to it. Let's put a 1-minute clock up. It's been so much fun with the cents, right? But now it's time for the finest strike, the proof. The last year of issue for the Lincoln cent, 2025. Low pops under 10,000 known. And low pops mean a lot, right? We look back to other low pop coins in history, and what's another one? How about the 2019 S-Enhanced reverse proof, right? 69s and 70s cost 3,000, 4,000 or more. 10,000 known of those. It's all about rarity, and it's all about population. It's all about grade, and it's all about affordability. Over $200 with our competition, $89.95 with us tonight at AVC while they last. If you join us online, avccoins.com, process at checkout, folks. A lot of people are going to be grabbing these up. If it's in your cart when you check out at the end of the show, it might not work because they're sold out. Process your order, call us back to add to it. Make sure you grab yours today. If you add up all of the Morgan dollars made in the entire series of all the mints, you come up with 96 coins. This one here, the 1895, made out of New Orleans, ranks number 10. So you have a top 10. But even if you just take all the New Orleans out, put them aside in a chart, there's 26 of them. This one ranks number 2. The only one rarer is the 93O. What's even more incredible, so that mintage figure keeps it as a number 2 in the O's, but check out population reports. NGC and PCGS combined have only reported ever seeing 16,000 and change. Wow. 1899P, key date in the P mints, that's a number 2. 32,000 seen. 81cc, 52,000 seen. This one is a must have for the price. Our competition sells VFs for over $1,100. And if you want to find this coin, a 95O in AU condition, it'll run you over $3,300. Each one of these is in hand-selected collector quality circulated condition. And at this price, they're going to move fast.
Vintage silver dollars, the Morgans, the Peace, the vintage coins. And then there's the modern Morgan and Peace market the last 5 years. Very, very popular. But there's one coin in the Peace Dollar series, the vintage Peace Dollar series, that just has so many asterisks next to it on how special this coin is. And when you start looking at all the numbers around it, you hear the phrase, no two coins are ever made equal. Well, this one tops the charts. So for a few minutes anyways, let's enjoy the end of the era San Francisco style. So the peace dollar is introduced in 1921. The war is over. The American public wants a new silver dollar. The U.S. Mint says, okay, we can do this. And we argue for almost a year to figure out what the design is. We change the design from the talons with arrows to talons with an olive branch. Solved. That's what it came down to. So from 22 through 35, we had multiple coins being made every year. The end of the era, the last year a silver dollar, a 90% silver dollar, was struck for circulation in this country was 1935. The end of the era. We pulled gold in 1934, right? We pulled silver dollars in 1935. When you look at 1935, you have Philadelphia and you have San Francisco, two coins that were made. Both of them very comparable mintages. Philadelphia wins out by only a couple of coins. But when you start looking at the real math, 35 is one of the secrets in the entire series. Let me next explain the grade. Because for us here at America's Value Channel, just to keep things simple and clean, we have circulated coins, which are beautiful collector grade. They're going to range from VG to VF, beautiful collector grade, eye appeal, right? Then all of us have the other side, which is uncirculated, which is where we'd all love to be if we could afford it. But some coins it's just very difficult to afford or find. And then there's this grade that is technically called an about uncirculated, which is 50 to 59 on the 70-point scale. But Don brought this up years ago. My friend and esteemed colleague, love him to death. He came up with the word super slider, right? And it's because when we're talking about an uncirculated coin, those four words, based upon where I pause, is either an AU, about uncirculated, or I'm talking about an uncirculated coin. Very confusing. Not for anybody to be confused. We don't want that. So super slider was coined. You see that? Yeah. Wasn't even trying. And the rest is history. Now the industry's adopted his language. And the answer is value. When you look at the coin, now we have more information. The old days, we had the guidebooks, the red books, the blue books, etc. And it told us how many were made. You can look at all the years and all the mints, and you can figure out which ones were less of a mintage. The question was, could you find any of them? And you, in your mind, kept track of which ones you could and couldn't find. I had books I traveled with for most of the 80s and 90s. That just reminded me of what I could not find and why, right? And then NGC PCGS comes on to the surface, and now it's the industry, right? Certified coins are the industry. I look at mintage figures and how many coins have been seen as two big indicators of crazy value. Mintage figure, and then how many have been seen. In 40 years, NGC has only seen 13,537. I'm sorry, NGC and PCGS added together, 13,537 coins out of 1.9 million. Why is that significant? Well, let's look at the two rarest coins in the series. The 28P, 22,900. The second rarest, the 27P, 18,200. The fabled 21 high relief, right? That one's 42,000 coins seen in 40 years, the two big services combined. This one, under 14, 13,537. In uncirculated condition, this is north of $1,000. In circulated condition, these coins are 140 to 170. Look at our coin. Look at the quality. These coins that look unk, they slide by as, well, not unk, but they slide by as thinking they are. Technical aspects tell us they're 53 to 55 on the technical scale. Look at the value. The competition for the same coin. An AU condition, about uncirculated condition, and they're at 439. We're less than half. While this coin lasts. Great way to end the show, right? This is a great piece. 6 hours goes pretty fast, doesn't it? But that is a wrap for our Tuesday night show. Remember, Wednesday night, again, 6 hour show. Thursday night, 4 hour show. We got some more collectible coins to talk this week. Hope to see you soon. Good night.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins. Our dedicated coin website, avccoins.com, is the #1 online destination for collectors.
offering 24/7 access to one of the deepest coin inventories in the industry. There are tens of thousands of items on our site, with new listings weekly and specials posted every Monday. You've heard it said before, the United States Silver Eagles are the most in-demand, most anticipated, and most wanted silver issues in the entire world. We've got them by the year, uncirculated, in proof, special issues, and in sets, many of them in original mint packaging, and also certified. Are you missing a specific mint set in your collection? We have them listed individually at avccoins.com, so you're able to grow your collection even quicker. If you're looking for proof sets, we have them. The Philadelphia silvers, the San Francisco issues, the new silver issues, plus the special premieres, the legacies, the prestige sets, dating back to the 1950s. We have them all online at the best prices. Now let's have some fun with dollars, a very special category. Morgan dollars from all 5 mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, Denver, and yes, Carson City. We've got all the peace dollars: Eisenhower, Susan B. Anthony's, even the Sacagawea and Presidential Golden Dollars, plus the new Innovation Series. Literally hundreds to choose from. Don't forget, we've got all the collector's packaging too, whether it's coin capsules, tubes, boxes, chests, trays, everything you need to help take care of your collection. You've asked, we've delivered. Now you have the opportunity to go to avccoins.com and acquire exclusive items not seen regularly on our shows. From the collector's experience, you'll find nothing else like it on the entire internet. avccoins.com. Best selection, best prices, guaranteed.